Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
Fucking crazy people.
Flippy, I gave you a shout out in my IG post.
Oh, cool.
And I do want to say
He
thank you
did.
very much.
He did shout you out as a furry, though.
Well, no, that's not my job. I was just simply trying to be appreciative for the man following up and being a man of his word.
I mean, Bob, if he
Not.
was doing your job for you, why the fuck do we have you around?
I wasn't trying to be insulting. Well, except to you, Flippy, not to Island. I know he's. And I only
Island's
insult you because I love you. I love furry little
Flippy, I gave
panda
you a shout
bears.
out. Oh, and it's on. If you see the Instagram, Flippy, it's already on.
But Island, was there a
nice.
little magic wizard on the box?
Oh, I did mean to tell you, no, on the bag there was no fucking wizard.
Oh, that's because AIM Surplus is a fucking motherfucker.
Well, now, honestly, I tell you what, I had gone to the post office. I was expecting to get the weird look from the post office guy, like I usually do when it's Island Z Survivor and not always my name. And so I got the look, standard, you know. And then so I started looking on the. I didn't look at the bag first. I just threw it in the car. Went and got some lunch. Got home. Got out of the car. And I literally ran around to the other side of the car because I just remembered, oh, check for the fucking wizard, you know. And I did one of those little, almost like a couple of skips around the car, actually, like I was all excited for a second. And then I looked, I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. I knew they wouldn't put it on there.
Yeah, if I ordered that from Botat, you would have a wizard right now on your box.
Nice. And I got to admit, I understand the why of that grip, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Like, I will never own an AK without one.
I mean, I don't know if I can say that definitive, but I can say that I can see why you would say that. Because, man, it just,
Like, it
it's,
just, it
it's
melts
made
in
for
your
it.
hand.
Yeah, it's made for that shit. It is.
Yeah, no, it's like the best. If
And
I
then
had the
once,
money to, I would ensure that every single AK that came to America or sold in America would have one. Just to make the AK experience even better.
were you able to get a couple more waffles today, buddy?
Yeah, I went and picked up 2 more.
Nice.
I was gonna pick up 3, but there's only like 2 left, and after I like grabbed my 2, I was just like staring at it. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna let someone else have an opportunity to partake in the glorious waffle.
Now, see, that's cool, man. That's very cool, actually, because
And then after I left, I came to my senses. So tomorrow we go back and pick up the last
hey,
2.
I tell you what, you know what, man? You gave them a fucking chance. You gave them a motherfucking chance. If they're still there tomorrow, well then all bets are off. Or at least that's my opinion of that.
Yeah, and then on my way home, I went to another gun shop because like the gun shop I was going to for the waffle mags, they didn't have any of the 40 rounders. So I'm like,
Man,
all right,
those are like what, up to $75? I think I
they're
found
like 70
some for.
bucks.
I think I found some for 60, but like 59 something. But
Yeah.
but I'm not ready to give that link out, you bunch of motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely know where that is, and I just checked them up, and with shipping everything, it's like 70 bucks. It's like $69.
And to be honest, to be 100% honest, dude, I would rather have almost, because I've seen them go for almost 100, right, on other
Hmm.
shit. I'd rather have 230s myself than
Yeah,
140.
I was thinking about that too, because it's like for fucking almost $80 for like the 2 mags I bought today was 90 bucks. It was like
Right.
with tax 80, or with tax it was like 45 a piece. So for like almost fucking $90, I can go and buy two 30-rounders, or I can have an extra 10 fucking bullets in my magazine.
And one.
Yeah.
And one.
Jesus Christ, there's like 3 fucking heavy Bs.
That's too pathetic. That's the way he votes. He's a Bernie supporter.
Yeah. He's fucking multiplying him and his goddamn M7.
Okay.
Alright.
He's inside the Matrix right now.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, you sound like absolute dog shit.
Yeah, Heavy B is a Bernie supporter.
Or he's a Terminator. I can't tell which, and I think he's a Terminator.
Terminator, definitely a Terminator. I mean,
Nah, because like as soon as I gave my opinion that the M7 is garbage bro, considered next to the AK Bayonet, you then like audio battered me.
well,
Well, that's a
because
sonic scream.
That's because Explorer sucks balls, and Chrome has been fucking with me, so I had to log in twice.
Dude,
But
I'll
I
agree with you on
talked
that,
to you
Heavy.
guys.
I'll agree with you on that, Heavy, because I had to stop using Explorer and just load up Chrome just to get in here.
That's like, it's weird. If I close Windows down completely or Explorer down completely, Chrome won't work.
Wow.
But that if I have Explorer open, Chrome seems to fucking work. Go figure that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to, I was trying to use Explorer, which I'm glad because all my bookmarks and all that crap is on Google. And so, yeah, Explorer bit balls. So,
See, and all my bookmarks are on Explorer, and I have no bookmarks on Chrome.
well, the only thing I have
But
bookmarked
whatever.
is like my internet feeds to like shows and like my YouTube and 430, and then obviously go to
You know how Flippy keeps like a million tabs open,
yeah.
right? I have like a million fucking bookmarks.
Well, see, he
So-
not only keeps a million tabs open, he's got a million bookmarks too.
Yeah, so a million bookmarks. You have to back
each of
up
those
your
million tabs.
you have to back up your tabs in case like a fucking thing causes you to close out of everything.
You're not wrong.
So all my tabs are all bookmarked along with being open.
Nice.
You got shit covered, Flippy. Except for that whole AK bayonet bullshit. I don't know.
Heavy, it's okay. You can be wrong. It's all right. You can go vote
And-
for Bernie if you want to. It's all
I would
good.
Twice.
suggest you take your own
Twice.
advice. See, Bernie's a socialist, close to communist. AK-47s are from a communist country. There's a link there. There's
Well, now,
no
see,
link between
gentlemen-
Bernie and an M4.
Gentlemen, gentlemen. Here's the point that you're both missing, and I hate to tell you. Hashtag all rifles need a bayonet, not just one, not just the other. They all need the motherfucking bayonet. My AR needs one, my AK needs one, and I need to get an M59 for my fucking tanker, bro. So
Now, no
that's the part that we're kind of missing out on. Is all rifles need a bayonet. All.
I would be completely about that if I can somehow retrofit my AK bayonets to also fit on my AR and my everything else bayonet lugs.
Yeah, well, you know, whatever. Flippy buys parts because he's told if he doesn't buy specific parts, he'll die. So, you know.
Yeah, which means I have some weird Frankenstein upper made up of BCM, Daniel Defense, and fucking Noveski.
Nice.
That's
That's a
all-
pretty
Oh, and
good
Knight
upgrade.
Armament. There's our Knight Armament parts on that too.
Oh, wait, I gotta ask, Dead Horse, was it you trying to, like, fix the piston key on your AR up for your AR barrel that didn't fit the upper?
Can you please put that in the form of a question?
Yeah, I got that all settled out because I bought a correct upper for it, or the correct strip upper.
Nice.
Oh, awesome. So you didn't try to, like, remove a little material to see if it worked?
No, I got a stripped upper with the dust cover and Ford Assist for $100 shipped.
Sweet.
So I figured, you know, it's kind of worth it just to buy it. So luckily I was able to find one because they haven't made that upper in like 9 years. So
Yeah. Well, just want to say you're welcome. No, I was curious to see if you'd actually done some home gunsmithing there and made it work.
Oh, he made it work all right. It sounds like he got on the phone or the computer and pressed click buy. That's making it work
actually,
too.
I found it off of a forum. A guy had
Nice.
pictures of one on a forum, and he mentioned that he had bought two, and that he was saving one to cannibalize for parts since you can't get the pistons anymore. And that so he had like a second one laying around, and I was like, well, what are you going to do with just the stripped upper? And he was like, oh, I don't know. I'm probably not going to do anything with it. And I said, sell it to me. How much do you want? And he said 100 shipped, and I said sold.
You can try to haggle with him and be like, that's 85 and it's fucking yours.
Well, like I said, considering I can't just buy that upper anywhere, and it came with a dust cover and Ford Assist and the shipping and everything, Anderson stripped upper's $50, so it really wasn't that bad of a deal.
A BCM upper is $80.
So, who was all in Matt's chat, or were you just everybody in the audience?
It was Standing, Smeggy, Night Strikes, G-Webs, and I think Moon showed up eventually.
I saw them in the chat. I just didn't know if anybody in here was in the chat at one time.
Nah, I wasn't able to get in today. Which is probably why there wasn't an hour-long discussion on Game of Thrones, so I didn't get to go on there and gush about Game of Thrones for an hour.
Well, it happens. Now, I just want to know what brought up the gun legislation topic, considering, like...
Because they had questions from people in California.
Well, I live there, so...
Well, that was the questions and answers portion of Matt's chat. There's people from California asking about it.
Yeah, so as far as I know, it's got to go back to the Assembly, or back to the Senate, then back to the Assembly, and then the governor first.
Well, if it passed the first two parts, why does it have to go back through?
Because evidently they probably went, hey, let's fix this crap, reword it. In conjunction with them trying to block
when was your last update on that?
That was last week. That's Thursday or Friday.
I believe it passed, didn't it? Because fucking...
Well, no. Originally, it passed in the Senate. It passed to the committee.
Well, no, I mean, I think it passed again. Hosh was talking about it the other day. And
like just 2 weeks ago or something.
Yeah.
But they rewrote some of the laws, and then it had to go back to the Senate. And as of now, it's still going through the...
Wait a minute. When you say now, though, that's last week.
Well, no, because I looked
now.
it up today. I looked it up today, and there's no new updates on it. The court cases are still in effect. They're trying to make it illegal to show what's going on in Congress via video through their news feed for Policy Firearms Coalition. Actually, for anybody, really. They're trying to do everything they can to counter the lawsuits, and then they're rewriting one of the bills. I forget which one. I have to look it up again. But that would be...
I got the one where the Senate approved sweeping new gun control. That's that one.
And then it went through past the committee for the suspension, suspense, whatever it's called. And then it went through the Assembly. And then evidently, because of the lawsuits and stuff, they're rewording it. Because Policy Firearms Coalition has filed lawsuits against the proposed bills, and so now it's going through all the rigmarole. It hasn't got to Jerry Brown's desk yet, so It probably won't for a little while. They're probably going to draw it out until they see what's going on politically. Because, like I said, it is, like I have said in the past, this is a California election year, so they're going to be doing everything they can to rattle cages and all that crap and make a bunch of noise and see what happens. See where their support lies, kind of thing.
Well, if they haven't ever been voted out of office enough to have the gun restrictions changed previously to Republican, I don't know why they would feel like they're afraid of it changing now.
Because not all gun owners in California are Republicans.
No, clearly not. Because they would be some of the ones that would vote in the Democrats that have been doing this fucking bullshit law stuff for a while.
Honestly, that kind of amazes me, that statistic they said tonight, where
With 7.8 million.
yeah, like
Yeah.
apparently California is the second largest gun state in like the United States or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, second largest gun ownership state. First largest market for purchasing in firearms and ammunition, and we still got fucked up laws. I don't understand it.
Yeah, well, you say it's the biggest market, but it's also the biggest restricted market because you can't actually sell all of the products that are made in that state.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I got a buddy of mine I used to work with at a gun store who's sheriff's deputy. He has a side business making cans, and he can only sell them out of state for obvious reasons. And to law enforcement. So there you go.
One thing I'd be very interested in finding out would be the number of like incidents involving an NFA item, like murders or robberies or whatnot. Not like
It's almost
statistically
non-existent.
0.
Yeah, it's like it's almost literally non-existent.
It was the same thing with just standard semi-automatic rifles that California classifies.
well, I mean, because they're or earlier.
Zero.
Well, earlier, Sean Ponery posted a link to Silencer Co. where it was talking about the changes that are going to be made, the 41F changes or whatever, to the trust. And it was showing the map of the United States, and like specific areas were like grayed out, meaning that basically no NFI items were allowed.
Hey, B, the California Assembly did pass the gun control bills on the 2nd.
Yes. And then there's also, in conjunction with lawsuits and stuff, it's
Well, the
redone.
lawsuit, the lawsuit doesn't stop it. They need a lawsuit doesn't stop it. An injunction is what needs to happen to stop it.
Well, they can only file an injunction once it becomes a law. That way they can prevent it from being enacted.
That's why they can sue all they want for it, but that doesn't make it stop.
No, but they're jumping. They're getting ahead of the curve there. They're getting their lawsuit filed now, so if it does become law, then they're closer to being up on deck to take care of it, rather than waiting through the quagmire of legal bullshit. Also, if for some reason Arizona does just veto them all, which will never happen, but just in case, like if he does do that, then they can just back out and cancel the lawsuit and say, all right, hey, we'll drop it.
Didn't you say the lawsuit was we're making the legislation rewrite the bills?
No,
That's what.
I said they're rewriting it probably due to that, and I said probably.
Is the moon made of cheese?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. But what kind of cheese? That's the question.
Well, to answer the question, I
What
would
was
go
Flippy
probably.
saying? Flippy,
Hence
what
the
were you
name
saying?
Mood Food.
Flippy, what were you saying about the grayed out areas?
Oh,
And the-
basically on the map there were like specific grayed out areas where no NFA items were basically allowed. And I started thinking, I'm like, well, why the fuck is this? Like, it doesn't make any sense if there's no fucking crimes happening with these items. Why the fuck are they banned and like considered so horrifically dangerous when there's no crimes happening with them if they're super dangerous?
So you,
because they're against the law.
Well, I mean, in the
Well,
other states,
like,
if
for
they are
example-
actually
For
For
allowed.
example, in
They're so
Hawaii,
restricted that nobody has a chance to do violence with them. So
yeah, because you can't even own one to do anything
Well, no,
like
I'm
that.
not like talking about in these specific states that have them. I mean, the plethora of other states that actually allow it. It's not like it's a fucking massive thing, but
I'd say people caught in possession with those items would be way higher than people actually using them in a commission.
yeah.
Like that would be the crime that would be committed, would be owning an unregistered one or something like
Yeah.
that. I could see that.
Well, the cautionary tale of like trying to protest the NFA is if you look at crimes that were committed with full autos before the 1986 law, there were a lot of them, like in the cocaine wars and stuff. So I'm not saying I subscribe to this, but there is a case to be made that says that it actually worked and prevented all that. So I don't know if it's legitimate or not, but you got to be careful when you start challenging it that way.
I mean, I'm not even
Before
challenging.
1986, I don't know. Those people, I think there's still people in the drug wars with full autos and stuff and breaking NFA laws without.
Seriously think people bring in cocaine up here in the quantities that they're machine gunning people down in the streets. We're like, oh, we're not going to break that law, so let's not bring machine guns up.
No, but it is a question of access. They had a lot more access to them in the drug wars, especially like in Miami, in LA, prior. Like I said, I'm not saying I subscribe to that. I'm just saying that that's a legitimate argument they will make.
Well, I don't know about legitimate argument, but they will make that argument.
Well, the numbers aren't necessarily in our favor.
Well, that's only one side of the numbers. We got another side that would have like FBI crime statistics of which crimes were used with foreign weapons or weapons made after 86 or just weapons used after 86.
Come from somewhere else, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, or illegal
Because here's the other
weapons that
thing,
were illegal
because
in the first place.
If it's a legal, registered NFA item, the government can fucking tell you how many thousands of them are out there in the public right now. And so literally, that's thousands of them every year. Every fucking day.
And
Every
those are the
day.
ones
Hold
that
on.
That aren't even used in any type of crime.
But listen to what you're saying. Listen to what you're saying. The government has a registry on them, so they can tell us all these numbers, right? So the government registry, I'm not saying this is true, I'm just playing devil's advocate, can be portrayed as a good thing because since the government started registering these and regulating them, they stopped being used in crimes. So that's why that's...
Nope. You can look at it that way. Then
I don't look at it that way. I'm saying that's what they will say.
It can be looked at that way, and I'm not saying that people aren't going to interpret it that way, but we don't need to be stymied by that. There's that's in my opinion, that's putting it in a just a narrow focus when there's, I think what Zia was saying is there's more to it. So you can't just say we passed a law, things changed, therefore our law was effective. That there's a circumstances and a situation that law was put into, and obviously more than just the law was changed. The drug war was different, and then just trends and people change. You know, cocaine hits the street, people die from cocaine. The people interested in doing cocaine to the point of death are no longer alive. That supply isn't there anymore. Other people don't have the same thirst to die with it, so it's just not going to be there's not going to be the same demand, so there's not going to be so much money, there's not going to be so much violence. So to say, you know, they might have also, in other words, painted a building red coincidentally the same day that they passed the law. You can't say that crime went down because they painted the building red. Crime went down for all these other reasons, and they just want to claim that it's because they put up this stupid-ass law.
Exactly. That's what they want to reach onto.
Yeah, it's causation versus correlation. But
with more scrutiny, we should be able to, like, just like these shows, I just got done watching this Bosk show, and they act as though you can just go in and get all this paperwork from back in the olden days, like it's all just sitting around places or scanned in and stuff. If that's really the case, if stuff exists, numbers exist and the case files and all that exist, then why wouldn't somebody be able to compile literally every firearms interaction in the country? There's only 11,000 of them a year. We keep track of more, every instance of a tire blowing out or a cupcake frosting not working right or a can of beans.
Or a dangerous toy or whatever it may be.
Yeah, we can track so many more things than 11,000. That's it. We're sitting here because we're either lazy or haven't tasked somebody with doing it, but we're sitting here without the information we could use to end this shit because we're watching two sides of the fucking coin that profit off us watching their fucking tennis game, and they're just bouncing the ball back and forth. They've got no reason to go figure out why they shouldn't even be playing the game. We should just end this fucking game.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect point, is where the motivation lies and who's going to go out and do the legwork, you know what I mean? And that goes back to what we were talking about last week, or the point I brought up is that we need to start being more offensive when it comes to these things so that Heavy doesn't find himself in a defensive battle all the time, you know? Start fighting to get our rights back.
Well, that's his fault for living in California all the time.
Uh-huh.
Hey, thanks for the love, G-Webs. Appreciate it.
I
Oh,
mean,
hey,
G-Webs
quick question on
live in California.
What was that? What?
The G-Webs didn't make you live in California.
I still didn't get you, sorry.
You
It
saying
don't
that?
matter. He's fucking with you.
It's all good.
That's okay.
So it sounds like, though, it's not completely doomed, and we're not done fighting as fast.
But like on the other hand, this whole second largest gun group and all that, or gun population and all that shit, it is amazing to me that the number of laws that are on the book that are anti-gun in that state. Seeing how it's like the second largest.
Yeah, but when you did the math, right, what was the percentage of California's population? Do you remember, G-Webs?
Oh, it's somewhere around 25%.
21, 20.
So 21%, so 1/5. That's, that's far from a majority.
Wait a minute. No. Wait. No, just seriously, wait. If it's not 20% of the population, because you cannot be a minor and own a fucking gun in California. So it's that it's fucking 7.8 million adults, not fucking including children and all that kind of shit, or babies or any of that kind of shit. So, like, the number is skewed. Like, it's actually a bigger portion. It's a much bigger portion of the voting population.
Voting adults.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like it's a much bigger percentage than you think. And that's not 7.8 million guns, right? That's 7.8 million gun owners, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, that is not like 21 and 5 or whatever. That's a larger portion of the voting population.
California has in the teens of guns, millions of guns. It all depended. There was 3 different ones. One of them had like per capita, and it flipped the states in a different order, and one of them had like guns just per state, just how many guns they thought were in that state, I guess. And that's the one where I saw California was number 2, and New York was number 3.
Okay, so
Texas was number 1.
So right now it says in February 2015, 17.7 million of California's 24.4 million eligible adults were registered to vote. So now we're looking at either 7 million, what was the number, 7.8, right?
Out of what, 20 something?
24 or 17. So that's a way better.
Dude. You're
so
talking 1 in 3, 1 in 4, 1 in 3.
Yeah. So it improves the odds substantially.
But those motherfuckers got to get out there and vote accordingly, and that's one of the things that might not be happening.
So it says 17.7 million were registered. So 24.4 were eligible, and 17.7 of them were actually registered. So you're looking at,
That's that
40%.
That's that fucking 7 million people that are registered gun owners potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same number almost.
Well,
I'm not saying that it is the same people. I'm just saying if it's a difference in total people that could vote and total people that are registered to vote is 7 point something million, and you say that you got 7.8 million gun owners or whatever. Now, I'm not saying that it's the same actual people. I'm just saying that the block is similar.
If you take the 7.7 out of the 7.8 out of the 17.7 million that are registered, now you're looking at 10 million versus 7.8 million, or 9.9 million versus 7.8 million. So that's a lot closer.
It comes out to about 44% of the voting people.
Yeah. So that's a lot closer, especially than they'd have you believe.
No,
well,
exactly.
That's also if all the gun owners were voting.
Exactly.
So,
and there are probably several gun owners out here. I would say a good third of those gun owners are probably not registered voters.
Or they'd give it up.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, but what Z's saying is most of the gun-owning Californians are just bad Californians, and they need to be voting for what they believe in instead of whatever they're doing.
That was my opinion. I'm not stating that as fact, but that was definitely what my opinion of the situation as I understood it to be, yes.
So for California to get its shit together, California needs to get its shit together.
Yeah,
yeah. And I wonder how many of those gun owners in California are like liberal gun owners. You know what I mean? They're like,
well, there has to be some.
Yeah.
You know what? There has to be some.
They don't agree with the right on abortion, let's say, or whatever it may be, or who uses what bathroom, so they sacrifice their gun rights.
Definitely. Yeah, exactly.
Realistically, we're probably looking at around 30 to 31% of the voting population.
Yes, but like he was just saying, unfortunately, that 30-something% or whatever, there's no guarantee that they are, so to speak, voting pro-gun.
Well, see, that was if you go by the 17.7 registered, and you take the percentage of 7.8 to 17.7 is 44 and some change, 44% and some change. Probably a third of those people are not registered voters. So take away a third from the 7.8 million. Put that in, get that percentage from the 17.7 million registered voters, and you get around 30. You get 0.308, so 30.8%. And that's just a guesstimate, though.
Yeah, but then take 6.5 million of them gun owners out because they're just hunters and they don't care about
your AR,
your AK,
your handguns even.
It's true, dude. Every time I go to the range now,
I'm sure there is, but 600,000 people is a lot of people, and it may seem like a lot, but I guarantee that the vast majority of those gun owners in California, just like everywhere else, is
bolt action and shotgun crowd.
Yep, the shotguns and the hunters.
Sporting clays, shit like that. Those rich people love sporting clays.
And, whether they actually care about you owning a handgun with a 19-round magazine or an AR or an AK or any type of detachable magazine over 5 rounds, they might not give two shits about that. And that's the unfortunate part, because they are a large voting block.
And they got money to donate to campaigns and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is on this semi-auto bill where it will ban any firearm from having a detachable magazine, that affects hunters too, using the VARs, the semi-automatic hunting rifles, which are big out here in California. So, I mean, it's probably ain't going to make a difference considering most of these people are into reasonable gun laws.
Yeah.
So,
I hope
yeah, but the good thing is that you don't need 7 million people to win your gun rights back. You just need
1 million motivated.
600,000 could do it. They just need to be all on the same page, I guess.
And
Oh,
what do you
so
call
they
it?
burn
That's
rally-
think about all that we stopped in 2013 being the tiny fringe minority of gun-loving people out of all of the population of the United States, or the voting population, and we pretty much mopped the floor with them, right? There's not a lot. We're definitely a minority.
But it's got to be a motivated voter base, dude. That's the same story for any shit that we got going on. Whether it's gun rights, free speech, all the other things that we want or don't want, so to speak. It's fucking rallying and motivating the voter base, man. Because if you can't fucking motivate somebody to go out and fucking vote, ain't none of it gonna matter. And no, not only just go vote, excuse me, not just go vote. Vote according to what you're trying to rally them to vote for.
Yeah.
Not just go vote.
Does anybody know how many people were at the NRA annual meeting?
I didn't go.
Thousands.
It was I saw a number somewhere. I thought it was like 18 to 20,000, wasn't it?
Seems low.
Yeah, I figured it'd be more.
I've been to high school football games with more people than that.
Yeah.
Hey, G-Libs, you say you got a topic?
G-Weeby.
He'll be
Yeah.
back.
No, I don't know if I need to. I think I answered it.
Come on, don't be shy.
Are all gingers soul-sucking assassins?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
forget it.
And yeah, you better watch out because we can come find you, Z.
You assume that I have one to steal.
Well, this ginger is also losing his hair, so he's extra grumpy.
Nice.
You're not the only ginger losing his hair.
See,
Now,
Jack's back again.
42.
Bash Brothers.
Are you gonna go Mr. Clean and just get it over with, or what?
42,000.
42,000.
42,000.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer your question, I know I'm on Rogaine. I started last weekend.
Man, just think about all the bullets you could buy if you just shaved that shit instead of spending it on Rogaine and Propecia.
I'm balling. I ain't got to worry about that.
I was wrong. That was
What do we
40
roll?
projected. What the fuck? What is up with ads nowadays? Anyway, there was 40. Where did it go? There was 40,000 projected. I think it said 80,000 ended up showing up, but fucking bunch.
I want to say I remember the
okay.
number is 60 or 80. I remember like somewhere on social media someone posted like what happens when you get, I think it was 60, maybe it was 80,000 gun owners in the same place, and it was like absolutely nothing. It was talking about the NRA meetings, you know, like no crime happened.
Says that 80,000. More than 80,000 people attended the NRA national meeting, while
Nice.
40 people from Moms Demand Attention rallied out front. 40 people.
Thanks.
So do you think maybe
Did they
they
remember
felt kind of
the
like
year before?
insignificant?
The year before, they tried to make their crowd look all big with that fancy trick photography.
Yep.
Had
Heard all about perspective.
They had 150 attendees last year, with
Yeah.
7,000 at the NRA meeting. And to keep that in perspective, 90-something people showed up at the thing in here in Tucson. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not. It says the NRA's attendance surged by more than 10,000 to an excess of 80,000 attendees. And then they're contrasting it again while the Moms Demand Attention dropped to only 40. So maybe that gives you some idea of what maybe Trump is screwing with them, and they don't want to waste their time and efforts on guns when they have to worry about getting one of the two lefts. And know that guns is polarizing, right? Maybe guns is something that they don't need to. They need people that hate Trump but might like guns. They need to maybe shut up about it.
The moms are definitely behind Hillary. Like, they endorse Hillary.
Guns has been a losing issue for the Democrats for a while now.
They're at every one of her rallies.
I got this.
They ask a question at every one of her speeches. They're all sitting in the audience with their moms demand action shirts. I don't see any of them at Bernie. They criticize Bernie for not being anti-gun enough. Yeah.
Skanks.
Because he's sexist, is why. He's not a feminist.
So I did have a question. Basically, I guess I'm trying to work with the AZCDL, Arizona Citizens Defense League, because they're using Yahoo Groups. Has anybody used Yahoo Groups in here?
No, sir.
No, I have not.
Is that with smoke signals or what?
99. So it's a different type of system than y'all millennial kids might be used to. You would, hold on a second.
Is there any way that you can do that slightly farther away from your microphone?
No, my arms are fully extended, but I'll try and mute in between.
So, also you're just going to wear out your charging handle.
I thought I was going to say that's a pistol, but okay.
It's a Glock.
Chase will wear out his Glock charging handle.
I thought it was just a little AR. So, what the hell? How did you use Yahoo? You would go in there and you would log in, and then somebody would start, I guess you call it a thread, and then everybody subscribes to it via email, and then they get an email. So somebody starts something, and then it goes out as an email to everybody. And then somebody goes, oh, here's something I can add to that, so I'm going to reply to that email. And then everybody gets that email with the first thing and the second thing. And then somebody goes, oh, I don't fucking agree with that, I'm going to reply to that. And then you get a third email with now everything in it. And then that would be great if there was like 4 people in the group, but there's 16 or 100 or 1,000 or whatever, so then everybody who goes, oh my, here's my fucking input to that, it creates another email, and then you're digging through this fucking email that's about 1 billion pages long by the time it goes around a few times. And since this is like Bloomberg's coming and fucking here's what we're doing, I mean, I fucking have to pay attention to this shit, at least I'm trying to, and it's taken me for fucking ever to deal with it. So that's what Yahoo Groups are. They use emails, and it's like a web-based system that's not really a news group, but it was like there was news groups, then that, then AOL. So it's old as shit. So that's what they're using. I'm trying to explain to them what I work with, and one of those things is gun channels, which you guys are familiar with. So do any of you use the email features of gun channels to be alerted of things going on, or of a post or anything, or like stuff happening on a channel?
I get updates when anybody comments on my profile or anything I post.
How do you get those?
Same.
Just
Email?
via my email that I signed up with, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you just what do you call it? It's a click thing or whatever, where you can click for
it's in your profile settings.
Yeah, updates or what have you. Yes, and I did at first, but I started getting my email just flooded, so
Sure.
I ended up turning notifications off. Yeah.
So that's my question. I turn the shit off too because I run the damn thing. I don't need to be alerted of anything.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
I don't use that stuff. But these guys need a New York trigger. We need to be able to get from revolver into pistols without having to learn a different manual of arms, right? So is there going to be a way that we can give them a couple of channels? We all know what the channels are. One, they already have one for AZCDL, but are we going to be able to give them some space that they can, those that want to communicate like the olden days, can monitor what's happening in the modern days via emails, and then I guess there's not interactive. You guys that have used it can tell me, but I'm guessing that you can just get alerts and notifications. You're not getting something that if you reply to the email, something gets created on Gun Channels.
Correct. I think it gives you a link. Let me just check my email really quick and find one.
For example, though, Gene, like with Gun Channels, we potentially have thousands of members, right? With AZCDL, how many members do you think that they might have? Like 40, 100?
A couple of hundred that use the system.
Okay, so that's a little more than I was originally thinking, because I was just going to say, if it's 100 people or less, how many email notifications would they be actually get? It wouldn't like be filling up their folders since they don't have thousands of members like Gun Channels does, and that's for example why you turned your notifications off, because you'd be getting so many freaking notifications that you'd get flooded by them. Whereas they have such a much smaller pool or shallower pool that it might not be such an issue with the constant notifications,
So,
I have the option to turn off the email notifications, so then they only pop up when I'm on Gun Channels.
You said you had an option, or you used the option?
Yeah, I used the option. It gave me the option there in the settings if I wanted to receive email alerts or alerts through Gun Channels. And
you could go seek that out, or it happened during the setup. Do you remember?
I had to seek that out.
Okay, so that's
because I would get like 3 different emails for one person liking a post.
Yeah, I know. So there's a shit ton of stuff you can be alerted for, because this thing is very configurable for whatever application, right? So I'm guessing there's probably ways to give them a version of what they had, and then I guess I'm going to ask some of you guys to help me maybe troubleshoot some of this, or at least Q&A, or what do you call it? Do some testing, T&E, on some of the features before I didn't really want them to come over to Gun Channels. I showed them Gun Channels so they could see, but I kind of want to start Every Second Matters as the Gun Channel shell, with Every Second Matters written on the top instead, and then give them a section there. So I'm thinking I'm going to invite a group of them to check it out and see if it's something that they think they could use, and then we'll go build Every Second Matters, basically the same thing as Gun Channels, but with Every Second Matters on top, and then invite them and Florida Carry and everybody else, and then then fucking change the world, right?
Pretty much. That sounds great, because sometimes, I'm only talking for myself, but sometimes I'm in here with delinquents and degenerates, and that's not overly professional sometimes. Other times everything's above board and stuff like that, but
fine. But keeping in mind, this is just the lobby, and we've just got lazy, and thanks to Pink being very consistent and amenable, we've had a lobby, but right now We Like Shooting is running with more people than are watching the lobby, potentially. It gets a lot of people.
Oh, I would think so.
So all I'm saying is, if we had what I had intended, and always with Gun Channels, is to have multiple lobbies happening. So once we can get the millennials off in their little card table version of the lobby, the adults can speak over here about whatever stuff you talk about at the main table.
Boy,
gravy,
and braiding hair and all that.
If you, what's that called? You choose to sit at the little table if you want. I'm not saying who sits at what table. I'm just saying we need to have more than one room so that conversations can be appropriate thus.
And I'd agree with that. And that makes sense. Because like you say, at some point, there's going to be enough members that, like you said, there could be 3 lobbies going at one time, as there's other actual shows going on at the same time as well.
Yeah, I'd really
like Wednesday used to be crazy, if I remember right. Wednesday used to be like 4 shows, 5 shows.
Yeah, and not stacked like all the time. I'd like to get that primary, secondary on here, because if they like it, obviously every what do you call it? We Like Shooting. Their audience is digging it, having the facilities we got here. So I'd like to see a bunch more channels jump in and do that. Anyway, that's neat. That's interesting, and that'll make it more fun, but the AZCDL and Florida Carry and all that will fucking do something. So can I get some of you guys, I'm assuming I get some of you guys' time to help me. I'm thinking what we need to do is have some of you go over to the Arizona Citizens Defense League channel that's here. Go join it, because I'm sure most of you aren't already. And then join it as like an old ass man. So put on your Dano Bob spectacles, and there's an old ass guy who's crotchety, doesn't like that you got to do it a different way because the youngins got sick of his old way. And
Get off my lawn!
Wait,
You,
so I
you
need to
could
be
channel your inner stone guy too.
I need to be a racist and a
No,
sexist.
come on.
no, there's very few racists in AZCDL, people that are changing fucking the world. So, but they're old and crotchety. So anyway, like I say, if you would, just join the AZCDL channel, and then attempt to set up the email alert, and then do some conversation over there, post some photos and memes and whatnot, so that we kind of get some conversation going. Obviously, keep it appropriate though, because it's going to be a bunch of guys like Z saying we don't need a bunch of your breast porn over there, and give me some feedback if you would.
Hey, G-Webs. I searched AZCDL on gun channels, and the profile I have is the annual meeting. Is that the right one? It says join event, share this event.
Well, that's an event then. It's not. That's the only thing that came up.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll do it again. And
I
it's
have
very logo. I see the event profile.
You can actually, it's a channel. It's the Arizona Citizens Defense League. It's not AZCDL. It's the actual words, okay?
Well, I got 3 things found. One of them is the channel. One of them is AZCDL Fred, who is the guy who is taking a look at it right now. And then one of them is the profile for the channel, or for the member, called AZCDL, which I should probably change because that's confusing.
Okay.
Well, this is the link that I just put in the side is how I ended up finding the page.
I think I already joined it.
So,
It says following.
following, like, and join channel.
Yep.
So don't discuss it in here. What I'm asking is for y'all to just do it on your own time, and then give me some feedback. I'm not looking for a group discussion that turns into chaos. I'm looking for feedback that's going to help me in the next hours and days to get it to where I can attempt to let these guys in to a point where we see if it works for them or not, and then have a serious discussion on if they're okay with waiting until I build an Every Second Matters one. Because then that means I have to build an Every Second Matters one. That software costs a few grand, so I have to figure out some shit. So I needed to figure that shit out last month anyway, so all I'm asking for is help, not a big debate on all the ways it could be, which sometimes that stuff turns into.
I agree, and I'll do what I can. I concur.
I do have a picture of the event on the main screen though, so that's not helping to just not confuse anybody. But anyway, I did get some feedback from him, and it was like he created an account, he hasn't figured everything out. It says it is not intuitive for me so far. So I'm not taking that personally, because we have a couple of 3,000 to 4,000 members who figured it out. So I'm guessing it's possible to figure out, but I am gonna give it a go at trying to old man it. And we need to melt it. These guys can't handle a 1911 anymore. They need a Kimber. Won't even try with a polymer. We know that that's too much.
Yeah, well, that's a fucking plastic gun, man. Why would you shoot a plastic gun? You know, all you need for a gun.
What are they
All you
trying
need
to
for a gun is wood and steel, my friends.
I guess
think we should
a
graduate
member
to
gun would be good.
High power.
Probably already at high power. I mean, if these people are as old as Bob, then they're like high up on the high power train.
Older.
They went
I'd
from
say
1911
older.
to high
Yeah.
power and back.
Subscribe to their alerts. Anything that goes over to their website, azcdl.org, that's just boilerplate I took from their site and stuck here so that there was something to have here. So no, don't worry about troubleshooting their site or the links over to their site. I guess I'm more worried about the infrastructure of gun channels, if that'll work for them as a, like I
If
said.
it'll facilitate their needs, basically, is what you're looking at, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
10-4.
Because I really do think it would be perfect now that we've been using it for the kind of things we do. I mean, even if we could only get if we left the old guys to do their old weird stuff, and then those medium old guys who can handle the new stuff would cross over, and then the new guys, new people, the youngins, could run the AZCDL web stuff on a system like this, I think that if you had every group doing that, you see that banquet in the picture on the page? I mean, that's like doing that, except now everybody can just be at home. All those people can be at home, but in the same place. How awesome is that?
And like we've said before, how we, you know, with the internet, were able to help stop some of the legislation and or further goals of the anti-gun establishment since Sandy Hook and somewhat before, that, you know, they'll be able to see that their effort equates to greater gains with maybe the same almost level of input that they're doing now, which would be kind of cool for them, I would think, you know. Work the same if that's what they're doing, but they get more out of it. Their dollar goes way farther, so to speak. You know, you'd like to think that there's things in place now that hopefully there would never be another federal assault weapons ban again. You know, and the easier for it is for them to see that this would help facilitate things like that, then the world might be sunshiny and happy and shit. I don't know.
Well,
or fuck that, dude.
No, I think you're 100% right. Obviously, so I'd say, freaking agree with you. That's the potential for sure, because I don't think you see that many people showing up for a Moms Demand Attention meeting. You've got some people who can profit off of it, a couple of victims that they're trying to exploit, and then a bunch of people who would probably be ashamed into signing something if that person or the representative was standing in front of them giving them the sob story, but they're never going to give enough of a shit to get up and go to a banquet like this, unless it's something like Hollywood attraction thing.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it just makes sense that if each one of these, even if each one of these tables, not even each one of these, I'm still looking at that picture of all the people in that meeting room, and this wasn't anywhere near as many people as at the Gun Rights Policy Conference. This is just the AZCDL banquet in Tucson, which doesn't draw as many people as it does when it's up in Phoenix. So this is just our, you know, people who felt like coming in and eating dinner and listening to the deal. But yeah, imagine if just each one of these tables was somebody online working a little bit each day, keeping in touch, and then had access to those other 5 or 6 or how many people are sitting at their table, and then that's all in a different ball game. And we don't need to really do much more than just give those people same place to log in and have some tools that allow them to multiple things. And the problem that I also see with the board is that the way they're using it, at least, everything they send out goes to everybody all the time. Everybody can comment on it, so it's abused, but it's also just completely uncategorized or unfiltered or unsorted. So you don't even have a choice. You kind of have to look to see what it's about because it's all potentially something. So if there was, you know, just an inbox that had drawers in it or shelves on it, so that you could actually distinguish, like, oh, that's somebody ranting about politics again. I can comfortably ignore that. Oh, here's something about fucking, you know, legislation that I need to worry about. Here's something about Bloomberg that I need to watch. You know, I need to read this sooner than later. Oh, there's that guy talking about the dinner again.
Yeah, you run the risk of almost a boy cried wolf at that point when it's so inundated with information. You don't know what's important sometimes.
Yeah, and it's super frustrating because as somebody trying to read it, I'm like, man, I gotta read it because every once in a while there's something important, like the thing about fucking Orange Shirt Day. I didn't really realize that shit until they talked about it in there. And then the first day I realized it was going to be, the next day Charles had posted something, again, like if it was printed like 4 pages down in this mess, like there's this little paragraph, because these guys are all just like not aware, so they're just like, oh, here's my empty email, slap, send, don't realize what it gets turned into and where it gets lost. You know, they don't put anything to identify it as important or nothing. I just happened to see like, oh shit, it's 6:30 today. That'll be happening, and 8 people showed up. So would that have been different if this whole room of people at least knew about it, had the ability to say, hey, this is an important email or not? Or like log in occasionally and don't need to have fucking be bothered by emails. Who the hell wants to be bothered by emails? I mean, I know they want to keep that feature because they're
because it's archiving as well at that point too. Yes.
Well, it's archiving on the system it's built on. If you don't have a
True.
stupid ass system like Yahoo where it does get lost because it was never built to archive, it's like an escalator, just all kind of there for a while, and then once it's gone again. And
it falls off the end of the conveyor basically after the however many slots get filled basically.
Yeah, and Gun Channels is the opposite of that. We have the news feed, which unfortunately it's been tough to get people to not use the news feed, but we got the news feed, which is basically just the escalator. Yeah,
I'm guilty of that because every time that I put something up there, I know that I'm supposed to be like sorting it.
It would be putting it someplace else is all, and I'm saying. But if it's something of worth, I mean, there's a news feed for a reason. Some stuff is just news feed shit. Some stuff is like, okay, let's make sure this is accessible again. That's what you want, some shelves, some places to put stuff that is important. So anyway, I think that having those kind of tools would make these guys much more productive potentially.
Oh, I would hope so. You know what I mean? I mean, you almost want to kind of go of the opinion that how could it not? But then again, you don't want to freaking like count your eggs before they hatch type of thing, because if somebody gets it crossways or I don't want to deal with this or just push back basically.
I think the
Your
trick,
newfangled ways is like witchcraft and shit.
yeah, the trick is to find the influential people in that group and have them start migrating them to the point where they can kind of tutor the people that are coming over on the quick navigation of the site.
All
Because
the
that's what
sheep will
they
need
feel.
a good shepherd, man. All the sheep will need a good shepherd.
I mean,
Or at least a responsible one. Maybe not a good shepherd, but a responsible one.
I'm here, my child.
like Gun Channels took me, a couple of weeks of being on it to like really figure out how to utilize some of the cool features, but it wasn't hard. It was just you have to spend time navigating the page and finding the resources that are actually available. You know what I mean? When I first joined Gun Channels, I didn't really know how to utilize all the cool stuff that's on there, but once I spent a little bit of time playing around, I really figured out how much more power it had, if you will.
Yeah, sort of like Facebook. There's a lot to it. If you don't dig, doesn't matter because you're still able to do your thing with, the parts you're using.
Oh shit! How do I get one of those van patches?
Oh. Let's see. So this one is the Bias Breakfast perk, $25.
Wait, hold on. I gotta turn my camera on. Or I gotta up my bandwidth, please. Oh yeah, I love the skillet.
So that's
Thank
the Bias Breakfast one, and then this will be the dog one. I don't know why it keeps flipping my shit, but it keeps flipping my shit. That's the Feed the Dog one.
That's a tongue and not a chili pepper, right?
Yeah. And then
I love that one.
that's
the Pit Crew one.
no, this is the shotgun. Now this is $100. Now the people that 3 people that supported the first version of this, yeah, they'll get that one. So there's already those made for you guys. But this time around, if somebody wants one of those, there are only going to be a few made because I'm going to get them made with a better perspective or whatever.
Okay.
But these are going for $100 now. So that's fine.
Fucking winning. That's what's going on around here.
Why does it keep
Do
going?
I spend 100 on a patch?
Yes, you should, Flippy.
Well, because it's not a patch so much as I'm trying to get out of Tucson.
Yeah, why is it doing that to you?
I think it thinks I'm trying to buy it because I highlighted it over here.
That's a badge, Flippy. That's a badge of honor. It's not just a patch.
It's like that cell phone app, the $1,000 cell phone app, where you just click it and it's like, congratulations, you bought a $1,000 cell phone app.
Well, no, I'm trying to remember what it said for it.
Well, except that hopefully you're getting more out of it because this will go to basically throw gas in the van and whatnot. So you get some entertainment out of it, inspiration, education.
And I noticed somebody already went for the coin, and I know who that is, and I'm very jealous. I was talking to that person earlier.
It's only gonna be 10, so I'll have to come up with something good.
Wait, did I go for the coin?
No, sir, you did not, as far as I know.
What's the coin get me?
A coin. You get a challenge coin out of the deal, dude.
Oh.
Hello, McFly.
I mean, you should add another patch level and make it like 150, and it's like, I don't know, the panda one?
Oh. I don't think he's going to dignify that with a response, unfortunately.
I don't know, I'm pretty poor, so that could probably happen.
That's hilarious.
Well, now that I got the tire in there, it's just super frustrating not being able to cut loose. So, curious to see what'll happen when the when I'm doing the reviews of shops and stuff.
What's the timetable on that Indigo to go? What's the when's the end date? I guess is what I'm asking.
I'm running this one the opposite of the last one, so it's running for 35 days. It'll go till after the 4th of July.
Cool.
I'm going to see if I can't get people on board to help promote it or whatever, so I need to give them time to do that.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Because, yeah, I was already trying to size up. Might not be, because that'll be at least 2 more paydays for me. Because I already was trying to size up a couple of things that I wanted to try and help with there.
See, now this puts me in an interesting dilemma in which, do I tax stamp another gun, or do I give for patch?
Do whatever you want. I really don't want to. I mean, I put those in there because I don't know how people are out there, and I figure something like a show table, if a store wants to help out or something, that gives them a level to do it. But I really figure most people are going to do the $5 stuff, just so because I fit, It's...
I have a question when you're done.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. On the Arizona Defense League page,
yep.
On the overview page, I mean, I know because I understand basically how Gun Channels works, but unless they actually look to the right-hand side, there's nothing really to indicate some of the features of Gun Channels, like discussions, photos that they might want to upload, those sorts of things.
All right.
Like,
what do you want me to do?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, as far as the main thing, it shows all the various things that obviously point off the website. But there's nothing in there that says, and if you would like to post a question here.
I think, you were already talking to somebody about the setup. Was it yesterday, or you had a meeting maybe last week even? Didn't really get a chance to follow up with you on that. But I imagine, could we do the Gun Channels tutorial, but change it to just how it relates, like, to that page, so to speak?
Sure.
You know what I'm kind of saying?
Because they may not know that discussions is for them.
Well, I mean, like, you could even post the link to that tutorial video literally on the front of that AZCDL page, so, like,
right.
just click, and then they watch their little video for a second, and then boom, they can, they might not be totally up to speed, but they're at least somewhat more familiar. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Potentially.
I mean, I posted a question there just to see functionally how it worked. Of course, it works the way it does on all the channels, but I'm just saying, depending as you describe the crowd. They're going to look at that main section, and then they'll be done.
All right. Well, thanks Z has a good point. That video there, if they know how to click on a video, otherwise you got to have whatever, some kind of a thing that happens as soon as they click on the page.
I mean, when you setting up the skeleton for the page and stuff like that, is there any way to make the link actually literally look like a button, or does the skeleton not really let you kind of set up that way?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, because
use an image as a link, hyperlink.
yeah. Well, I guess what I'm saying is instead of just looking like a link that they can push on the page, for like I'm saying for the potential tutorial, because I kind of understand how the page gets set up in the way that it looks. I guess what I'm asking is, you definitely can, because look at the like, the following, and the add people. Those are all buttons, right? Those aren't necessarily just an actual looks like a link.
Right. It's just
so yes, I just answered my own question. Sorry, G.
I just don't want people to think that the point of that page is to leave.
I understand how you're looking at it like that too. Like, oh, I got the phone number right here. Oh, there's the web address. I can visit the website right from here. As opposed to, well, actually, I can do a lot of the things that I was going to go somewhere else and do, and I can do it right from this page.
Right.
I hear you. I see what you're saying.
So I'm gonna jump into that. Yeah, I don't know anything about them except that there's a lot to know about them. So some companies made them and did there's like runs or something, from what I understand. So they would make those. They would want the M9 bayonet to be developed. I think Buck did that, and then maybe they made it for a little while and said we're sick of making it. So the next time the contract came up, somebody else got the contract, and then I think it was like whoever had time or the interest to make them for like the Marines or whoever needed them, and they would do little runs or fairly small runs of them, and then that's why there's so many different M9s out there. I just barely looked into it and didn't want to spend anywhere near as much as they cost. That's just AK bayonet money right there that you're wasting. I bought an inexpensive one just to show the U.S. copy of the AK design.
Your prejudice is showing.
Well, no, he's an equal opportunity offender. He just said he has one of those too.
Yep. And then I got an orange one, so I tried to obtain one of those. I've only ever seen the one.
Because that's the hashtag I want to get going, is all rifles need a bayonet. Not just some, not that just the AKs, not just the ARs, the Garands, a FAL, whatever. Like, they all need a bayonet.
Yeah,
like, all lives matter. All rifles need a bayonet.
I feel like I need one of the M9s, but I just don't know which is the M9 for me.
Go to one of them internet websites.
It does say that it's a copy of the AK.
You can't stab yourself with, Flippy.
Oh, well, I'll find a way.
Wait a minute.
Life makes
No,
a way.
I was saying Heavy B. I was going to say life makes a way. If anybody could do it, I believe in Flippy.
I think Heavy was actually in a chat with me in which I fucking threw a AK bayonet at my foot by accident.
Accident purpose?
I was like flipping it around in my hand and I just slipped and it went straight at my foot. That was great.
But the big empty furry part, or like the part with you in it?
The part with me not wearing shoes. So it was just straight up my naked foot.
What's the name of that game?
Stabby Fingers?
No.
Mumbly Peg?
It's something like that, yeah.
You're talking about the Stabby Fingers game, right? Where you like stab the knife around your hand?
No.
That's how you do it if you're a baby. But if you're hardcore, you just take your shoes off and you stick your feet out there with your toes out, and then you wing a knife in between your toes.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one where you have two people and
Oh, I
you
got
end
a
up doing the splits. Like
one
you
guy's
do.
on one end of the table, one guy's on the other. One
Wait,
guy
are you
puts his
talking
hand
about
out there.
scissoring?
No, I'm talking about outside, no shoes. You
You're
throw
talking-
the dude at the knife at the person's foot, but you don't hit the foot, and they have to continue. It's the first one to fall down, because you end up you end up making the other person do the splits, or get stabbed in the foot.
What? I've never heard of
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
I
Fuck yeah.
have no fucking clue what you're talking about. It sounds like some kind of
I-
crazy mental gymnastics.
Well,
I
it's
can-
cool. It's cool because you're literally throwing the knife at the person.
I can visualize what you're saying is happening, but never have done it or seen anyone do it.
Oh man, it ain't that old school. I ain't as old as Dano or nothing. Now maybe it's just because I come from the land of Hiawatha or something like that. That's why we did that shit. But
Gymnasts come up with that one.
oh no, I'm pretty sure it was a Native American game back in the day. Because the whole thing was like, you stand there with your feet, you know, however many paces apart, looking at each other, right? Basically, your feet start out at shoulder width apart, and then the person throws his knife at the other person's to the side of their foot. You're supposed to not hit him. If you hit him, you lose, obviously, right? But and then it basically, so each time where the knife is, then they slide their foot to that distance apart. And so basically,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
I thought you found it on the inside of their foot, and they had to keep.
No, you go outside so that you basically make them do the splits, basically, and the first one to fall over loses. I mean, usually there might be horses on the line or something. I mean, that's an old game.
Well, what's the game where there's two guys like in at a bar sitting at like a picnic table? One guy on one side, one guy on the other. One guy puts his hand out, spreads his fingers wide, and the guy on the other side takes a knife and goes between his fingers.
That's the game where that guy who stabbed you at your hand is going to get killed. Because what the fuck?
Yeah, because usually you're the one that does it to your own hand. You don't usually do that to somebody else's hand. Yeah.
Ain't nobody I'm letting do that shit to me. I don't know nobody who has ninja skills like that.
And the only time that it ever happened in a documentary was Bishop and motherfucking Aliens, because he's like, show me that trick one time, and it's fucking Bill Paxton is the one that's talking shit, and fucking Bishop puts his hand over Bill Paxton's, and he fucking does the knife trick where he fucking...
no, the Marines put Bishop's hand over fucking Bill Paxton.
No, Bishop does the trick because he goes at
Yeah,
like
Bishop
warp
does
speed.
the trick, but it's the Marines that grab Bill Paxton and like hold him down.
Oh, put his hand underneath. It
Yeah.
wasn't okay.
Yeah, no,
'cause
Bishop didn't just walk up and Bishop like fucked with him. It was the Marines fucked with him and Bishop went along with it.
yeah.
I wouldn't care if a robot was doing it. Robots are infallible.
Well, and that was kind of evidenced by when he starts going fucking Mach 10, and he still doesn't stab Bill Paxton. But you do remember, he did nick himself, not Bill Paxton, because he started milking or whatever out of his hand, which that biogenetic
One way to put
fluid
it,
was
yes.
terrible.
No, that explains why Flippy likes that scene.
Oh, what, the weird milk scene? It's not as bad as the fucking first one in which it looked like a gay porn gone horribly awry.
Right, because when the alien mother rips him in half at the end, and literally he's just a fucking part of a torso or
Spewing
whatever.
that shit everywhere.
Yeah, it's like milkshakes for everybody.
Yeah. That movie's so fucking good.
Are you
That
talking about
movie is-
Morpheus?
No,
Aliens?
Oh,
Morpheus doesn't fucking get ripped in half.
the robot gets the head torn off.
What robot are you
What are you
talking
talking
about?
about?
In the movie.
What movie?
I thought it was called Morpheus. It's a sci-fi movie.
Prometheus.
Prometheus.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing. We're not talking about the same movie, but
There
I got you now.
Okay.
Because, yes, that one did get his head ripped off. And the one in the first one did not. I'm trying to think of who. Was it John Hurt was the one in the Alien? Was he the Betazoid or whatever the fuck they are?
I can't remember the guy's name. It was the fucking doctor. The science officer was the fucking robot. Yeah, no, that was the one where like they bash his head off and he just starts spewing milkshakes all over the place.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that. Because Lance Henriksen was the one in Aliens.
And he did so well at it that they fucking put a bishop in almost every Alien movie after that. Or at least tried to. They even put
Yeah.
bishops in fucking, what was it? Alien vs. Predator 1 and 2 and the fucking Alien vs. Predator video games?
Refresh my
I
memory.
didn't
What
ever
is the
play
Bishop again?
Bishop was
is
the android.
yeah, in the second one.
An
Lance
android?
Henriksen. Yes.
Okay.
The one that gets his body ripped in half and all the milky fluid that we've been joking about for the past 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. He's a well. I know Prometheus came out after Aliens 3, 4, Alien vs. Predator 1 and 2. It technically does take place before. So the guy that you were talking about, Dano, that got his skull basically, or his head and neck ripped off the body,
Yeah.
would be a precursor to the Bishop and or the one that happened in Alien.
Okay.
Anybody ever went back and watched one of those in like Blu-ray, like one of the remakes, like
Yep,
Alien?
Fucking Flippy, that son of a bitch, just went and saw it on the big screen, that cocksucker.
Mm-hmm. And it was fucking fantastic.
But it's terrible. Like the effects, it like ruins it for me.
What? No, you got,
Alien,
I have the box set on Blu-ray and it's fine. Like,
dude, like in that hangar, it's and all the ships in the background are like painted. It looks like bad color by numbers. Killed it for me.
oh, I guess you don't. I don't know what to tell you. The fucking version I saw, it was like they up-resed everything and it was fine. Like
Well,
the
your
digital
TV's
effects
made out
they
of
went
wood,
back
so-
over. Either way, that movie's fucking fantastic.
Well, Alien is a horror movie. Aliens is a sci-fi fucking
Suspense,
action
yeah.
movie.
Yeah,
Action.
exactly.
Fucking
Like-
action.
You know, an Alien, it's interesting because like the alien is so hard to even get eyes on, and then
It's full on Jaws style. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's full on Jaws. You don't hardly get to see the creature. All it is suspense. You almost don't really know how these fucking people are dying until
then-
it's too fucking late.
And then in Aliens, it's like they're just capping these things left and right. Like,
You ain't got enough bullets, motherfucker.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
they went from fighting, you know, in Alien they were fighting like an advanced being that was really intelligent, and then in Aliens they're fighting a bug, you know, that's just retarded and running at you.
To be fair, the advanced being that was really intelligent wasn't really all that intelligent. It got outsmarted by a fucking like house cat, like the entire fucking movie. If anything, I'd say in the original Alien, the house cat was the actual fucking villain of that movie.
Was the alien? Was the actual
Yeah.
alien?
Like that fucking house cat was a mother, like Jinx or not Jinx, Jonesy. Jonesy was a motherfucker.
It's just interesting how different the two movies are, but still maintain the series. You know what I mean? And, I mean, I think they're both good in their own ways, just different.
Oh, I agree with you on that
Yeah.
point right there.
I like-
because,
I like
like I said,
Alien
one's
better, but-
horror,
'Cause-
one's sci-fi, and I like Aliens better because that
Yeah, same.
myself. But it's just because it's action and it moves faster and everything like that. That's why I like that more.
Yeah.
What's the one where she wore like the robot suit? Was that number 3?
Two,
was number two.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Number 4, she was actually a robot. Oh wait, no, she wasn't. She was a. That was the other bitch. She was a
Clone
fucking
or
weird
whatever.
clone thing.
Oh, and fucking Ash is the guy from Fifth Element.
What?
Ash, the guy in Alien, the android,
Uh huh.
is
Oh
the
my god,
fucking.
he is. It like took me a second. I'm like, fucking what's Ash? Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
There's another good '90s movie, Fifth Element. It's bad, but every time it comes on, I have to watch it because it's good.
Is what?
It's bad. You know, it's a bad movie. But every time it comes on, I have to watch it because it's good. It's so bad, it's good.
What movie though?
Fifth
Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. Mila Jovovich
Oh
or
yeah, it was
whatever?
just on the other day. Yeah, it was just on last night.
Yeah, she whipped her titties out in that movie.
Yeah.
So nobody ever talks about Ultraviolet, which is
Which is really bad.
Oh wait a minute, I'd talk about it.
fucking awesome.
I like that movie a lot. Now the whole hemophage vampire sort of thing, but the fucking church/hospital being the fucking evil people. But what I really liked, and I still have a hard time wrapping my head around sometimes, is the flat technology shit. That to me,
That's what I'm talking about. Holographic.
it's
weapon.
like,
Come on.
oh no, it's not even holographic, dude. It's real, but somehow it's like they have a magic bag of holding to go call D&D all of a sudden. That they fucking basically, it's almost like it miniaturizes the fucking weapon itself, so that they can literally have however many swords, guns, bullets, whatever, and they don't get encumbered in any way, shape, or form. When it's empty or whatever, if you remember in the movie, they just fucking throw the shit on the ground and then just like reach their one little spot. It's fucking amazing. I would love
What movie is this?
Ultraviolet.
When she goes in the beginning and they're like, guns, none. And then another time somebody goes in and they're like, this guy has a gun. And then when she goes in at the end, they're like, guns, many.
Yes, like too many to count or whatever. Yeah.
And she
Because
just
she's literally
loaded up
got
all
like
the holograms.
hundreds or thousands.
Yeah, all the holograms in.
Yeah, and that is one of the reasons I like it. I like that movie because, if anything, it was a cross between Fifth Element and Resident Evil, as far as the heroine chick, right?
And Matrix.
Sort of. Okay, and definitely Matrix. So she's kind of fast. She's strong.
And
She has some abilities.
Alan Flux.
Yeah, Ian Flux or whatever. Definitely.
Never got around to watching Ian Flux. Or
The
Aeon Flux.
TV show back that used to be on MTV, way better than the movie. Because
Oh,
no
yeah.
offense, Charlize Theron was not overly convincing as Eon Flux. In
The
my
movie was the movie bombed.
Whatever, it was still pretty cool. It was visually interesting. And
I was to say I watched it many times, and I'll agree with you. It had its points. Was just trying to say that the TV anime was better in my opinion.
Oh,
yeah,
I like
for sure.
I like them both though.
But the problem with Ultraviolet is like it didn't do that well at the theater or whatever, because it was, was it
Why?
supposed to
Because
be like the Fifth Element? Was it an evil? Was it? Was what?
Because it's sexist.
Oh, I thought you said
I would-
sexy because yes, she was very sexy.
I'd say it didn't do well because it wasn't a good movie. Like, I enjoyed the action in it. The action was fun and, like, interesting to watch, and I enjoyed that bit. But the story was just utter garbage.
What are you
I don't
talking
know about that.
Sorry. The story was garbage, bro.
I don't know about that. I actually thought it was something unique for once where it was different. You had the fact that,
It was
okay,
probably
so-
too much like real life for Flippy.
well, I mean, let's be real. It was about vampires, right?
Yeah.
And I just like
It was
the church and the hospital being the bad guys in the whole thing. It reminded me of the Crusades, to be honest with you.
I don't know. The Church in the Crusades wasn't the bad guy.
Depends on what end you're looking at it from, and
I
which
guess-
church, and which church you're talking about.
I'm talking
Like-
about the Church of Christ. They weren't the bad guys. They may have overstepped a bit, but they needed to do what they did. The fucking Muslim thing was like overspreading into Europe, and they were stopping that shit before it like took over. Yeah, they went a little eccentric with it and fucking went crazy and did some things, but
Remember the ball bearings in the beginning that are ninjas, and then the badass holographic weaponry all the time, and then all the basically Running Man future stuff going on. Then some stupid little kid, and then at the end she whips out like 30 ninjas in a circle or whatever on top of that building.
Yep. And that kid being
God, fuck that kid.
the
That kid was so
suitcase
annoying.
or what have you. You know, like there was the whole fucking weirdness with that kid.
The way that kid in that suitcase is the way Flippy is in that big ass empty room that he's in all the time.
I don't hate myself as much as I hated watching that kid be in that movie. That kid was so annoying, like, the entire time.
That is because otherwise Ultraviolet would be one of the best movies of ever. But they were like, no, we can't make it epic. Let's put this lame character with this jerk actor in it.
With this really stupid backstory that, like, at the end doesn't even, like, make that much sense.
So going to the link in the side about Ash, what caused Ash to malfunction like that? I can't remember.
He didn't malfunction.
What is Ash?
Ash was an
He was
asshole.
under orders to bring it back, remember?
Yeah.
He was an asshole. That's the thing. That's why the same reason that fucking Magneto got his head ripped off in fucking Prometheus. Because the fucking machine feels that it's better or more important than a fucking human being, or at least ones that's not giving him orders. Yeah, that was Magneto.
Well, no, he didn't think he was better than the fucking humans. He was following, like, his programmed orders, and his programmed orders was to bring that organism back no matter what.
But I guess my point is, though, that they have no qualms in fucking killing a human being in order to do so. And it was proven in that one. It was proven in Prometheus. Now, what it wasn't proven in was Aliens, because that's when Ripley straight up fucking tells Bishop, "You stay the fuck away from me. I don't fucking trust your kind."
What about the movie Robots?
Bishop, that's a different universe. Bishop was straight up said, "Yo, those old machines would break all the time. We have new fucking programming that will not allow us to hurt people."
And
what about the movie Robots?
Well, that
what
was
movie Robots?
The movie Robots with fucking Will Smith.
That's iRobot. That's
iRobot.
Isaac Asimov book, and that means it has the 5 laws, 5 laws, and
Three.
that's not that 3, and that's not the same fucking universe, man.
No, not at all.
Well, I thought it was the future. How do you know it's not the same universe?
Because there are different universes.
Man, like Star Wars universe, Star Trek universe, fucking
Well,
Conan
Star Wars
universe.
Star Wars isn't the future. Star Wars is just
But it's its own universe, is what I'm saying, Flippy.
Well,
It's its own cinematic universe, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, because it just simply looked like a futuristic view of Earth come 25 whatever.
Oh, because Isaac Asimov actually has his own fucking, whether you want to go through his books or the movies that were based on his books, he has his own universe.
Have you read Foundation, that series?
No.
I have not.
No.
It's awesome. It's really long. That would be an awesome movie. It's all like the idea is that computers get big and you can do all kinds of math, and then they can, using statistics, calculate what the future will be like with enough computing power. So they figure out how the rest of time is going to be, and then adjust accordingly. And then it's like a whole bunch of books that are in that same universe, like eons apart from each other, kind of, if I remember right. Just different adventures that are all kind of tied together by these people that figured out everything ahead of time.
I hate to say it, that's almost like C.S. Lewis and Chronicles of Narnia, almost.
I mean, that sounds a lot like Minority Report.
Well, no, and that it went on at different times and epochs and ages and whatnot. But yet, the common thread.
You can see the future in, like, star systems coming and going, not individuals. So it's different.
Oh, okay. I will say...
we were just talking about universes, and then it's just neat because they're all different books or whatever, but they're all about this idea that the some galaxy gets so powerful that you have like a planet that's nothing but buildings, like sort of like Star Wars does all the time, and they become the center of giant galactic empires, and then just like how we sit around going, oh, every other old-ass empire, old-fashioned empires without internet died in a couple hundred years, so we're doomed. Sort of that concept on a massive scale of like galaxies instead of nations.
That's a cool idea.
Yeah, and it's just that they're all tied together. So sort of like Star Wars, how they're always doing different things, and then they're always in that same universe. That's the concept, I guess.
One thing I'll say that's pretty cool, though, is the 13 Hours movie. I got my copy early today, and I'm in it. On the special features, they show when, like, they premiered the movie in Dallas. and I'm one of the people in there that like you can see on camera, and it was neat.
Burning a U.S. flag with a Hillary shirt.
Mm-hmm. Ah, dude, Bernie.
He was burning it down.
Bernie burns things, yo.
Knocking people's hats off and shit. Yelling.
I do actually have a gun question, if anybody would mind.
Yelling about free peach.
Remington, I can't even speak. Remington 22 long rifle ammo always has the reputation of being dirty and not very good. Yet there seems to be multiple variations of the 22 LR. Is there actually any difference between any of that stuff that they sell?
Of course, yes.
The Thunderbolt is the one that everyone says is crappy.
Okay. Then there's the golden bullets variation. I think that's what's called golden bullet.
Yeah, I'm not really a 22 aficionado, so I don't know.
I was just curious because I saw how much of this different variations of that stuff at the gun show last weekend, and it's like, other than the reputation of Remington and 22 in general, I have no idea the difference between their variations.
Basically, I notice it in my semi-autos. Like if I'm shooting the Saturday Night Special guns, like they're shitty, and the high power stuff will make them work, where the low power crap won't. So I use that stuff in revolvers.
So the Thunderbolt is the low end stuff?
I don't know anymore.
Oh.
I just believe.
What, Remington Thunderbolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, asking about which the different like levels of Remington are.
I think Gold Bullet's is shittiest, but I don't even know if they make that anymore.
They still make them.
Okay, so Gold Bullet's like the shit one. Thunderbolt's a little bit above that. And then, what's the other one? Yellow Jacket's like the high velocity stuff.
Yeah, I forget what the third one is.
Oh, and then they got the Eli Prime match stuff. There's 3 levels of Ely or Eli or Ellie or whatever fucking.
Yeah.
There's like 3 levels of that match grade shit that's like $20 a box for 22.
But except for the price, there's no way to tell by looking at the box whether you're looking at the low grade stuff, the medium grade stuff, or the high grade stuff.
Yeah, pretty much look at how much it costs.
What do you eat, Jeremy?
What?
What are you eating?
Cheese slice.
Awesome. So someone invited us over here, so we came over here to fuck shit up.
Well, I got a
Who'd you guys have on the show today?
I got a Saturday night special. It broke.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's no fun.
Did you eat that too?
No, it is made of metal and would hurt my teeth.
That's debatable. You're a Marine.
Just after use or doing something to it?
Yeah, it just broke one day shooting. It fell into like 5 different parts, and I still don't know where the firing pin and one spring went.
Check your ass.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's out in the yard somewhere.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Old 25 auto piece of shit made in West Germany.
Nice. Yeah, so...
Oh, that's a 25 auto?
Yeah, that's a La Fury.
Someone asked who we had on the show tonight, and on the We Like Shooting show tonight, we had Dr.
Bro.
Dr. Sean Brodale from Doctors for Responsible Gun Ownership, drgo.us.
Very cool.
Now, is that anything similar to responsible gun laws or different?
It's basically doctors who support the Second Amendment and think gun-free zones are stupid and think that, gun violence is certainly a health issue.
Right on. No, that's
so a smart person.
I was gonna say that's way better than I almost thought you kind of potentially had an anti on for a second there, but no, that's awesome.
No, yeah, they're doing a lot of good stuff, and they're not a research organization per se. They're just kind of legitimately a lobbying organization for gun rights, and it's doctors who, every time they have to walk into a hospital get disarmed in the gun-free zone, and think it's ridiculous, and are fighting for our Second Amendment rights.
I could still fix this shit in a month.
Right. But like when you go to the doctor's office and they talk about do you have guns in the home, and we talked about how the hell do you even answer that question? Why are they asking that question? If you feel like a doctor's legitimately committing some boundary violations, what is your recourse as far as who do you complain to, and a lot of good stuff.
Who do you complain to?
Oh, I just thought you told them to eat a dick and you go somewhere else.
No, because then he can put down that, this person's crazy and shouldn't have firearms, and then they come and take them away from you.
They can try.
He suggested
Right.
you can complain to insurance companies, medical boards, the board at the hospital or doctor's office where they are. I said that there's a lot of different options, and they have articles on that at the drgo.us. So yeah, I mean, he said that there's a lot of places where you can complain about it, and since some of those places legitimately take looks at this, like insurance companies and things like that, it can be definitely damaging to the doctor. So if they're participating in bad behavior, there's definitely some recourse. But bottom line, if the doctor is acting poorly, and then they have like a super anti-gun board, or your insurance company is super anti-gun, something like that. I mean, we can only do so much, right? But at least we can plant that seed.
Yep. That's the last time I went to a doctor. Ended up just skipping that question, and he was going through. He's like, "Oh, I see you skipped a couple questions here," and I was like, "Well, yeah. I mean, I filled out my medical history because I'm here for a medical thing." And he was like, "Well, we just asked everyone about guns and blah blah blah." He started going on a spiel. I just cut him off and said, "Well, if I want to know about firearms, I'll talk to a firearms instructor. If I want to know about medicine, I'll talk to a doctor. So can we get on with what the fuck I'm here for?"
Yeah, I definitely brought that up. I was like, so tell me about your schooling. And he's like, I had 4-year general degree, then 4 years in med school, then 4 years of indentured servitude, a.k.a. residency. And then I was like, okay, so after 12 years, you definitely feel like you're qualified to give medical attention. What do you think about doctors that think, just because they're afraid of guns, think that they can tell people what they should and shouldn't do with guns because of whatever fear they have? And yeah, it was a good discussion. He was a great guest. They're doing some cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched, a couple of YouTube videos and stuff, so I'm a pretty good firearm expert,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's how we all learn, right?
It's cool to have somebody with that credibility to be on our side instead of always having seeing the doctors on that side.
That's the thing is he said over 1,400 doctors as part of DRGO.
I actually helped my doctor and her husband get their CCW and pick out guns and everything, so
Nice.
that was cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My doctor's a hillbilly that lives up the road from me.
Is that a veterinarian?
No, he is the town doc. I live in a really small town, and he is the local doctor. And he's the local doctor, and he owns a 350-acre farm, and he's the county coroner.
So if he actually
One-stop shop.
if he calls somebody from malpractice, he'll just cover it up as the coroner.
Oh yeah, he died. Oh wait, I
Yeah,
had
but-
him cremated. There was no autopsy.
That's pretty good pre-planning.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Will you two shut the fuck up?
Now, Jeremy, as a suggestion, now I know you may or may not take it at its worth, but I wouldn't piss that guy off if I were you.
Who, the doctor?
Correct.
Oh no, he loves me.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
he still calls me by the same nickname that he did when I was 6.
And he still has
Which
teeth?
is?
Jesus, how old is
No.
that fucker?
Well, he was the country doctor, man. Just
Yeah,
the way he
mother-
described it.
He's probably pretty close to my mom's age, so around 60, probably maybe a little bit more.
What's the nickname?
Well, my name is Jeremy, and my nickname was Germ instead of Jeremy, and it rhymes with germ.
I can see where he got that.
I'll let you guess.
Yeah, I'll see where he came up with that. That's good.
Well, he didn't come up with that. He called me Germ the Worm, and he called my little brother Jake the Snake, and he called my older brother Nate the Great. Like, it was just something he said when we were little kids to kind of like calm us down, and because he's gonna stick us with a needle or something. And but he still calls me that when I'm like, Doc, I'm 31 years old. He goes, I don't give a shit.
Irrelevant. There's a couple of Blue Queenslands behind you.
Yeah, it's Bandit and Katie.
Awesome.
If
Love
you
those
two
dogs.
don't shut the fuck up, Quit fighting. It's mama and her daughter, and they fucking hate each other.
Well, you know how those ladies can be sometimes.
Oh yeah, they're cunts, both of them.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly what I meant, but okay.
I don't know. You said it. We're gonna publish that.
I guess. Holy shit.
We'll attribute that quote.
So did you guys know that it's Aaron's birthday on Saturday?
Oh, didn't know anything about it. It's not like he doesn't mention it to me every single time.
Is this like all listeners here?
No, it's this is the Gun Channel's lobby. It's just kind of where everyone hangs out when there's no shows going on, I think. Right?
Oh, it's live.
Yeah,
It's live. Yeah. We are live on the air.
People hang out.
Oh, people got to warn me when I'm live on things, because yeah.
Oh, really, Jeremy? Because it makes you act differently? Is that what you're going to say?
No, but I wouldn't have looked straight at a camera in someone's hand and went, "Fuck you."
Well, you said might. You didn't say you wouldn't.
Well, this was at the panel at in Louisville, and John Patton was running a live feed on the Gun Collective Facebook page, and all I saw was somebody point a camera at me, and I went, "Fuck you," and they were like, "Jesus Christ!" I was like, you gotta warn me, goddammit.
Have you guys done the live Facebook stuff? How does that work?
Yeah, we've done quite a bit of it. We streamed that. It's whatever. It's do I think that it really provides anything for us? No. Do I think that it might provide some cool behind-the-scenes stuff to our audience? Definitely. But seriously, it kills batteries. It's.
Is it similar to the Google Hangout then?
Kind of. I mean, basically, it's just I can run you through it real quick. It's so you go to. I'll show it on camera here in just 1 second as soon as I get there. You basically go to your Facebook page if you have a Facebook page, and on Android they just recently allowed that. But let's see here. So I'll put it in the camera so you can see that you go there, and then you go to post right there. I think. Nope. Definitely did not click the right thing. So anyway, you click on post. And then, so you can do a couple different things, but then you go live, you click that button. And then it gives you a chance to name it and do whatever you need. And then you can actually just go live. Gives you the countdown. And boom, you are live on Facebook.
Now, is that like on your member, what do they call it, on your like user over there, or is it on your We Like Shooting page over there?
This is on the We Like Shooting page, and so now basically I'm broadcasting live video to the We Like Shooting page. So people who are subscribed for notifications on We Like Shooting, they'll get a notification that we're live and whatnot.
And then since it's on your phone like that, it lends itself to being like you're saying behind the scenes.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
So we are on Gun Channels, gunchannels.com. We're in the After Hours lobby, I think, something like that.
So then it has chat like a YouTube live event?
Yeah, so similar, but to me, what it appears like is they can comment to us, but I can't necessarily comment back via text. So if someone sends something, I would have to say it verbally.
Oh, like that Periscope did.
Yeah, you know what? It's exactly like Periscope and Meerkat is my opinion.
Cool. I'll tell you how many people are watching so you get an idea if it's worth leaving it running.
Yeah, there's 6 people watching me explain Facebook Live. Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Well, tell them to come over to Gun Channels and hang out there.
Go to Gun Channels.
That dog farted, and it smells real bad.
Little tiny dog. Come on.
Jeremy said his dog farted and it smells real bad. Congrats, Jeremy.
No, it's not something where multiple people can join the room. It's just that phone is one stream.
Yeah, the phone is one stream. Red Bennett says, look, an ogre appeared on my screen. I think he was talking about Jeremy. Buell Collins says, your boy is killing the game. I honestly don't know what that means.
I have no idea. If he's referring to basketball, I don't subscribe.
Oh yeah, he said if you're referring to basketball, he is not a fan of this.
So Flippy's trying to buy an M9 bayonet. Do you guys know anything about them? Which way to send them?
I do not.
I would recommend Google.
Oh, I wasn't where you could buy things off Google. I was looking at eBay.
But I think he was implying that that's where you want to find out about it.
Let's see here. Let me Google that for you.
Jeremy's a helper.
Something like M9 history.
What do you want? You want to buy one, or do you just want to figure out what the hell it is?
Oh no, I'm trying to find which one to buy. Like right now, I'm looking at two separate ones, and I don't know which one to buy.
Who gives a shit? When are you gonna actually use it?
Probably the second I get it.
I meant for real.
Oh, he's cutting up.
I'm probably the second I get it. I'm fucking talking about for real, dude. I'll chuck that shit out of a tree all day long.
Can you imagine if we had to pass the test of when are you going to use it for everything we bought?
Yeah, but there's a difference.
The winner would be toilet paper, by the way.
There's a difference between giving a shit for, for I need this to hold up to heavy duty use versus I just want to put it on my gun and giggle like a school kid.
Well, that's Flippy.
I mean, both those.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is there a happy medium where both of those things occur?
Yeah.
As well as people called collectors.
I mean, if you need it to work good because you're going to go do bayonet training in the backyard and you need a high quality one, then that's a viable reason to be worried about which one to get. But if you just want one to have one to complete a collection,
no, I'm getting it basically to stab shit. Like it's going to be whatever the fuck I want it to use for, kind of thing. Like when I got my AK bayonet, I stuck that shit right on my AK and I started flinging my AK at things.
I have stabbed things with bayonets, and
what kind of things?
Lots of dummies, a couple of trees,
tires.
Yeah,
Flippy is our resident middle schooler, and once you understand where he's coming from, then everything makes sense as far as why he's asking for it in the first place.
I mean, here's an Ontario 490 M9 bayonet system.
Can you get it in zombie green? Because I think you'd really like that.
Nah, I need it in flat dark earth with Typhoon or whatever the fuck it's called.
Typhon.
Perfect.
It's another fucking disease.
Exactly.
Ontario 6504 OKC3S Marine Bayonet Brown. 98
close.
$98 on Amazon.
That doesn't sound bad.
The Marine bayonet is cooler than the M9.
Yeah, it's Department of the Navy, so I mean.
But if you're looking at value, who makes it does make a difference. But it doesn't sound like you care about that.
I mean, I want it to be like worth money too. That'd be chill.
I mean, there was
but I'm also going to fucking use it. So.
This Ontario 409 is 103, and it's green.
There's like a Smith & Wesson cheap remake now that looks like one but ain't one. But it's like $40 level.
I was gonna say it's cheap, yeah.
I was gonna say this is the one we had in. Yeah, this is pretty exact to the ones we got issued.
The Marines get that OKC one or something.
Yeah.
It's an actual. For Matt was looking for one to be a knife.
I mean, beyond boot camp, we never actually. Although there was a bayonet charge in Afghanistan by a bunch of Marines.
Well, and do I need it to open my mail or a can of tuna or dog food or?
I mean, yeah, you could do all that with it.
I would just use it personally.
Well, see, now if I was doing it right, I would have a bayonet for each of those jobs.
I mean, I would prefer a can opener for opening cans. It works better.
Right. What is it? What was the other one? The P-38? You can't be going around with that your whole life trying to make it happen.
Oh, those motherfuckers. I got some of those.
You have to have them just in case shit goes wrong. I mean, you have to have.
Well, you know shit's gone wrong when that's what you're depending on.
Dude, if shit's gone wrong, I'm raiding the nearest Bed Bath & Beyond and getting a real fucking can opener.
Like, does no one on this panel actually have can openers? Is that what I'm hearing?
I have
I
one.
felt like the
Oh.
proper answer to that was bath salts and not can openers, but
I have one in my truck.
Right, just for those tuna emergencies.
I don't like tuna.
Well, why do you sleep with the girls you sleep with?
I don't go down on them.
I wouldn't either.
I fuck them, and that is about as far away from my face as you can get. I toe fuck them.
He's not a member of Anonymous, but he does wear the mask when he has sex.
I'm sure
And
they all
that's
appreciate
that's
that.
so I can't see them. Hey.
Yeah,
As long as you
the bag's not for her. It's for
As long
me.
as long as you can't feel the ugly, the lights are off. Who gives a shit?
Is this a PG-13 chat?
no.
Okay,
Not
fucking.
anymore.
Not anymore.
It's set up with
fucking looting
normal.
It's got to be midnight somewhere.
It's like 1 in the morning where Jeremy's at.
Mm-hmm.
See, so then it's the after hours or what have you.
So
Yeah,
where
that-
is like shooting?
That reminds me of those shitty Yahoo chat rooms when you're like 16.
Oh, that Nambler one you were telling me about.
The precursor to Catch a Predator, those ones?
Yeah.
Where are you guys? Like spread out?
Colorado.
I'm in Ohio.
But like the rest of the We Like Shooting crew, you guys are all over the whole country, huh?
Yeah. So we've got California, Montana, Washington, Ohio, Michigan, Colorado, sometimes Rhode Island, and that's about it. Kelly is in Missouri. She's on fairly regularly. Othias, North Carolina. We're all over the place.
How did it come to be from all that?
Honestly, Aaron and I started the website, and we were like, okay, we'll do reviews of stuff. We didn't really know shit, and so we were like, let's get people to send us free shit. And so we sent out some queries, and people started sending us free shit, and we were like, oh shit, we better figure out what we're talking about. So we started to, just do some training and stuff like that. And then we were like, oh, you know what, we need other people to write because we're not going to be able to do it all. So we just kind of went to Reddit and started looking for people who were blatantly aggressive and seemed like they knew what they were talking about. And we invited, let's see, was it Jeremy? Were you first or Sam first?
It was Zach was before me technically.
Yeah, but I mean him and I actually started the website a long time ago, but he lost interest pretty quick. So it was Aaron and I, and then I think either you or Savage, and then
I was before Savage.
Yeah, so you, then Savage, then Lil, then Nick, and then Savage.
I thought Nick was before Lil.
It's tough to say at this point.
It's been a while.
Yeah, we just basically, honestly, we just looked for people who kind of seemed like they liked to argue and knew what they were talking about, and then we decided to build a business around it, and it's history.
Very cool.
And now we know.
And
We
now
like shooting.
And now I'm famous on the internet, kind of, not really.
Oh, you want to hear that audio?
And now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
There you go.
Knowing is half the battle. The other half is violence.
I agree with that fully.
As I was trying to explain to somebody, I'm like, you want to win a fight? You don't have to be better than the other person. You just got to be meaner than them. Attack fast and attack ferociously. Just fucking monkey stomp the shit out of somebody. Because crazy beats good 9 out of 10 times.
Oh yeah, without question. See, my whole life, I've always tried to fight the biggest guy in whatever crew we were talking to.
I will fuck you up.
Right, but I would start talking. We were playing softball. I'd start talking shit to the biggest guy, and then they're like, "This guy's insane. No one's gonna mess with him." That's literally how I've lived my life.
And you felt softball was the proper venue to be talking to.
No, let me tell you this.
Well, it was a
my
girls'
company.
softball team he was on.
It was my company's softball team. I only played on that team for 1 season. They didn't ask me back. So,
Funny how that works out.
I can't imagine that you made it to vesting.
To the game or to your job?
let's see. I still work there actually. So.
I was gonna say, how do those TROs affect your work performance?
Nah, they put me in charge of everyone.
What I hate is when people who don't know who I am or what I do for a living threaten to like come to my house and beat me up, and I'm like, are you fucking retarded? Like that is okay, now you're threatening me with bodily harm and death, and you're gonna come to my house and in a state with castle doctrine. Aren't you a fucking smart one?
Hey, it's like, hey, thanks for the heads up, bro.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah. Exactly. Jeremy pulls the "Do you know who I am?" a lot because everyone in his town knows who he is. So.
Well, yeah. The one SWAT cop said he's not coming if the SWAT team ever gets called and my address pops up, he's not coming. He's like, I'm not going on that call.
Legitimately a good decision on his part.
A lot less cleanup.
Yeah, he's just like, no. He goes, that's because and I live in a really small town, and everybody knows me as the gun nut.
So
I'm like the Burt Gummer of this town.
That's true. You totally are.
And that is kind of the sucky thing about small towns. I live in a small town too, and it's like, once people kind of understand who you are and what you're about, there's no escaping it.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like at work. I'm always the guy that talks about guns at work. And there's one guy, he's kind of like an old FUD. He always argues with me about guns. And he sent me this email. It's, a little picture, and it says, like, warning, I may talk about guns at any time. And he sent it to me as a dig, and I was like, shit, I'm going to print this up and put it on the side of my cubicle. Like, that's completely accurate. I can
that's a fact, Jack.
Yeah. I'm always the guy talking about guns at work too, but it's like, I'm bringing a gun here and just talk shit with you again. Hey,
I'll burn this place to the ground. My red stapler.
What do you guys think about the AR-15 trigger market?
It's something that I have not jumped into because it's seeming to be a deep pool to get into at this stage.
It really is.
My honest thoughts are get a high-end trigger and shut the fuck up because they're all pretty close.
They are all pretty close. So I picked this one up. I was walking down the aisle at the NRA show and walked past a TV monitor that I was on in a review for TACCon, and stopped by and talked to him and had this in the mail waiting for me when I got home. It's the TACCon 241 trigger. It is a single stage using their 3MR technology as well as a two-stage trigger. So the 3MR technology that they put in their other triggers, the assisted reset. So kind of as the hammer resets, it pushes the trigger forward into your finger. So it's almost like a fake bump fire, but not necessarily like that. But then, so they got that in the fire position. But if you switch it to the third position, it's a nice two-stage trigger with a couple pound take up and then a 1 pound break. What do you guys think of that? Like a single stage and an AR trigger all in one.
Is that similar to, like, was the TACCon trigger you went southwest previously?
That was when you went down to Phoenix to shoot it?
Yeah. That's I've actually been to TACCon in Phoenix twice. Yeah.
Well, I was trying to think of the video that you had done at that time. So this is like a Gen 2 kind of model of it, where it's
it's a new
scale.
Yeah. So in their first one, if you went to the fire position, it was just normal semi-auto, and then if you went to the full auto select fire position, it was their assisted reset. And this one, they actually eliminated normal semi-auto. They've got the assisted reset in the fire position, and then select fire actually goes to a two-stage trigger.
I don't like two-stage triggers at all.
So that's the thing, is like, I'm not a two-stage trigger guy, but I really do feel like two-stage triggers do provide some benefit. Now, do I need them in the same rifle? Like, I'll probably put this in my 20-inch AR barrel rifle.
I was gonna say something with a nice scope on it or something like that, where you're trying to hit a dime or something like that, right?
I still prefer a single stage.
Yeah, I do too. I get it. I understand that why people want two-stage triggers. I personally prefer single stage, but seriously, like, to have both worlds in one trigger, and honestly, their quality is outstanding.
So lay it on me. Is that a $400 or a $500 trigger?
This is a $200 no.
Oh shit!
No. I take that back. I'm totally wrong. It is a $400 trigger.
All right.
So that's
a bump fire when it's in the one position, or that's the one where it's like the back and forth trigger when it's in the one position?
It's not necessarily bump fire per se, but they use some characteristics of bump fire. Okay, so
But it's
this,
not the one where when it goes back it's a fire, and when it goes forward it's another shot, and when it goes
no,
back.
it's not a binary trigger. No, that's like Franklin Armory, and I think there's another company that's got those. That's a binary trigger. This one is different. So as the hammer cocks and resets, the actual trigger pushes forward just maybe an eighth of an inch, something like that. So conceivably, if you can pull the trigger and then keep your finger in a stationary position, the hammer resetting will push the trigger into your finger, which will fire another round and basically be similar to a bump fire. You can shoot them pretty fast, but honestly, in a lot of the testing that I did, the Hyperfire and the Hyperfire, the Geissele SD3G, outperformed the 3MR. But the thing is the 3MR had a 4-pound trigger pull and was very, very comparable in split times, etc., to the SD3G and the Hyperfire, which both run at about 2-pound trigger pulls. So it seems like to me, like with the TacCon, you're kind of getting the best of both worlds. You're getting you've got a nice heavy trigger pull, but you can also still shoot it just as fast as you can stuff with a 2-pound trigger pull. So I think that's important too.
Is that a Targaryen patch behind you?
Yeah, I think there's all of the Game of Thrones. There's right there. Yep, Targaryen is there.
Greyjoy.
Stark, Greyjoy. All of them are all the houses.
Cause it was like kind of blurry, so I was like looking like, is that a fucking Hydra symbol or is that the fucking Targaryens?
Yep, it was Four Guys Guns did a limited time run of all the Game of Thrones houses patches.
Nice.
But as far as back to the trigger, like you were asking, I don't know what I would use it for so much. I mean, it definitely has a use.
Yeah.
I just don't know if that I personally have a need so much for it. But it looks interesting for sure.
So I was thinking about it, and I was like, what would my use for this be? And I think that the use that I could come up with would be to have this trigger in all my rifles, which is obviously quite an expensive proposition. But then no matter what, you've always got a really nice heavy poundage trigger pull, but something that you can shoot super fast, something that's super smooth, really high quality in every single rifle. And then every single rifle not only has a really nice assisted reset semi-auto mode, but then you've also got a 2-stage trigger in every single rifle. I was thinking that might be a good use, but obviously that's cost prohibitive. But I think I'm just going to throw it in my 20-inch AR that, because I shoot that one. I wouldn't say I shoot that in any kind of tactical training or anything like that, but I do shoot it often. That's probably one of my rifles that I shoot the most besides my 3-gun rifle. And 3-gun might be another.
That was going to be my question. Would that be a great setup for the 3-gun then?
Yeah, I mean, some 3-gun matches, like my 3-gun match here, the one that I shoot most, SoCo 3-gun, I think that usually goes to about 100 yards at the most, but there's definitely some out here in Colorado for sure that go 400 or 500 yards on the rifle, so it might be for that.
The regional match I went to was a 375-yard shot at the longest.
Yeah, I think it's time.
They said the guy that won that went. There was 8 targets from 225 yards out to 375, and the guy just went pink, 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 and hit them all. I was like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, that's impressive.
Yeah, this is the 241. TacCon 241 is a $400 trigger. So
my trigger's more in the $60 range with the ALG.
Mm-hmm.
And shit, man, that is so much more of an improvement over like your basic one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not good enough to even notice a $200 trigger. Like it's more than I'd be able. It's more accurate than I'd be.
You know what? I disagree. Actually, I've done it. We've got the video out on our YouTube channel where I had myself, who shoots ARs constantly. I had another friend who shoots pistols in competition, but barely ever shot ARs. He was more of a hunting rifle kind of guy. And the statistics bore out that the trigger definitely did matter as far as split times, as far as full magazine dump times. Even though he wasn't great with an AR-15, the trigger definitely helped him shoot faster and more accurately. However, the cost is, I mean, it's big, right? Like, so my preferred trigger is the Hyperfire 24C. I've got them in 4 rifles, but they're $230 each.
I'm trying out my first drop-in trigger in this next rifle build, so it's something I'm interested in. I just don't have any experience yet.
If it's a cartridge style trigger, look into seriously look into getting anti-walking pins or anti-rotating pins.
You know, I'll tell you what, a lot. It depends on which ones they are, but like most of them, they actually have some kind of pressure, so you can see on the bottom of this.
Yeah,
one.
they all do, and it's 90% of them I have problems with.
It's funny because all my ARs have, you know, either the Hyperfire or cartridge style, and I don't have anti-walk pins on any of them.
I was thinking about that if I needed to get those or not, but
I mean, they're like
the,
$30 or $40 either way.
Yeah, and the trigger was free. It was actually given to me, so I could spring for the pins. And
so I think I'm gonna do another trigger review pretty soon here because we covered Timney, Geisley, TacCon, and Hyperfire. I think I want to check out some stuff from Franklin Armory, Rise Armament, Velocity Triggers, CMC. Get on this one. The problem with doing those is basically you're doing mag dumps for an entire day, so you're talking a couple thousand rounds.
yeah, ammo is prohibitive.
Ammo people, yeah.
Yeah, we JC Arms and Ammunition is a sponsor of We Like Shooting, so.
You know, I have to say, this is the first time I've ever heard somebody complain about shooting a couple thousand rounds in a day.
I'll tell you what, man. When we were at TacCon, both times we shot garbage cans, like the big huge garbage cans full of ammunition. We were setting AKs on fire. It becomes a chore after a while. It's pretty crazy. We were tired as shit.
I tell you what, I didn't want to shoot that 4570 government much more than that one day.
Did your bruise go away yet?
Yeah, it's gone.
Nice. It's still there. I can see it's a little green.
Yeah, that's a week and a day later.
He got a Sharps 4570 that's fucking awesome.
And it beat the hell out of me.
So let me ask about that trigger, the one that I was walking back and forth here, so I kind of walked away after I'd asked you that thing before about it. And so it's not the kind that you were calling a binary trigger, right? And
correct.
It's not a slide fire. So slide fire, you've shot them, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just be running around doing your ninja routines and then slide firing off rounds because it's so weird. You have to like be all, doing your muscles to get it to work right. Yeah. And then I've shot a couple of those triggers, not the binary one. How is that one compared to those others for just being able to shoot it without a lot of finesse, I guess?
So that's one of actually the nice things, especially for the TacCon. So full disclosure, I've been out to Phoenix. They paid for our entire trip twice. Spent a lot of time shooting these. Now there's people at TacCon that can shoot these things that sound like full auto. I'd probably say maybe 500-600 round cyclic rate. However, you have to change your shooting style just a little bit, and in the reviews that I did, I was like, I'm not changing my shooting style. I'm going to keep the same manual of arms that I use for everything else. I'm not going to give anyone the advantage by changing or fluttering my fingers or anything like that. So if you just put this stock in your gun, you can shoot it no problem, just like you shoot everything else. If you modify your technique, you can shoot it faster, but I'm not about that. I'm about if someone just throws this in an AR-15, can they shoot it like normal, and what are the splits, and all that kind of data. I would say that it's just like any other trigger. It's like trigger plus. You can do it just like anything else, but it's also got more capabilities. Should you choose to use them.
Have you found any durability issues with any of them as of yet?
No, I've had a TacCon in my rifle for at least 2 years, and that I believe it's in my 20-inch that I shoot pretty regularly, and haven't seen any problems whatsoever. And I'll tell you, I don't want to sound like, because TacCon is not an advertiser with us or anything. We aren't best friends or anything like that, but they put out a really killer product.
I have a Timney, an Elfman, and a Hyperfire. And honestly, like I said, if you get a fucking high-end trigger, you got a high-end trigger.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at the data in our trigger video. It's like we not only do we collect every bit of data from the entire day of shooting, but we actually hired a dude to go through and do all the statistical analysis on everything, and it's all covered there. We're talking in the statistical analysis. It looks like there's some high deviations, but the problem is that the high deviations are so minimal. We're talking like thousandths of a second, and it's just good triggers are good triggers. Some triggers are a fraction better than other triggers. Some triggers have more features than other triggers, but an upgraded trigger you're pretty much going to be better off than you were with just mil-spec.
Oh yeah.
Then you're standard.
That's what I was gonna ask. Did you do like a mil-spec as like a baseline? Because
So
that'd be interesting to have all that same data with like a crappy, grainy, regular mil-spec.
The problem is to get true data off of all that, not to take away from what you did, but to get true data off that, you'd have to do it with like 10,000 people.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And we had 2-3 people. So.
Have you prior to or since then, have you had any experience with the AGL line in AKs or their AR products?
No, I haven't. I have not actually. So I might add them to the new one too.
Hey, since it sounds like I'm just going back and forth, but if you guys need triggers, you guys tell them about our November event, and maybe they can show up and we can give you triggers, or trigger fingers, I should say. We're going to the Wanamaker gun show in Tulsa, November. I think it's 12th and something, 16th. I forget.
Nice.
Anyway, these guys can take the baton. I'm gonna go be right back to you.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, basically, they were just trying to do like a gun channels, meetup kind of thing. So they'll go to the show and then go shooting. And I think quite a few people are going to actually be able to make it.
Although I can say Honda Civic will be paying for my ride. Or I should say, my butt will be paying for it.
I don't fit in a Honda Civic.
So I'm throwing the TACCOM 3MR mag dump timestamp in the chat right now. And you can see first me shooting it, pretty practiced, and then honestly even the guy who's not used to rifles did pretty well with it.
You said timestamp, and I got a flashback of This Week in Guns. I was like, what, did someone swear?
Yeah, I haven't been on there in a while, so no.
Timestamp.
I saw Jake, and I was like, Jake, when are you going to have me back on the show? And he's like,
Never might be too soon. You never know.
It's so much fun to give him shit.
That
He
seems
seems like a pretty mellow character.
Jake's awesome.
I think that's my third favorite podcast. First one being obviously Hit or Miss, Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Of course.
Yeah, I heard about that. Apparently I'm the new host, I heard.
A shameless plug, I might add.
I've never heard of it.
They're up and coming.
I'm not surprised.
They're poised to take over the world, you know.
Yeah, right. It's just slightly more polished than this right now.
Hey, there's also Matt's chat, which is probably the best one because I guest in that one sometimes.
Oh yeah, that is one good thing about Hit or Miss is Flippy's not invited.
Yeah, I'm too afraid of having actual ratings.
Hey, dude, I almost invited you to the zombie apocalypse plan, and all I said was you have to kind of be on topic, and you said, oh, I can't fucking do that, and I said, okay, never mind.
Well, that narrows it down right there,
I mean, we go off the rails a little bit, but...
I mean, if you can't color within the lines, you're not invited.
I noticed you drank the blue one and not the red one, Sean.
Drank the blue one. Oh, yes. Oh yeah. So I don't know anyone who's not familiar with We Like Shooting. We're jackasses. That's literally
Is
our
it the
thing.
Mango Rita?
No, it's
No, that's a
it's my lab coat and the talking like a nerd.
yes. What kind of brake were you running?
Oh, A2.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. I was trying to eliminate any external factors. You know, obviously we had to have a lot of rifles, and I didn't want to be installing triggers on the range all day, so we outfitted a few lowers that were fairly similar, and then used the same upper with just an A2 brake on it.
Well, and like you were talking earlier about a baseline or what have you, that you know.
Yeah, so, and that's the one thing is someone did ask me about it, whether he's used mil-spec, and I didn't, because I was like, I'm not going to spend 500 rounds to tell someone exactly what they probably already have in their AR. It was done for time and cost, and just because most people already have a mil-spec, so they kind of have a good idea what they are. But, you know, in retrospect, maybe that was a mistake.
I don't know, because it shows it at such a that the difference is so vast that it's clear. It's clear. It's definitely clear, the difference, you know.
Yeah, and most people are like, you know, they know how fast they can shoot their AR, which is kind of what I thought when we did the video. Whether that's correct or not, I don't know.
Well, I know that you probably already learned that some people are going to piss and moan and bitch about anything, no matter what you do.
Oh yeah, well, at the beginning of that video, my wind socket was apparently not cutting the wind out enough, and I'll be perfectly honest. For 30 seconds at the beginning of the video, during the intro, the wind noise is terrible. So, you know, it's got like 60,000 views, and I think maybe like 100 comments bitching about the wind. The 30 seconds.
When I shot a video and the wind was giving me shit, I just made it funny.
Yeah.
Did you yell at the wind and make it stop?
Yeah.
No, my camera got blown over twice.
I was gonna say I remember that video.
That was the Henry.
Once you put a sock on the mic, there's nothing else you can do.
Or you get people like, well, if the day wasn't cooperating, you should just shoot another day. And it's like, fuck you, motherfucker. I got a real goddamn life too. Go to hell.
Exactly. I got to do it while I can do it, not just because I want to do it. But then again, you know, that's when reality creeps into other people's daily lives, and they reject it outright, you know?
Well, if they're so good, why don't they go out there and make some videos? I mean, what the hell?
Because
one guy's like, man, I want to do what you guys do. How do you do that? I'm like, well, for the first year or two, you spend a shit ton of your own money and time buying things, reviewing them, and then maybe, just maybe, if you don't sound like a goddamn retard and enough people pay attention, you might get companies to start looking at you. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big maybe, too, especially...
I'm sorry, dude, go ahead.
No, you go, John.
So I was just going to say, I was looking at the comments on this. So we've got Mike Hale 2 months ago, all caps, unwatchable, your sound is horrible. And since it's We Like Shooting, we just we don't really care. So I replied back, then don't watch it, jackass, the wind is 30 seconds at the beginning. He comments back, it's people like you that give shooting a bad name. Do you really believe the video should have been posted the way it was? As a matter of fact, I only listened to about 30 seconds. That's a great deal of money and time you spend to try to make a decent video on a good subject. I'm no expert on sound, but I believe an inexpensive foam cover might have been the answer. Instead of leaving crude remarks that make people wonder if you have the stability to own ARs, try accepting the jackass's word to fix a post. So my reply was, go fuck yourself.
Well, at least it was straight and to the point, though.
Yeah. I'm not saying he doesn't have a point.
Which should be appreciated. Wait a minute. Brevity should be appreciated as an art form.
I wonder if the consumers today just can't differentiate between a consumer, or I should say commercial product made by a high-end company and something that's either made for free or for very low cost to the end user. And that you should expect two very different levels of product.
Well, I mean, to the aspect of him saying, what was it again? Fucking, do you really think this should have been posted with that kind of quality or whatever?
Yeah.
It's basically, the answer to that is easy. It's basically, yeah, it should. That's why I fucking posted it, jackass.
Yeah. And how much did he pay for it?
Nothing.
Exactly.
How much did I pay for it? About
No.
15
How much
No,
did
him.
the guy watching you pay for it?
Yeah,
right, yeah.
exactly.
Our cost was about $1,500 for that test.
Yeah.
His cost was $0, but and you know what? He's not even wrong. He's totally right, actually. I just, it was the 100th comment about the wind, and I
Yeah,
just,
but wait a minute. It's not that he's right. He made the observation may be somewhat accurate, but that don't make him right.
yeah.
Right.
And don't forget that his first message was all caps, unwatchable. Your sound is horrible, and then he decided to get all preachy and righteous.
What are we talking about? I just got back again.
Just
comments.
comment on YouTube.
Wind noise is a constant battle for YouTube videos. I mean, people with some of the biggest channels battle it. I mean, I made a video and
Never had the issue.
because all I hear is her inside.
We're good now. We've got good enough equipment that it's not a problem anymore.
Yeah. I mean,
But when people aren't paying for it, they shouldn't bitch about it. Is my point.
That's
I don't get that.
exactly.
I like
That's the best response.
It's real. That's when it's real.
Yeah, I don't get it. People just want, well, people think their fucking opinion's important, so like everybody's got to have one because they think their opinion is going to be the one that.
Oh, they're the fucking
I have an opinion on that.
Wait a minute, they're like the critic, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I know what I'm talking about, so I'm gonna fucking say what I say.
Well, and if that's
and you
the
have to
case,
respect it. But it doesn't even matter though. Even if they are an actual critic, their opinion still matters just as much as nobody else.
yeah. Look, my opinion matters to you if you think my opinion matters to you. If you don't think my opinion fucking matters, then it doesn't fucking matter. Plain fucking, it's that fucking simple.
And that is the reality.
If you take, there are very few people in this world that I trust to take their opinion and go, yep, I'm whatever that man said, I am going to take that to heart, and I believe it 100% because I trust the information this individual is giving me. Everybody else can go suck a dick.
I
don't wanna.
Yeah.
Or at least cup the balls.
All I gotta say is that if you live out past the west of the Mississippi, it always blows.
Yeah.
Always.
What does that mean?
Wind blows east and west.
It blows. To live out there, the wind noise, everything, it blows.
Oh, Marco, go back to your Maryland home state and enjoy your almost.
Don't be mad because I'm on the right coast.
Enjoy almost owning a gun.
Yeah. Maryland sucks.
Maryland does suck, but I do live on the right coast, though, right?
It's the home of almost Kerry.
Yeah, that coast
Get
with
it twisted. I'm on the right coast.
that coast with the shitty beaches and the not so pretty women and they dress like fucking Amish. I mean, you're not even south enough for it to be cool.
I'm below the Mason-Dixon.
The home of almost Kerry.
That's getting below the belt.
That's awesome. Hey guys, I gotta run, but thanks for hanging out and thanks to Gun Channel for all you do.
Thanks for joining.
Hey, thanks for doing the show. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for stopping by.
2 a.m.
Have fun, guys. Hope to see you soon.
Absolutely. Look forward to the rest.
All right, man. Take care, Ian.
Peace out, fuckers.
Later.
Marco trying to come in at the last minute.
I was out there listening for a while. It's been rowdy over here. Fucking Chile lost Argentina, bro.
That's enough to just fucking have riots right there.
You what, the foosball?
Yeah, it sounds
Guns
like
got
the words
drawn.
I know,
Wild
but I'm
boys
not
driven over here,
comprehending.
man. Motherfuckers were killing each other, stabbing each other.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, man.
Were you watching hockey again?
People die over that kind of shit.
Uh-huh.
Tell me about it.
Were you watching hockey again?
And technically, the winning goal
football.
was scored off of a Chilean player's deflection, technically auto goal.
How many?
God.
Oh,
But it
so
was,
that's what
it was
happened.
like a real bad auto goal. Like it really was. Like, but he was the last one to touch it, which is the funny part.
I'm sorry. What was it? What happened to the player that was the Colombian player to his family? The last guy that had that happen.
Oh, don't worry about his family. He's gone.
Yeah. How for no? Dang. Yeah, they don't. That.
Hey, so listen. So I had to go visit one of these properties today, and at our properties like that I work at or whatever, they have lifeguards, right? And around here we get like these like Europeans shipped in for like lifeguard duty summers. You know what I'm saying? They get sold the American dream and like an air mattress and an apartment to come live in over here.
I feel like the story's going to end with the question if lifeguards can still be lifeguards when they're pregnant.
So I saw this lifeguard out there, and like I knew he was like,
lifeguard lives matter.
But check this out, it does, because I saw him, and he had an OD green tactical ass backpack with some Velcro on that shit. I walked up to him. I had a Spikes Tactical sticker in my desk because I was supposed to ship some other shit out. Slapped on his backpack. I was like, oh shit. I was like, bro, like you know, like what's the brand of it? He's like, oh, some European brand. I couldn't remember what he said. It was real broken. And I was like, bro, you shoot? He's like, yeah, I shoot back home. And then he was telling me, he's like, bro, holla at me. Like, I love to go shoot out here. It's like 5.56 out there is like $1.50 a round. They can shoot 7.62 for like the same price that we shoot it for, but they pay like fucking like $1.50 a round for like 5.56.
Dang.
Cool story, bro.
So I want to take him shooting. No, the cool story doesn't end until I take him shooting.
Well, that's like an international ambassador of goodwill right there, bro.
I think so.
Shooting.
I think you should bring him out to America on the West Coast where he could really shoot some real guns.
I think he's in the right place and the right coast. I think
Does
he's
he
in the
ha-
right
does he have-
place, right coast.
Does he have an of-age sister that needs a green card? That's what you need to be asking, Marco.
Nah, but there's this one Bulgarian fucking lifeguard chick. Oh my god, I'm gonna smash her for sure. I'm gonna dig in that. I know I am.
She's gonna fucking leg scissor you and cut you in half, bro. And I ain't even seen her, and I know that.
Nah, you gotta see her bone structure, bro. Her jaw structure is on point. It's like a mean dick. DSL for days.
Well, sometimes you just gotta put it out there, as they say.
Is hopefully you don't get it bitten off.
You know my theory. When in doubt, whip it out.
And on that note, I'll see you later.
Scared Dan off.
Why you scared the old man off? Come on, don't waddle away.
started
Old man.
blushing.
Come back.
He started blushing.
Aw.
He had to go work on his Bulgarian.
I'm psyched. I might go to the gun show 2 days in a row.
Nice.
Well, not 2 days in a row. 2 days in the weekend, Friday and Sunday.
Hey, G-Webs, do you know if they made the Glock 10mm with the fish scale serrations? RT up with the fish scale?
I don't think they did. No. Did they even make a 45 in it? I think it's all like regular frame size.
I thought it was 9 and 40 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's any of the large plus frames.
Can't handle the girth.
Confirmation G-Webs.
What?
Did they ever make the fish scale slide in the larger frames?
I don't think so. I think it's like.
But you know what's funny? Like, all these motherfuckers cut all these slides and all this crazy shit, and like, listen, all I want for real is like a 10mm long slide, fish scale slide, Gen 4 texture. I don't want that crazy RTF shit. Just cut me a regular slide.
Wasn't that a 41 or 40? G40, that is. I mean.
Yeah, but you can't get the G40 in a fucking fish scale cut serration slide.
Well, you probably could send the slide off to get that done, though, right?
Who does it?
Oh, that I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
No one's gonna put that together.
I don't know if they can do it with the original cocking serrations because it would be so the material's already removed.
That's true. It'd have to be like a blank slide with no serrations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, that. I wonder.
Well, whatever. Fuck it. Even if you had them straight joints, like going right down there. If not, that's just extra. I'd take it. It'd still look better.
Got the double time.
Super exclusive.
Just do the fish scale for the front cocking serrations. Be operator as fuck.
That would be savage. Savage, but you can't cut into the Glock logo though, or the 20 or the numeration of the actual thing. So that takes up a lot of real estate. Really,
but on the long slide though.
Nah, even on a long slide, because it's up towards the front. So if anything, like you're gonna get the serrations after the logo and the writing, and in between like the fucking hood of the thing, and that's kind of low. You're not gonna grab it from there.
Every time you say long slide, I keep thinking of the Tyrone.
Yeah, you would be.
Fuck
When
your
in doubt,
wife.
whip it out,
You better call them.
Fuck your wife.
But you can't use my phone.
I feel like I've fallen into a parallel universe where people are saying words I understand, but I'm not.
Stevie, we
grasping
had
the
good
conversation.
conversations, bro. You understood me well in Kentucky. You were lunching.
Like, what the fuck does that? I was lunching? What the fuck does that mean?
Eating it up,
Well,
dog.
you're lunching now.
I might be tripping right now. I'm not quite sure.
Don't be stingy.
Somebody got offended at P226 Nut posting a picture of a bunch of bacon he's cooking.
Bro, I don't understand how he gets so much hate. I don't understand how he, out of all people, gets so much hate.
Fucking Ramadan, and he's poking for.
Oh,
cooking.
nice.
Oh, it's Ramadan right now?
Wait a minute. I need to cook some fucking bacon.
I'm offended.
I have a slab of bacon in my refrigerator for that.
Dude, I had a pound and a half of bacon like not too long ago.
How is Ramadan? Isn't one day, right? It's a few days.
Mm-hmm.
It's a part of a week or
No,
whatever.
it's a month.
Is
Yeah, I
it?
was gonna say I thought it was like a month.
Dang.
Well, it's almost over. How do you figure this out without being considered a terrorist by searching for such a?
Just count it 4 weeks or less.
Quantify it by typing in there, I am Caucasian, but when is Ramadan?
Ramadan began in the evening of Sunday, June 5th. It ends the evening of Tuesday, July 5th. So we got a month.
Good
Okay,
grief.
so we just started as of the other day, like yesterday.
Dude, it ends the day after the 4th of July. What's going to happen?
Oh shit! They did that intentionally.
They're gonna be hungry.
Yeah!
They're gonna be
They're
hungry. They're gonna be hungry and pissy.
Against us.
It fucking proves it. So I think that's worth getting some glutens for that bacon. So I'm thinking I'm gonna go get some bacon and then some of that. Have you ever been to a place that serves Mediterranean food? They make this thing of bread that's like the size of a pizza dough or a pizza crust, like a giant pizza.
Is it like naan bread?
I don't know what it is. It's a sort of like what you get a gyro in.
It's almost like a pita, but it's thinner, yeah?
Not really pita bread, but like authentic pita bread maybe. I don't know. I don't eat enough of that. But it's freaking $1 or something. So I'm gonna go get a ton of bacon and eat it in that kind of bread because I think that kind of bread would be good for like a bacon wrap.
That counts. That counts as BLT style.
I'm
Hell
just
yeah.
going to use bacon as crackers in my hummus.
We should have a bacon themed.
That'd be even more savage.
We should have a bacon off. Is that precedented? Has anyone done a bacon off before?
Bacon off?
Dude, we don't want to do that because I'd be embarrassed at how much bacon I may actually have. And you must understand, I only have a mini fridge.
What if if the rules of the bacon off are that it has to be done on the Instagram through the gun channels? And then
Now, are we talking just packs of bacon? Are we talking
I'm
cooked
saying there's
bacon?
no-
What are we
no.
talking?
I'm saying no holds barred bacon off.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
telling
It
you right
has to
now.
be cooked. Look at this. It has to be cooked or packaged bacon. Like you can't just.
I'm telling you right now, I could post
No
a picture of
hard.
bacon. I got like 6 or 7 packs of bacon right now. Easy.
I mean, what do you want? Candied bacon? Bacon blankets? Fucking
I like the thick. I like
bacon
the
wrapped
thick
chicken?
Ooh, I like
Seems
that too.
to me I feel like it's June 6th and Ramadan lasts until July 5th. So
on July 5th, call it July 5th, you have a month to stock up bacon.
what? No, what are you talking about? Are you guys just talking about acquiring a quantity of bacon?
Yes.
I'm just saying I got a shitload of bacon to start with is what I'm trying to say.
I'm saying having a bacon off where whoever makes the best bacon looking thing on Instagram wins the bacon off, and I don't know whether it is to win. Maybe we'll make some kind of bacon patch.
I'm thinking about collecting as much bacon as I can until that day, cooking it outside in front of my house and just handing out pieces of bacon to all of America.
So you're going to go with multiple days of bacon instead.
Multiple days of bacon of bacon prepping for the apocalypse of no bacon, and just because that might happen one day, we all must give out bacon to our fellow citizens.
I might be inspired to eat a BLT every day for a month because of this.
That could kill you. Have you seen are you looking at the monitor there, Marco?
What are you talking about?
I got one of the little patches up I just made today.
It's a patch.
I might have one of those.
I just get like a 5 stack of bacon, like 5 strips of bacon in a patch. 5 to 6 minimum. Just give me like a 2x3 like flag size patch of bacon.
I think I could squeeze a date in here. Is that what you're asking?
No. You're an asshole. I need anywhere between like 6 to 8 strips of bacon. If you can make it like 2.5, like flag size.
I ain't adding more bacon, otherwise it would look like a thing of hash browns or something.
But that's all I want is a thing of bacon. I just want a bacon patch. That's all I want.
Okay. Anyway.
Well, then, Marco, you can go out and buy a prototyping machine and make a bacon patch.
Do him a patch.
Boy, and be like, yo, size me.
Do him a patch of bacon on a stripper clip.
Well, now that we're having this bacon off.
That's cool. G-Webs, that is vicious.
What?
Come on now. I'm idea, man. You know that.
What was it again? I didn't hear.
Put bacon into a stripper clip.
A stack of bacon on the stripper clip.
Exactly.
Nice.
Inserted. Savage.
Oh, I have a really good idea. I need to buy myself some more bacon.
Got quiet. He got quiet. He's blushing. He's blushing, guys.
He's designing it now.
If you knew him in real life right now, I can see his face. He's blushing.
Whatever. I don't know what you're saying. So basically a strip clip?
Yeah, like a stripper clip of 7.62 by 54R, but instead of the rounds, it's bacon. Just a stack of bacon.
Yeah, so like a strip clip.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know. Do you think that would look like anything? What the fuck's a stripper clip look like? A yellow stripe? It would look like a bunch of bacon laying there with a...
No, but like its silhouette has a representation. I mean, like you have to make the image large enough so the silhouette represents itself.
What the fuck?
Yeah, with a little tab on it.
You could probably even put an SKS on the bottom of it. Make it look.
Boom, Jack.
Yeah, all right.
Or
You
a
guys
Mosin.
go and
Oh,
talk-
what? Like the bacon itself is the stripper clip, and then you just stuff bullets onto it?
How long do you think that
no.
guy here that you're looking at right there takes to sew out?
Yeah, but the stripper clip and bacon would only
That,
be 2
I'm gonna
colors.
say
28
28
minutes.
takes you about 40 minutes because that's a lot of that's a lot of color differentiation.
28.
Yeah, but see, the stripper clip and bacon would only be 2 colors because you could use.
Yeah, if
the
it's
use
just
the
the
same
red
for
and
the
the middle of
fat.
the brown, it's just the bacon and the brown. So you're losing 2 out of those 5 colors you have there.
So that, like, the bacon is red, right? Or whatever, and then the fat on the bacon is like a silver color. You can make the stripper clip that same silver color.
Nah. You don't want to make it like brown. You make one like a flat, dark earth brown.
What?
Almost like a
Man,
bronze.
you guys are tripping. I ain't seeing the vision.
I just don't get it. Well, I don't know.
I do have an awesome idea for my picture. So if we decided, just use hashtag bacon off?
Do
Or
we
what?
if anybody's using it, we should have our own hashtag. I'm not using somebody else's fucking bacon hashtag, that's for sure.
Instead of Ramadan, we do hashtag
Right.
bacon.
So, bacon of gun channels or something?
No, just
Terrible.
bacon. Come on, Smiggy. Come on. Bacon Off already has 252 posts, though.
Okay.
A bunch of weird weightlifting shit.
Well, I don't know, dude. I'm just trying to. I'm just thinking up ideas. I have a really good idea for a picture. I need to know how to post it.
But think about how many bacon hashtags you can get. You can get bacon game, bacon face, bacon life. There's a lot of bacons you can get.
Baconator.
Baconator.
Pretty much a
Jack
lot
Wendy shit.
Hashtag bacon is already taken.
Who's taking it? But the point is you rocking it. Who cares who has it? It's how hard you rock it.
No, because how do you pick a winner if you got a bunch of jackasses who don't even know they're in a competition?
With doing like weightlifting and shit, I mean, it's bad enough in October as soon as you do
So am I to understand that ham does not count in the insult pictures? Is that correct?
Well, the winner will only be picked on gun channels because we're the ones that are really talking about it. But
talking about it. Bacon Life has 10,000 fucking posts already.
Told you. It's wordplay.
Well, I just pulled it out of the freezer and refrigerator.
What about Freedom Bacon?
I think I'm gonna have to put it on IG.
Somebody fucking owns Bacon Life. Fuckers. They're not doing anything with it. I hate when people do shit like that.
You talking about baconlife.com? Oh.
Yeah, I just want to see if anybody owned it.com. But there's no point in owning a hashtag if you ain't gonna own the whole fucking thing.
What about Bacon Guru?
.guru? Never buy a .guru. They're lame. It reminds me, I should kill fucking the Glock one if you ain't using it. It costs like $72 or something crazy.
No, what about baconguru.com?
That's what he's just saying. It's super expensive.
I'd
to
rather own
buy a
bacon.net
guru.
than Bacon Guru.
So baconguru.com would be different, I guess, technically, than bacon.guru. That is already taken.
Just get baconsavage.com.
Bacon Savage. We're talking about a hashtag.
Savage bacon.
I'm mostly looking at the hashtags.
No, but you are the savage, though.
How does there? You can't put a dash in a hashtag, kind of like a minus sign.
No.
You put an underscore.
You can do underscore, yeah, because daily underscore
And vanilla
Kalishnikov is a
bacon?
big one.
You can do underscore, but not dash.
So if we did bacon underscore off, there's no bacon underscore off hashtag being used yet.
Well, how much has just bacon off hashtag been used? I mean, if it's only been used 200 times in the lifetime of hashtag, it's meaningless.
No, that's a good point. It's used 200 times, and let's see when the most recent one was. May 4th.
Over a month ago. Scroll down like 10. It's been like a year.
Yeah, we can take that one over and with just us.
And basically, if you have bacon off and gun channels, then you qualify, right?
Oh yeah, there you go. Now you hit it.
What's the contest?
We're fucking eating bacon, dude. What do you need, rules?
Who's going to eat the most amount of bacon on July 5th?
It's cool.
Live on a live chat.
So it's a bacon off. Both quantity and quality are taken into account, and it's judged by the group.
Price paid counts for quality?
I think that it all has to come through on the Instagram, so you can't just be like, oh, I bought fancy golden bacon, but I took a shitty picture of it, right? You can start with cheap bacon and do an excellent picture of
And
it.
we can all web share our Instagrams and scroll back to the channel and show what you did.
And it's like...
Or if you want to do it on YouTube or whatever, that's fine, but the entry gets posted on the Instagram. I think that'll work.
But then you can display your entry on that live chat of that night.
Oh, I think I have an idea for a patch, if it hasn't already been done. And then we'll just say the winner gets a good one, like a big one or something. Big patch. I really want to be on the road by then, but because I guess also fuck Ramadan, right? What is Ramadan? Like the Muslim prayer month or something?
Yeah, they fast for a month, so they don't eat during the day, just when the sun's down.
So I think we should eat bacon all day.
Yeah, so a very United States-like tradition. We will eat bacon.
Yeah, but if some kind of terrorist incident happens, then they're gonna blame this. They're gonna be like, "Yo, fucking, they attacked the embassy because
Then we'll be super
there's this
famous.
bacon
Because
hash around."
hashtag bacon off.
Yeah, hashtag.
There's still no good bacon URL, so I guess everybody.
Hey, you know who I could probably hit up who would do this? Fucking Cam Edwards from the NRA radio. That motherfucker has like his own like farm, and I know he raises hogs.
Yeah, he does a lot of sausage. and
Really
shit.
big into bacon.
I'll step out immediately if it becomes like an anti-Muslim thing, because I'm not a.
Oh no.
Wait a minute, I didn't say anything about
So,
anti-Muslim, bro.
Okay.
I think I said, will it make
You want to
it
make
July
it the 7th?
5th?
Hey, let's call it neutral. So, all right, because we all said Ramadan ends that day. Let's just make it 30 days from now, which is the 7th.
Well, that's the
So-
July
so-
4th.
That's my birthday.
Then you're gonna get fucked up.
Jim.
Bacon. You're gonna get bacon high, bro.
Tequila and bacon.
You
It's
get
going
bacon
down.
wasted.
I'll put bacon on my ice cream.
Have you ever had bacon, like bacon gelato? Gelato made out of bacon? It's like fucking pussy in your mouth, bro. I swear to God, I fucking ate that shit. It is pussy in your mouth like you've never had it before.
When in doubt, whip it out.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if that's supposed to be good or if it's gelato also, or what that's supposed to be.
It's gelato infused bacon. So everything, like every like orifice of the ice cream tastes like bacon.
I don't
The
know what
worst
kind of
part
ice
about
cream
it
you're
was the
eating,
actual
but it doesn't
real
have
frozen piece of
orifices.
bacon in there.
Are you fucking your ice cream? What the
It
hell are you
was
using the orifices for?
Oh, Smeggy.
That fucking good, bro. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, I can buy bacon dash off, but I'm going to not buy it. We'll just make it a channel and then put it on the channel and then try to get a feed on that. It's harder to get feeds to run off Instagram anymore. I'm surprised the one on the main channel, on the main page, works anymore. But I'll see if I can't make that.
I got a couple delis. I can. Oh, dogs. Oh, if we have 30 days to do this, oh, this is gonna be savage.
We'll
so
just
are we
look
ending
it
on the
up.
7th for sure,
No.
for sure, for real.
No, July 4th. It makes more appropriate, right? Than the
Okay, all right. You're right. I'd rather bump it a day earlier than 2 days out.
So officially, we got the idea because of fuck Ramadan, but then we just decided to make a celebration of a salty meat.
Or
And
of America
America,
instead. I'd rather celebrate America. That's the point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand out bacon to little kids wrapped up in paper
Make a
towels.
house out of bacon, that's foolish because then anyone or anything would love to eat your house down.
You know, like instead of a gingerbread house, I'll make a fucking bacon house.
Bacon, bacon.
But that would be like a prepper house, because then you could just eat your house away and live off it forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Will
You have
you-
both shelter and
I'm with
delicious
G-Webs, dude. All your neighbors would just be eating your house.
You'd just be standing around chewing all the time, and then eventually you'd be like, "Oh, I see what you're doing."
Wait a moment, I didn't have a fucking window here before.
Yeah, but see, that's when you use your bacon house as a diversion to go to their house and take their preps.
You go to their house and eat their house.
Yeah, you pull the flippy and rob your neighbor like he said he was going to.
That's when you live in a kale hut.
Terrible.
You live in a gluten-free house and no one will fuck with you.
Yep, exactly.
You'll be alright. Everybody just walk right by you.
No, see, that's the problem, though, because the...
Yes, I'll share. Sign
Like,
up.
what the fuck is a gluten?
No, you did, if you did the kale house, you'd have nothing but hipsters.
Hey, G-Webs, why don't we make this an annual thing and put the year on it?
Well, you heard him. We'll just have the thing itself be.
No, but this makes sense to make it an annual year thing. I'm actually not against the year on this.
So the thing should just be 2016 spelled out in bacon strips.
Hey, bake that patch.
So if this is good enough to be a yearly thing, how come Glocktober and AK-April shouldn't be yearly things?
Who the fuck said Glocktober's not a yearly thing? I will make sure Glocktober lives forever.
I gotta
No, I know, but you're
pretty soon here because it's already gonna be too fucking late, and I gotta get to fucking write a letter to Glock sooner than later because they want like months ahead of time, right? Remember?
You need a letter to Glock?
If to do it officially to Glock, I can't just ask them anymore. I have to do it through their like official channels, and that takes 2 months ahead of time, 2 months lead time before they can make a decision. I asked them like a month ahead of time last time, and it wasn't enough. So keep reminding me so I remember to do that. I figure I'll write it today sometime.
So we should honestly ask him like in like July.
No, I'm gonna ask them fucking now. It doesn't have to. It can be sooner than 2 months. I just rather it be done and over with. And forget about it. And then,
No, I'm saying like the first initial contact should be made 3 to 4 months prior to the actual event.
I'm gonna make the initial contact probably tomorrow or something. Whenever I remember to do it again. It's Monday, so it's sometime this week.
So what are you contacting them about? Just
last year, I wanted them to send me a bunch of notepads and pens so that I could just give everybody an envelope with a notepad and a pen, which I can ship without an arm and a leg. Because the year before, they sent us fucking hats and those big ass books and shirts and other shit. So they sent us
like thumb drives, pads, pens.
No, I didn't get that much shit. But it was mostly hats and then stickers and patches. So the stickers and patches were no problem. You put those in an envelope. But the other stuff all cost like $5 to $11.
So the hats killed you.
No, not really, because we got a
No, I'm
bunch.
saying like this year, ask for like fucking thumb drives and dumb shit like that.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. Stuff that fits in an envelope. So
Yeah.
the first year we did it, we just went out and got sponsors. We had the Wilderness up in Phoenix and
Yankee.
Guy. Who?
Yankee sized us a lot with the shipping.
Yankee?
Didn't Yankee help you out with the shipping? I swear to God, Yankee sized us with the shipping.
No, I came out about $100 under on shipping for the first October, if I remember right. I was way under that year, so I don't remember, but it was almost a flush. And then it was mostly from Wilderness and Artisan Tony and ATEI and Tac Daddy. I think they each put in $100. Is that $5? Because it was like $500 in shipping, I think, and then it ended up like $650. But then then that's why all the stuff that went out had like Artisan Tony cards and Tac Daddy cards and stuff from Wilderness. They sent stuff. But like I say, putting stuff in a $14 box, that's what kills it. So, and the hats probably got all smashed up because I jammed them with whatever smallest box I could. But so yeah, that's why I was like, hey, dude, send us the notepads, and I guess thumb drives would be fine, but pens. I didn't want anything expensive. It's just supposed to be fun. It's not like we're trying to do anything here, but something that ain't going to break the bank shipping it. And then they're like, hey, no problem, but you need 2 months lead time or whatever to request shit like that. So that's what I was thinking about doing. So I guess I'll ask them for the thumb drives, or they do pencils and then something like a lanyard. Whatever they give you in that thing that you call that 800 number, and they just send you a bunch of stuff. So I think it's a keychain and a pen and a notepad.
You should, I don't even know if they make this, but probably like refrigerator magnets. That might be a little expensive on the weight side to send, but if you get it through, that's worth a lot.
It only matters when you're an envelope. Once you're a package, then it really doesn't matter. It's going to be $2 or whatever. But I don't think they do a refrigerator magnet.
I don't know if they do. That would be awesome for them.
I'm not going to be holding to them. I'm happy they let us do it, and I'm glad when they give us shit to give away or whatever. But I don't want to owe them nothing, or
and certainly don't want them to litigate against us in any way, shape, or form either.
Or just to think that we suck at doing what we're doing, or that we're trying to do something bigger than we are. So it's just nothing more than like what they do at a store when a store gives away stuff. They'll just send the store a bunch of a box of shit to hand out. We're just trying to do the same thing, get the word out. So I don't want them to send us a bunch of product that costs money.
Would like to thank Standing on Second.
For making this bacon house.
What did I do this time?
Well, you're the first one to give it a like.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I should have put never enough bacon, not enough bacon. No, I fucked that up.
Edit.
Are you right?
Bro, you know how many? You have any idea how much bacon is about to be in my freezer? If I have 29 days to buy bacon,
Dude,
I'm
that's what I was trying to say, G, is like literally I have a smaller than like a college refrigerator,
then,
right?
Then your job is to go out and get the fucking fanciest, thickest cut bacon, and like you have to go find it. So your job is to do nothing but go to delis and meat markets and ask different butchers to cut you the thickest piece of bacon, go home, cook it, and what's the best piece of bacon you can cook.
Marco, click that Instagram link just for a second.
Bro.
I'm not saying I'm starting out behind the 8 ball. I'm saying I got a good start.
Dogs, but those are like store-bought. Are you kidding me? Like, are you trying to bacon game with me? I'm gonna smash you.
I'm trying to say that was dude. I'm trying to say that was in a mini fridge, bro. Is what I'm trying to say.
Doesn't matter because once you cook it, I don't care where it's in, but once you cook it, it's not gonna. I could have one strip of bacon that looks better than like 2 packs of that.
Island's gonna go out on Hawaii and smoke him a wild pig.
Exactly.
And bring it back and make his
Come on,
own.
bro. I want to see some rawness in this bit. That is just a lot of like Costco bacon.
If I ate bacon every week,
it's like one big trip to Costco.
If I ate bacon
Put
every
on your
week,
local butcher, give me some Savage. I like the Gun Channel spatula. That's sad. I like that golden black. I don't have that.
dude, if I ate bacon every single week, which I don't, that would last me for 54 weeks right there. I did the math.
Really? That's why you go ham in them all you can eat.
So seriously, what do you need that much bacon for? Is that like for an event or something?
No, I only buy it like when it's on sale, and that's like a couple months worth of bacon right there.
G-Webs. Can I get a Gun Channel patch?
Yeah, that's where it's all from. It's the freezer. Only one of those packs was in the refrigerator. The rest were in the freezer.
Oh. What do you want?
I want a Gun Channel pack that's black and blue. You made the blue and white ones. I want the black and blue ones.
Blue on black?
So the G is blue and the black is the background, like always?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but like police type blue, like a midnight blue.
Well, I got the one color, that's easier, but I got my other set. I bought like a set of 1 billion colors. I just have smaller things of them, so I can find like any color blue in there. So something police blue, you're saying? Deep blue?
Like a deeper blue, like in between a regular blue and a police blue.
All right.
Shit. Fuck. Alright, you gotta remind me tomorrow to repost you. Tomorrow night.
No
And I'm
worries.
doing the tour on Instagram, or on Indiegogo again. So anytime you can plug that thing would be cool.
The what?
The tour on the Indiegogo thing to raise funds to get
You
gas.
want the patch or do it right now?
I don't even know if I've Instagrammed it or
We got Instagram at first, so therefore I can repost it.
Yeah. Did your reposting thing go weird?
It totally did, and you had to download the new joint. And now it's fun. It's so funny. It's like a bootleg version of what it once was. Like Instagram really like shrunk itself back and like took ownership of its own self.
Oh, is that what happened? So none of them work anymore?
So literally, like I have to search what I want to repost on
and
Instagram, copy the link, then reopen that application. Let that application load up the picture that I just copied the link from. Go back to Instagram, keep searching the hashtag. It's faster because searching the hashtag is faster, and all those apps were super slow at loading the hashtag. But there are more now. There are now more steps to it.
Yeah, that sucks.
But at the same time, it's not that bad because when I can set up like a. It's kind of cool because I can set up like a queue list where like I'll search the hashtag, find like okay, I want to post 10 pictures, set my 10 pictures up, and then I'll go back through my list of final 10 and be like, okay, now I want these last 10 in that particular order. Where before it was like I would just post them because it was too much scrolling to go back and try to then reset them in order. Now I have a much shorter list to do it from, you know? Optically, looking at it.
You got most of the work done.
Exactly.
Now
Yeah.
before, so
Just like that. So
that'll make it all hard.
It's better. But it does take me overall longer.
Well, it'll make it harder for somebody to follow now doing that.
Well, I think I put out better quality stuff at that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that honestly, I would think that, but like on results, I would say it hasn't been. I don't know. Like it's weird. Instagram has a lot of dips. Like June was it June 1st was a lot of changes. That changed. Instagram itself upgraded. Fucking the app upgraded. Some other app upgrade. I can't remember what it was.
Free at like noon on Mondays.
No, so like weekdays is like different times. Like it's different. Like tomorrow noon I'm free.
3 p.m. I mean your time.
No, like my noon I'm free. 3 p.m. maybe. I don't know. I might be out by then.
I guess one day when you think you'll be free around 3 p.m. That's when me and Bob are live. Let me know. Like text me and then we'll move things around because I should have you on to talk about Instagram because I don't pay attention enough to it anymore, and you could give people some good info if you don't mind.
That's good. I tried to get on your joint that day, like the night that I was driving back.
Which one?
The night that I was driving back from Louisville. I was like, send me a link. I'm gonna be driving by myself. Please, like, send me a link. I was literally like begging you. I was like, send me a link.
At night, that would have just been a lobby or something, no?
No, it was like 5 o'clock my time. Like you were about to go live. Remember? Like I texted you.
Oh, maybe we were late one day or something.
Yeah, you were late. It was like 5, 6 o'clock my time, and I still had like 4 or 5 more hours to go. I was like, fuck.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. You guys, is Epic Mealtime still a thing? Do they make them bacon contraptions and eat them?
Epic Mealtime is still a thing, and yes, I do. So it gave me the idea for the bacon house.
Is that all they do is still make things and wrap it in bacon and have a hot chick eat it?
All right, so time out. How many of you guys have ever made the braided bacon like patty?
I have. You're talking about the bacon weave, right?
The bacon weave that they make on Epic Mealtime all the time?
Yeah, I've done
I
that.
don't know where they make it, but I fucking make it.
I've never.
Bacon, lettuce, and tomato ever.
I probably make it more often than they do.
No, I've never made it because I don't have anything that big to make it in.
You're talking about the bacon.
You don't have a skillet at least at home?
You can even do it in the oven if you want.
I mean, you're supposed to do it in the oven.
I don't have an oven.
Okay. Do you have a toaster oven?
Yeah,
Nope.
but I don't. Yeah, but I don't want to put it in there.
Hey, so you know what? Speaking of that, I watch fucking Russian Hacker or whatever, and this motherfucker, he had a toaster of like a little toaster joint that you spring down or whatever, and it had 2 little cylindrical holes and a wide mouth smile on the bottom, and it was designed to put a hot dog in each one and a hot dog bun in like the larger cut, and it would toast it for you.
I've seen that. That's a thing. They've had them since the 50s, though, I think.
I would think so, but I've never seen one in person. You don't see one of those every day. If you've seen one, you lucky.
Does anyone still make an upper that has the carry handle like permanently affixed to it?
Of course.
All right.
Matt just got one.
Did he?
I'm trying to think of how many.
I thought his was like when you screw on and off.
Ooh. No, I think it was an A2 style. but I don't know. Could be right on that, Flippy.
Was it the one that he picked up from the gun show? Or the gun shop? Because, yeah, if that's the case, that was a removable one.
That'd be a fun project to build a M16 lookalike thing.
I would like to do it like an A1 style, like a triangle handguard, short buttstock, Vietnam era, like the one P226 Nut has.
Alright, I just made a channel for the Bacon Off.
On the gram?
On the channels.
Okay.
Nice.
Just need a bunch of people to join it or whatever.
I'm honestly going to add the year to this because I want this to become an annual thing. Don't ever put the year on the patch, but...
Nah, put the year on the patch.
Actually, honestly, you could put, Bacon 1 or whatever because it's kind of like the Super Bowl of bacon.
Actually, I'm kind of chill with that. I think that's a good idea.
Well, maybe one of our Bacon Off events can be coming up with the Bacon Patch idea.
You already came up with it, the Bacon in the stripper clip.
So wait, do I need to design a bacon patch?
Everybody.
There you go.
Fuck, Flippy, you still need to call me, you asshole.
Why do I need to call you?
You need to call me.
I don't even know your number.
8675309.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
Jenny.
Have you seen my Instagram? I took a picture of a trap phone that was missing the entire phone. The phone cord was yanked off. I was like, somebody call me. My number is 555, and I put .. Hashtag my business line.
On your personal joint?
Yeah. Probably one of my funniest pictures I ever posted.
Have any of you had Haas's bacon jerky that he makes?
No.
It's pretty fucking good. He just puts it in a dehydrator, I think.
All jerky's fucking awesome, bro.
No, but I've had bacon jerky. You ever eat bacon jerky out of a bag?
Well, the thing is, I hate Slim Jims. I hate meat sticks. I love jerky, actual meat dried versus a dried sausage is the worst.
Have you had the bacon ones?
No.
So there's different kinds, and I've had the different ones in the bags. Pretty much every one I've seen. And then the one in the can, which is all the same stuff. They all buy it from the same place and just repackage it. So Haas's is totally different because all the other stuff is like what you get at Subway. If you get bacon on something at Subway, it's exactly that bacon always.
Yeah, it's that microwave shit.
Sometimes it's a little thicker, but it's that type of shit. And then what Haas made was you put it in your mouth, and it was like eating a piece of candy where it just melted. So it was still bacon, but it was like eating a bacon-flavored sponge that disappears in your mouth. It was incredible, really an experience. And then the meat part of it, you had to chew kind of, but it was so much better than that Subway stuff.
Are you saying it's similar to the experience that I had with bacon gelato where I said what I said?
Except there was no orifices involved, yes.
So you didn't fuck the gelato in the
You
end.
see how I said it without putting words in your mouth?
Just the one.
You see how I purposely juggled around that not to put words in your mouth?
How long ago did you do this trap phone picture?
I'm looking through my bacon
That
picture.
was the night of the Dusty fight. So probably April maybe?
I've taken a few pictures of bacon over the years, and I'm trying to just find one for the channel page here. But have you all had Carl's, or wait, is it Carl's Jr.? Yeah, Carl's Jr., their bacon sandwich breakfast thing?
Nope.
Hey, G-Webs, if you come up with the bacon stripper clip, you can call it hashtag stripper bacon.
Well, I was thinking strip clip.
No, strip her bacon.
I thought you made it vulgar and sexist.
Yeah, because I'm a savage.
What if you take the stripper clip thing that I did with the paper clip and then make it a piece of bacon?
The bacon clip, it doesn't make that much sense.
Well, it's
In that sense, it doesn't load up that way either. Like, how's it going to hang off of that?
stripper.
The way
Stripper.
the way it goes into a stripper clip, it lines up just like 5 fucking rim cased ammo clips.
Stripper bacon.
Stripper
so like
bacon.
what? Have like a bitch with some big old tits and like some fucking
Yeah,
bacon
I mean, like,
covering
even
tits?
stripper bacon, like, it's gonna hard to attach bacon to a stripper bacon. I get as like as its vocabulary written, but it's hard to hang fucking meat curtains off of a fucking stripper. It's not amazing.
That's
Hey, G,
quite
how
easy.
do you get your Instagram to go onto your Gun Channels page?
On your profile page,
Yeah.
go to the Instagram thing, I think.
Well, it says Instagram photos. I click it, says sign in, and then it gives me some crazy shit with code 4 3 arrow type, authorized, forbidden, exception, error message. You are not a sandbox user of this client.
It's probably broke. Like I say, Instagram changing their shit, and I'm surprised the feed still works. Does it even work on the main page anymore?
No, there's no Instagram on the front page. But okay, so that's cool.
Yeah, see that
That's
thing.
relatively new though.
I might be able to go fix it. I'll put it on my list of shit. But whenever it's fixed, then it'll probably work.
Okay, cool. And then basically at that time, I can just copy and paste it to my profile.
Well, you just did whatever you were trying to do there, and then it would just feed through. And
Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha.
Marco just died.
Fucking threw all his pots all over the floor.
yeah, he's like, where the hell is that?
He's trying
Where's
to
my
cook bacon.
fucking bacon?
He went savage. Excuse me, savage.
Alright, yeah, I gotta hit the sack. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, take care, man. Have a good one.
Later, fellas.
Nighty night. That's a shame. Fucking.
Don't let the bacon bed bugs bite, or the bacon bugs, or something.
Yeah, it's a shame that these fucking M16 A1 parts kits are just unfindable now.
I remember when they were like $170 maybe.
Dang. Fuck.
I go get my catalogs, my old paper catalogs.
That'll just be
Yeah,
depressing.
that'll just kind of make me sad. Were they like barrel included or?
Oh yeah, all you were missing was a receiver. All the trigger and everything was in them.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll just make me sad.
Everybody was like, why would anybody want to make one of these? They'll always be around.
And yet, they're not.
That's a shit ton of bacon I bought to send to the troops, and then I found out you can't send them to the troops. So I took some pictures for Bacon Day, and then I was like gonna send them to the troops in boxes or whatever, or in a box, I guess, and then they distribute it. But you're not allowed to send bacon.
Wait a minute. What's this link you're talking about?
Oh, I'm looking at the Bacon channel. I took
Okay.
a pile of bacon.
Oh, the bacon jerky. Gotcha. And did you say that tactical bacon is disgusting?
Oh,
Have you
hell
said
no.
that in the past?
No, hell no. It's a Subway. Do you like Subway bacon?
Yeah, no, it's like microwave bacon.
Okay.
I was gonna buy a can, and
I gotcha.
like this, like they were selling it at I can't remember where, and like I walked by and I was like, wait a minute, but and then I remember like what it looked like out of the can, and it literally is that microwave bullshit that comes in between wax paper. It's like
All that is bacon that they cook, like bake it on wax paper, and then they take it to basically being cooked, but not crispy, but like cooked where it's not gross anymore.
Yep.
And then let it cool down a little bit. They wrap it in the wax paper that it was in, and then wad it in that can. That's it. So when you eat it, it's just fucking
ready to go.
Bacon. You can eat it plain or cook it back up to being hot.
Yeah,
But
you
if you don't
could.
like that kind of bacon, you ain't gonna like it. But I can
Right.
handle bacon all day. That shit's awesome. The only problem is it's tiny little baby strips, but there's a whole can of them.
Right. So the one serving size then is what you're saying?
That can is probably one man-size serving, or like two people being polite servings.
Okay.
But it's gross, so like it's not even worth the serving.
Oh, I think it's okay. It's probably 70% meat bacon. It's not gross.
It's like it's
not all fatty.
It's good for like hiking trail bacon. Like let me stop here and pop open a can of bacon. Great, but it's not like you're at home and I'm gonna cook bacon. I'm gonna at home
Well,
cook bacon.
no,
It would be better
like
to
emergency
eat bags
bacon.
of bacon, like the bags of bacon jerky. That's way
Bacon
better.
jerky, yeah, I would tell you that for sure.
Because it's at least regular size. He started with some sort of thick ass shit and then shrunk it down to being small, and it's still regular bacon. I'm surprised no more people are jumping in. I guess we have a lot of Muslims listening tonight.
They're just scared.
They don't
We have
like controversial bacon discussions.
Well, they might be non-bacon eaters potentially.
I don't think they got the heart for the bacon.
I don't think you can call yourself an American and not be about the bacon.
Well, some people don't eat bacon, man. Come on now. Some of them might be a religious objection, and some of them might do for health relations. And
I got it. It's chill. Some people just aren't American. It's all right.
oh man, that ain't right. That ain't right.
Why does this fucking picture keep turning on me every time it uploads?
Just to piss in your cornflakes.
Yeah, that's about where I was gonna go with it.
Hey, G-Webs, you need to talk to your boy Matt Young. He is lunching on the Instagram.
What are we talking about? Never enough ammo?
What
Yeah,
the fuck does luncheon even mean?
Dude, that guy is like an old man on the Instagram.
he is. He doesn't even know how to hold a fucking phone right. I can tell. But you just need to tell him to do right. You see the picture that he posted of like the two bayonets?
Yeah.
You see how I stacked them sideways?
Wait, what?
Go look at this picture of his two bayonets.
That's a while ago, right?
No, he posted like two most recent pictures of bayonets.
How do we get primary and secondary to do their show on Gun Challenge? That would be an achievement. And then we need to get the shooter's mindset over here somehow.
I can make that happen for you.
We should start inviting those people because that's cool having Sean and them. I can't find that. I got to search for them. I subscribe.
Primary, secondary. Those are kind of fucking heavy hitters, like real deal people kind of stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. They seem like they're legit, right?
Yes,
They know
sir.
it. Everybody I know is legit, so I would say they're pretty legit. I think.
Yes,
I
sir.
just
That
don't
was my
care
opinion.
for what we're putting out there. What am I? What the fuck happened? Okay, so which picture are you talking about?
You see this bayonet picture?
The most recent one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So do you see how super narrow it is and like long way it is?
Yeah, he just took it and cropped it for himself, not for Instagram.
Okay. Well, no. If you would have, instead of putting the bayonets left to right, if you would have stacked them on top of each other, based on your cell phone screen, your cell phone takes a certain picture taller that's bigger than the rest. And Instagram, because it's less wider than it is, Instagram will go taller than it is wider. So it'll let you put a bigger picture vertically than it will horizontally. And the more you try to take a picture horizontally, the smaller it actually makes your item. So his picture would look twice as good if he were to put his bayonets on top of each other instead of side by side by each other.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, he don't fucking pay.
So that is what we need to teach the old man. Because he posted two pictures like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my previous question.
A lot. I would say like 4 of his last 5 pictures are like that. And it's just like a little thin bar going across the screen. I have a fucking iPhone 6 Plus. It's a pretty big fucking screen, and it's fucking small on that. So imagine someone with like an iPhone 5. They fucking hate that picture.
Hmm. Yeah, all of his photos seem to be that way.
Exactly, because he's an old man. You know what I bet it is? I bet he still takes all of his pictures with like an SLR or something.
Oh, I'm sure. You don't think he's taking with his phone? He could be taking them with his video camera. That would be helpful.
That was the other thing I was going to say. He probably takes a look at his video camera and just freeze frames it or whatever.
He's an old ass YouTuber.
My question to you, G-Webs, are we going to get fucking Matt to SHOT Show this year? Is he dedicated to going to SHOT Show?
I don't know. He could have gone this year, couldn't he? He didn't.
No.
He
He had
couldn't.
time.
That was Ed.
But put it like this: if he hasn't spent any of his Patreon money, or even if he spent half of what he got on Patreon, he should still be able to afford to go. If he were to ask for time off now,
It's like $40 a month. That's like $20 a month. That'd be like $60. No, it'd be maybe $100.
what?
He only gets like $40 a month.
Okay, and literally he started it right before SHOT. So if he's making $40 a month, he made it for 12 months. That's $400. $480. He can make it the SHOT.
Well, with that logic, he has no choice.
Unless he makes it.
Unless he just can't get the time off of work.
That's true, but that's the point, is for him to put it off now. I guarantee you, Yankee will let him room with him. That'll be fucking interesting. Yankee would get a double room and split it with Matt, or if not, get Matt his own room, and fucking just to get Matt to go. $480, he's getting the airfare. He needs to ask for time off now. I don't know,
Plus,
I
it'd
don't know
be
what kind of
fucking-
job he has if he could
Now,
do it.
is there an actual possibility that he don't want to go deal with all that?
You're saying that Matt is scared? Yeah.
No, that is not what I said. I said, is there a possibility that he wouldn't want to go deal with all that?
Even if he didn't want to go deal with all that and he just went, he would go just to hang out with us.
No, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
And at that he would pull a Yankee and not go for all 5 days. He would probably skip media day, and he'd just do like the 2.5 days that Yankee does.
I could almost see that.
Yankee literally does like 2.5 days, and he's out.
In and out like the wind.
I like to get there like 2 days before, stay 2 days after. I'm that sloppy motherfucker.
Well, yeah, but you're also in Vegas, so you're already doing Vegas things, right?
Yankee's also in Vegas, and he's sluttier than I am.
Well, midget hookers don't really count the same.
Yeah, when you fuck twice as much, yeah, it does.
I mean, you fuck twice as much.
But
with
they only
midget
cost-
hookers, that
they
costs
only
about
cost-
the same as like a
I was
normal
just-
fucking girl.
Exactly. It's
Two
half
midget
as
hookers
much.
cost just as much as one, so he gets twice as much for his dollar.
That's fucking economical. That's fucking smart.
Right? Econ 101. More bang for your buck.
You know, quite literally more bang for your buck.
Right? That's a cool fucking holster. 52.6 thousand views. What the fuck? Guns Daily is pretty huge, huh? They're a big type of thing.
Is that tack?
It just says Guns Daily, so I don't know.
Oh, like, you know what did make me mad though? Seriously, the fact that I was in Louisville, I didn't do anything Muhammad Ali related. That made me mad.
Like go to prison and convert to Islam?
No, like not go eat bacon at his museum.
Like go dodge the draft.
Like not be called a nigger when you walk down the street in the 1960s, so you can't compare yourself.
Wait a minute. What does that have to do with anything at this point?
At this point, unless you're a black man that lived in the 1960s and was called a nigger constantly walking down the street, you can't talk to me about Muhammad Ali dodging the draft. Because he was not.
One has nothing to do with the other, bro. Nothing to do with the other.
You just called him a draft dodger. I don't think he's a draft dodger.
Because he dodged the draft. He is a draft dodger.
He was not an American citizen. He was not treated as an American citizen. Therefore, he did not dodge the draft. You fucking idiot.
Somebody did it. Because he's not even from the United States, is he?
He is. He's from Louisville. But the point is, he was taxed as a U.S. citizen, not treated as a U.S. citizen, therefore had no right to fucking answer the fucking draft. So
What do you mean he wasn't? What do you mean he wasn't treated like an American citizen?
In the 1960s, there was nobody black that was treated as a U.S. citizen, unless you were a house nigga. Let's get real. Definitely not in Louisville, Kentucky either.
Well, was he a conscientious objector, or did he just book?
No, he was a conscientious objector. That was his point. Based on his religious belief, because he became a Muslim, and
he didn't want the name.
He said, "Novia Khan never called me nigga." I literally look at him as a person who was taxed under U.S. dollars and was not treated as a U.S. citizen. He had no reason to go into war. He didn't dodge a draft
agree
because
with
he
that
was a
last
US
part of the
citizen.
statement. If he was drafted and he didn't go, that's dodging the draft.
If you're not treated as a U.S. citizen, you're not a U.S. citizen.
Was he allowed to own a car, own a house, have a job?
I mean, this feels like the same kind of argument that those fuckers who are like, "Oh, I'm a sovereign citizen," kind of thing go with.
All right, bro.
Now, him changing
That's
his
my
name
personal belief.
because
I'm not gonna sit here and argue with y'all about it. I'm not really here to talk. I'm not really here to talk about it. I'm like y'all kind of brought it up, and I just made my point. But that's just how I feel about it. But I'm not really here to argue with y'all about it.
It's no worries. The conscientious objector is different than the dodger, because the dodger would just book to Canada, where an objector says, "I'm standing right here and I ain't going because I don't feel." And like Marco's saying, I don't know, but I'm assuming Marco's got what his perspective on it was that you're asking me to go protect or serve or do duty to a thing that's supposed to be for the good of all, but if I'm not reflected in the good of all, then no. And that was that was one of the attitudes of conscientious objectors, I guess, but you're saying he did it for his religion? So, whatever.
Hashtag GOAT.
Yeah, I'll eat bacon. It's not good. But now I'm eating walnuts and freeze-dried strawberries.
On April 28, 1967, boxing champion Muhammad Ali refuses to be inducted into the U.S. Army and is immediately stripped of his heavyweight title.
As a conscientious objector.
Ali, a Muslim, cited religious reasons for his decision to forego military service. Born Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr. in Louisville, Kentucky on January 14, 1942.
His mama call him Clay? I'm going to call him Clay.
The future three-time world champion changed his name to Muhammad Ali in 1964 after converting to Islam. He scored a gold medal at the 1960 Olympic Games in Rome and had made his professional boxing debut against Tony Hussaker on October 29, 1960, winning the bout in 6 rounds. On February 25th, 1964, he defeated the heavily favored bruiser Sonny Liston in 6 rounds to become heavyweight champion. On April 28, 1967, with the United States at war in Vietnam, Ali refused to be inducted into the armed forces, saying, "I ain't got no quarrel with those Viet Cong." On June 20th, 1967, Ali was convicted of draft evasion, sentenced to 5 years in prison, fined $10,000, and banned from boxing for 3 years. He stayed out of prison as his case was appealed and returned to the ring on October 26, 1970, knocking out Jerry Quarry like a little bitch, actually, in Atlanta in the 3rd round. On March 8, 1971, Ali fought Joe Frazier in the fight of the century and lost after 15 rounds, the first loss of his professional boxing career. On June 28th of that same year, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned his conviction for evading the draft.
What does that mean?
Evade.
That means he was not necessarily no, at no point did it say he was a conscientious objector. I'll go to a different site to see if it says
No, Google Muhammad Ali and just type in C and see if conscientious objector comes up.
But what does overturn that mean? That means he's no longer.
That means he's no longer. What was it? Because he was
They
convicted.
convicted him. You could be a conscientious objector and still be convicted. It's like, you know, like you shouldn't murder somebody if you didn't defend your life. Just claiming conscientious objector doesn't omit you from anything.
Anyway, you would have gone there if you were in Indiana, like.
No, I wasn't. No, I was in Louisville.
But I'm saying you would have gone there even if you wouldn't have just died. Like it would have been something you wanted to see in Louisville. Even
hell yeah!
Like his old house.
Hell, honestly, thinking like you never think of Muhammad Ali from Louisville. I guess you really kind of do, but I wasn't thinking Muhammad Ali at the time. You know what I'm saying? Never even crossed my mind. But he probably does have a museum or two down there. Easy.
So here's kind of what his statement was, dude. Why should they ask me to put on a uniform and go 10,000 miles from home and drop bombs and bullets on brown people in Vietnam while so-called Negro people in Louisville are treated like dogs and denied simple human rights? No, I am not going 10,000 miles from home to help murder and burn another poor nation simply to continue the domination of white slave masters of the darker people of the world over. This is the day when such evils must come to an end. I have been warned that to take such a stand would put my prestige in jeopardy and could cause me to lose millions of dollars which should accrue to me as the champion. But I have said it once and I will say it again. The real enemy of my people is right here. I will not disgrace my religion, my people, or myself by becoming a tool to enslave those who are fighting for their own justice, freedom, and equality. If I thought the war was going to bring freedom and equality to 22 million people of my people, to 22 million of my people, they wouldn't have to draft me. I'd join tomorrow. But I either have to obey the laws of the land or the laws of Allah. I have nothing to lose by standing up for my beliefs, so I'll go to jail. We've been in jail for 400 years.
$400.
Yeah, that's the thing. 400.
Where?
When the first.
I guess here.
Yeah, when the first slave ships started coming over.
In 1642.
Pretty much. I guess that's the point they were making.
Well, 2042 would be 42 years or 400 years. Or am I wrong?
Well, it must have been before. I wasn't around.
1776 was when the whole America thing was starting or whatever.
Yeah, but even if you counted the Christopher Columbus guy, that was 1642, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And that would be 2042, yes.
Bacon Nation?
That's kind of good.
Mm-hmm.
Probably somebody already doing those. The Baconationing?
There can be only one, like Highlander. The quickening, the baconing.
I like it. I like the baconing. It reminds me a lot of the fattening.
It's already a video game.
The baconing?
Yeah.
What?
Published Vulcan Games for Xbox 350. That's a video game, right?
What the fuck is an Xbox 350?
360, I bet.
August 30th, 2011.
The baconing. What a bunch of bullshit. They owe us money.
Seriously.
They owe us money from 2011 till now.
Let's get the Gun Channel's lawyer together and figure this shit out.
Hammer out a few fucking details. Will Eric work for bacon?
I mean, it's chill. Just send them a cease and desist letter. They'll fucking. They won't challenge that shit, especially for some shitty Xbox arcade game. They'll be like, oh fuck.
You guys were all talking Wilson Combat and 10 millimeters and shit the other day, right? Like, that's been a topic lately, is the 10 millimeter topic, right?
I guess.
Well, I just found a exploded Nighthawk.
Oh, I saw that.
That looks fucking nuts. I haven't read the article yet, so I'm just going to share that first. Because that's an expensive gun that just blowed up.
Mm-hmm.
It was the most accurate handgun he ever shot until it exploded.
Oh, it doesn't seem that bad.
Awesome. No. It's what? Did you look at the picture?
Yeah. Oh, the fucking. Okay, never mind.
Yes, sir.
I didn't see that the frame was like. I only saw the fucking slide. I didn't see the frame was also destroyed.
Yeah, that's not Magnaported, bro. Okay, now here's what. Was using off-the-shelf Arms Corps 10 millimeter ammo. You just say that 1911s don't explode as easily as polymer frame pistols. Man, I'm just thinking of the tears that had to fucking happen. And I'm not saying the dude was scared when it happened or nothing, but...
I mean, I would be fucking sad. I'd be mad as all hell.
Well,
I'd be calling up fucking Arms Corps and be like, your fucking shit blew up my fucking $5,000 gun.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd even... Nice. First thought in my mind was, is the shooter okay? And then he assured that friend received no harm from the accident. I think that is something remarkable about this Nighthawk 1911. It received this much damage from the 10 millimeter round, but the shooter was okay. Not sure if the luck was luck or due to high quality that the Nighthawk is known for. Unfortunately, the shooter was unable to find any remnants of the round that detonated. Nighthawk has never seen anything like this before and are building the owner a new gun as they post this. Well, now that is fucking right on. Now they do not say whether they're charging them
they're getting it for like half off.
Or like cost or something. Now,
Yeah.
Flippy, did you look a little further down? It ain't just the top of that motherfucker that split either.
The fucking frame like split in half too.
It's a fucking banana peel, bro.
How does that even happen?
Gee, that's why I posted it, man. I have no fucking clue at all.
Did it go back? That can't happen. So what did it blow out the front and then come backwards into the frame? That can't happen. So it blew out the back and blew forward, and with such force that it blew the frame and slide apart. That makes no sense. That's got to
Well,
be.
I don't know that it blew the frame. Oh, it did, I guess. Another look at the bottom, one of the bottom pictures. It did actually. I thought it was just a slide, but no. So back in those Bugs Bunny cartoons, when the fucking he plugs the barrel, right?
Yeah.
And it fucking literally does the banana peel.
The
That
barrel, not
is the
slide though.
right, and this is the real world.
Also, if the barrel was ripped in a similar fashion inside of all that, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But why is that barrel intact?
I mean, the barrel looks like it could be bulged pretty severely.
It would
Yeah,
have
but it's not a part though.
Bulk and then come back to shape.
The gas had to feed around the barrel itself. Yes, that is the only way that can happen. Is that correct?
No, it could have come out of the chamber, I guess, and then hit the breech and come forward, but then not go out the ejection port and not go down the magazine well, and somehow blow all that force out into the tight ass seal between the gas or the dust cover and the
That's
barrel.
what I want to know. How did it get around the fucking barrel, man?
I guess it's possible that there's a crack in that barrel we can't see, and the barrel is so fucking strong. It just ripped and blew all that pressure into the slide slash dust cover, and then increased that pressure to like chamber pressures, and then it blew apart. That's probably what happened. There must be a break.
All right, that would almost make sense then. But yeah, I hadn't seen anything like that. That's why I shared it, because that's insane.
Alright, well I gotta toot it and boot it. I gotta wake up early tomorrow to go buy more fucking magazines.
More waffles.
Yeah.
Well, have a good one, bro.
Toodles.
That's when his mom is tapping on the floor with her broom.
Time to go to bed.
Mm-hmm. I'm making that noise down there. Your dad's sleeping. That looks like Mim. Is that upper just all Mim?
I am no expert on that, to be honest. I mean, when you and DB start fucking making cracks and jokes on that shit, I understand what the process is, so to speak, but I couldn't look at a part and say, oh, that's Mim. I couldn't do that yet. So, are you saying that that's a Mim slide?
Oh, it's a Mim.
A Nighthawk is a Mim slide?
No, I don't know.
I would hope not. But then when you look at it, though, when you look at the one where they're pointing the barrel at the camera,
right,
and you look right down at it looks like the San Andreas fucking fault out of the first Superman goddamn movie.
Yep.
And you look to the right just underneath the front sight post,
mm-hmm.
and it's all fucking
chalky and powder.
Yep. So I would be inclined to think that that is what's going on there, which would blow my fucking mind. And is there anything else on this story on Facebook? Let's see. I'm going to give it a wow and see if that brings anything. Nope, just a oops and a 5 truck payments. And do you find TFB to be non-sensational, so to speak? Like they're going to try and do facts, or they do what they do? And actually, if you just want to type that, yeah, okay. Yep. I won't repeat that. Yeah, I'm just trying to do the math on that. How the fuck does that happen?
Well, I think it's weakness in the metal, personally, and then it just happened to give it stress. I guess it could happen if they make the top and bottom. No, they don't though. I've seen them. I know where they. I mean, I've been to where they make their frames and shit. I've been in their assembly building.
So now, is there a possibility that this is a Nighthawk knockoff or something, or?
Well, this is a 10 millimeter is all, and that's a round that has too much power. I guess it just, but that doesn't make sense either. I was gonna say you can see the rip in the chamber for damn sure, right? In that first picture where you're just looking down at it.
The top picture.
Mm-hmm. You can see.
Okay. Yep.
The top of the chamber, so I could see where it blew up there. But unless that barrel went huge like the Hulk and then shrunk back down, like swole up like a giant hot dog and then swelled back down, then there was no way that the barrel, nothing about the barrel is going to make that
I mean, it's a fat chick sitting down splitting her pants, right? I mean, this is how this happens, right? So to speak. The
I don't
pressure.
know how you could possibly put pressure on the front of a slide of a gun and rip it from the front sight to the fucking ejection port.
Like the whole length, you know?
couldn't
I mean,
pressure to do that. I mean, it's a testament to them if it's just simply a gas leak and their tolerances are so tight that no gas could come out the front and no gas could come out around the chamber there until it would rather burst at the seams, literally. But
wow.
No, that's crazy. That has to just be some crazy strain or striation in the metal that just became apparent under this particular set of circumstances, I guess.
Like it's one of those things that doesn't happen, but somehow in this case it did, kind of a thing, right?
Yeah, like normally you would never put a stress on a gun in that way, and then this time the leak happened in a way that made that happen, I guess. I don't know.
Now, could it be that it was like a double charge or something like that on the ammo itself, potentially?
But how would that even matter, though?
Well, that's what I'm
Make
trying
a
to.
double charge in the powder?
Yeah, like in the ammo round itself.
I thought you meant the bullet. I don't know, I guess. Blow it out. I guess what could happen, instead of it being a pressure thing, what if it just tried to cycle so fucking fast that it blew its slide back with such pressure that it literally just broke it? Like if you would have taken that slide, you've taken that gun when it's still in good shape, take it apart, and take the slide and set it on an anvil with the rear sight setting on the anvil, and then just start beating on the muzzle with a big sledgehammer. Right?
Like that? Okay.
Like you nail it into an anvil like a nail. Then you beat the shit out of it and it might break like that, right? So maybe it ripped backwards so fucking fast, and then there is a bulge in the barrel that it pulled it over that bulge in the barrel, and it just ripped everything so that the slide could still cycle.
Like an all through wood. It split it like a fucking like firewood.
A wedge going through wood. Because your barrel, whenever I've seen something like this, the barrel will get swollen and then the gun won't work anymore. Like you can't cycle the slide back and forth over that bulge in the barrel anymore. So the gun's just fucked until you can get a sledgehammer to it and then you beat on it. In fact, do we even know that this actually happened on the range? Maybe that's all that happened, is they locked it up and then beat on it with a hammer until it fucking, the swell put so much pressure on the muzzle that it broke it open.
Let's see.
There's no apparent beating marks, but they could have done it with a rubber mallet or something. I don't know how you'd break the fucking dust cover doing that, though.
It's a freaking mystery. Because, yeah, and plus, man, it's scrolling really slow right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. And it's kind of vague, though, too, I will say, because, from what I was told, and my friend, air quotes, my friend, because, of course, he didn't do that, right?
Oh, you mean they're referring to a friend?
Right.
Damn it. Got like $340 coming in a freaking whatever they call it, like auto thing. It was supposed to leave on like the 14th or the 17th of last month. And it's still just in limbo.
Well, that sucks. Yeah, like he's okay. You can see the chamber split. I'm not sure how that caused the slide to split down the middle, top and bottom. And then look at the damage to the dust cover of the frame. And yeah, and yet there's no real reporting on how or what happened. Just basically some dude sent him pictures and maybe told him a story, maybe didn't.
So if you shot that thing and the barrel bulged just, maybe an inch or two down, wherever it looks like it's bulged, it kind of looks like it's bulged pretty much where it changes color. On that first picture, it goes from dirty to shiny.
Yep, I see it.
So I think that could be a bulge right there. So if it bulged right there, the bullet goes down and the cartridge goes backwards, to make the thing reciprocate. And the barrel is supposed to drift a little bit because that's 1911, and then kind of be retained by that little pinny thing, and then but jiggle around, and then allow the slide to move backwards on it, right? And then if that thing was swollen, it couldn't. It would get stuck because there's not enough tolerance inside of the slide when it's swole. So now it would get stuck, and then they're suggesting if this happened just from the round going off, that it would blow backwards with such force without any mass at all, just whatever mass is in the stupid cartridge, empty cartridge, case I should say.
You're right.
That going backwards would pull that slide with such force to go past that bulge to where it rips the material that the slide is made out of. Even if the slide got bulged with the barrel and started to break, it seems to me like that would be something where it was fucked, but it would not have gone backwards barely at all. It would have got stuck. Like it would have gone.
There's almost not enough weight in that in the casing or the cartridge or whatever you're talking about to. I mean, there's not enough force. There's not enough mass going at whatever speed to make it do that, in my opinion. But
all it'll do is get stuck on that bulged barrel. It'll go back as far as it can, and then either the something down there will get stuck with the tolerances, and boom, you're going to be stuck. So maybe it would even be in the position it's in, like half open, but not all the way slide all the way back or anything. But how could it do it to such a speed that it would do that kind of effort to the thing? So I suspect that it was the thing went off, it broke the chamber, and because it blew out the chamber, it and the overcharge or whatever blew the bullet out forwards, and then with so much pressure that it blew up in the chamber and bulged the barrel. But then I bet you it didn't even hardly move the slide. Like the slide just kind of stuck there. So then they're like, what the fuck happened to this gun? And then they started beating on it, and if it was already weakened, or if they were...
And that's when it split?
Yeah, that's when it started to split, just like a wedge going through wood. And then they're like, oh, it's already broken. And then they just kept hitting it just to see what the fuck, to be jerks, and because they don't know how to take it apart otherwise. And then they just figured take pictures for internet.
Wow. Yeah, that's just as plausible as fucking anything else, man.
I'm pretty confident. Now here's what I need: some sort of other subplot, and then of course the lady at the end. We'll make some kind of joke as we order a drink with that crazy guy and the bartender.
Yep. That sounds about accurate. I didn't know it was a Tuesday or something.
That the day it was on. Because it doesn't.
No, I'm just saying that. I'm saying that's the innocuous fucking one line that we would then have the cocktail at the bar over talking about the chick, but laugh because it's an inside joke.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. Fuck, man. So, $5,000 guns break, kids, just like any other machine. It has the potential to break. Now, here's the thing. How many fucking articles have you ever read about something like this happening, or just Nighthawks breaking in general? I'm going to have to go with, now, I haven't been around firearms or in the game as long as you have, by any stretch of the imagination, but this is the first one that I've seen anything catastrophic like this happening to.
I never even heard of them until 2012 when we were going past them and stopped. People telling me about them, and it went in one way and not the other, so I didn't retain any information before 2012, and only since then have I barely acknowledged, like, oh, they're talking about a place I've been. So 1911s don't hold a lot of...
They're not, yeah. Now, Dr. Knows out there giving us some plausible answers, so...
I don't know.
Number one.
Full of shit, though, for all we know, because he's only able to type. And
well, I just gave him a link if he feels like joining us.
But barrel split and swelled and unlocked. Right. Slide went back over bulged barrel, and the front of the slide was broken. Then the split traveled backwards. He means the part of the slide near the chamber was broken, then the split traveled backwards along the slide from the slide being bulged.
So it broke at the front and it tore as it went back then?
I have to open the picture again now. This is how these people get a billion hits, because everybody's going to be like having these discussions about it.
Well, it's pretty heavy duty. And to answer Pink's question, yes, it was supposed to be Arms Corps factory ammo. And yeah, I'm sure it was a seriously tight bushing fit.
It's a MIM slide. I can take care of that for DB.
Nice. Had to be a super hot round or a squib, and a fully supported chamber would have stopped the brass from blowing out as a safety. No shit.
Alright, well, so, I don't know. I'm cutting it thin. So since it's mainly you, Pink, and No, you know, I've told you about some of the other things I want to keep doing, which interest me or whatever, but I also have, one of the reasons I didn't pursue a day job after getting rid of one last year already, right? So quite a while ago now. I've been like skimming by without a 9-to-5 or anything similar.
Right.
And I did that so that I could go then help the AZCDL. I kind of expected to be able to get the YouTube channel to where it's bringing in enough money to, you know, allow that to happen, but it ain't. So now, of course, when I'm to the point where I'm like, well, I guess fuck this dream, I'm gonna go get a 9-to-5 again. AZCDL is all, hey, yeah, let's do some alternative or whatever. So as much as I have interest in helping them, and all the, I believe I have a lot of experience and knowledge to give them at least one option for what they need, or I think they need, but you know, they think they want, I guess. I just hesitate if I should go to all the effort of talking them into using something that I'm familiar with, because I just don't know if I'm going to have the time to be able to follow through, I guess.
Well, that's a valid concern.
I mean, you know, the place been around for a while. I mean, I don't see it coming together. I kind of was hoping to do it in stages with the AK thing as an intermediary, and then do the Every Second Matters the way I'd like with using this software, but in the more streamlined version so that it's a little cleaner. And then ideally with the functions and features and look and layout and navigation and whatever that came from a lot of people evaluating it. But we basically got a bunch of us who use it a lot and don't really comment on it, which is fine. But then, you know, it doesn't change, it doesn't evolve or anything. So we don't ask for feedback, we don't get feedback, and because of that, the place just ends up looking like any of our garages might. It doesn't look like a place that's open for business that is trying to cater to somebody who's new and trying to find their way around. So I guess knowing that, I figured if we do Every Second Matters as its own entity, but on the deluxe, so that we could invite AZCDL and the firearms policy and the Florida Carry and everybody else. Again, I'm not doing it to waste everybody's time and just to prove that I could do it or something. I want to do it so that it's effective. I guess what I'm asking you guys, do you think that there are still resources here? The people I'm talking about, I guess the human beings, it's kind of changed a bit, I don't know, in the last few months, right? Do you think there's potential here to be able to bring people together and basically be the support crew to get that thing at least off the ground until we can harvest more support people from them, or maybe build a system that allows support people to come and go? I guess that would be the ideal way to do it. Or just trying to put too much hope into what real life resources we have.
Because I definitely understand and agree with your observation about the draft pool, so to speak, over the past 6 months to a year.
I mean, we couldn't have done it with Quark and Stone Guy and Edge when towards the end of the first year there, they were the superstars, hanging out all the time and running the chats and keeping the thing going. But they would have never been able to with their lives and their interests in doing stuff online. They would have never done it. As far as like doing it right, having legit meetings and figuring out what's working and what ain't and following through on pieces and basically being the custodians for a bunch of people who are getting work done, right? Like being a volunteer custodial staff for like the office building that the work is being done in. But I don't know, how do I look for those people? Is it possible to just ask for those people out there? I guess the reason I'm asking, I'm kind of encouraged by listening to Sean talk about how they started We Like Shooting earlier. Yeah. How, like, they had the idea and started asking around. Shit, I've been doing that for a while now. Maybe I should be asking on Reddit. But do you think that we've got people here that we could ask? I mean, you guys are there and chatting with people as much or more than I am. During the days when the various people are on.
Well,
I mean, we got Standing. He's freaking outstanding, right?
He is pretty fucking cool character, and
but
I know he's kind of new to this, but I know it seems like he's always got his hands in something. Like he's doing this, he's doing that. But like I didn't get to meet him like you guys did in Vegas or what have you. So
he's a good guy. Very much like all of us, I think he's just exactly, at least from what I know of him, he's exactly what he's like in the chats. But I guess what I'm saying is he doesn't seem as enthusiastic and interested and active as he is. I don't see him. He doesn't strike me as a nerd type who's into making the back end happen, or.
Well, and that takes a certain set of skills too, though, right? To be able to. To know how to do that, or to just be intuitive to what the problem may be that they're supposed to be fixing at that time.
There's people who do that like clockwork, that thrive on that and that really geek out on it, but then unfortunately they're also have a tendency to want to perfect it and constantly be tweaking it like a German. Just because they can and they have tools, they might as well tweak it even though it's working fine. Let's fuck with it because I have tools and it's a machine and I'm standing here. There's those kind of people. And then there's the people who, if you show them exactly what to do, then they'll be able to do exactly that, and that's super useful, and they'll do it when needed, but then...
That's all that they will do, though. They'll only stay within those parameters.
Yeah, don't have that knack to know what it is they're doing, so that when something a little bit different happens, they can just take it in stride and wail on it, where those people that usually do know how to take it in stride then have to report back and tell everybody how they were able to figure out that something else happened, and then explain what they they solved it, they saved the day. Well, so it's just a little shit, but the thing is, we don't even, those are some of the different people, but we don't even have any of those people, really. We have a couple of 3 people who are interested, but I shouldn't say that. I've only found a couple of people that are interested. I suspect there might be more out there.
I would agree with that, definitely. And like we were just saying, it takes a certain set of skills. But also, here's the other thing: they have to have the know-how, like we were saying. But then they also have to have the free time that's not at their own work or job that they already have, or too busy of a life with wife, kids, and whatnot, to be able to fill the time needed here. That's like how you were saying you're going to need almost like shifts, for covering, basically, for making sure that the whole time is at least able to be addressed if something does happen. Like somebody's got to be on call, so to speak. Right? Isn't that kind of what you're almost sort of looking for?
Sorry, I missed the last part. The machine shit on me. I had to run in there.
Oh, no worries. I was just saying, the amount of people that we have with the actual know-how is one thing, but they also have to have the ability to have the free time, where it's not the wife, the kids, the real life. It's actually time that they have available to cover here, like almost like a shift, I guess, is like between covering a shift and on call, basically.
That's to do it. Yeah, it's just to have a shift, a schedule, and then just make it allow people to volunteer for pieces of it or to cover zones of it. Because then.
Because then any one person is gonna like, oh fuck, dude, I've been trying to cover this for a week straight now, and this, that, the other thing, or because that's the other thing. People are gonna have regular jobs too. Well, not everybody, but where they're gonna have a certain amount of their day is gonna be occupied by trying to make that rent money or what have you.
I'm guessing Pink can't jump in because he's got to have a link, but I'm just going to address a couple of his things because he's been saying stuff. I don't want to miss him. How many, or I guess no, saying how many people do you think we need? I don't know. More than me, though. And I'm not saying I'm doing it all right myself right now, but I don't know. And I just know that it's going to take more than a few people. And this is the part I was looking for. I don't know, as far as every second matters, the old saying, if you build it, they will come. I think we push every second matters to the next level. A lot of groups will flock to it. I sort of suspect the same thing, especially after talking to Sean earlier in the year. But that's, I guess, my concern is that I'm good at building the fuck out of shit and then standing there and going, there you go. But unless it's bulletproof like the fucking Enterprise or something where you can walk away and let the crew run it, you then need to get a crew, right? And be able to work the thing.
Yeah.
I'd be scared that, or my concern is I don't want to build it and then waste a bunch of people's time. Like, okay, here we go. And then they're like, what? This is lame.
All
and
of a
then
sudden you have an empty apartment building, basically, with nobody living in it.
Well, and then no help or anything. Like, we haven't really built a building. Yeah, I guess that's the way to say it. Maybe an office building. But it was like we built an office building, or we built this apartment building called Gun Channels, and we let people hang out and build their own, like, restaurants or stores or rooms and hang out or live here or just meet up at the bar downstairs. But we sort of built it, and it's just like a abandoned property that I bought, and then I'm rich, so I just let it sit. Nobody's kicking us out, but it's not, there's nothing fancy going on here. So then I built the AK-47 one, I guess, is like a building with a construction crew that came in and made it all nice, so it's all looks nice, but there's nobody using it. It's empty. They just never had a chance to encourage people constantly to get in there and use it and join it, and it turns out people are a bunch of fucking bitches, basically. Like, they won't play unless they're getting compensated or fucking...
And that's the part that sucks.
Guaranteed that, like, so-and-so ain't going to come play in the sandbox if they're playing in the sandbox, or they don't want to leave shit with their name on it if they're not getting it. It's just lame. So, whatever, that thing exists, and it worked for what it needed. I just needed to see if I could build this thing up again, like I say, with one contractor instead of 30 contractors, if it would look decent and work and everything, and it does. So I'm pretty confident that I could just take it to AZCDL and say, here. That's what I was sort of thinking. Like, here, we could just build you your own version of Gun Channels, but call it AZCDL, and then do whatever you want. But the problem is, then it's just AZCDL, and they've built this big thing that's super powerful, and then fuck you if you're Florida Carry, or fuck you if you're somebody else, because you either have to go make your own or something similar. Worst case is you make something different, because then people are never going to want to be in both unless they're just in the hobby of trying out new social media platforms. You know, that gets boring after a while. So that's why I was like, oh shit, when Sean started talking about that, I'm like, damn, you know what, that might actually be beneficial, because if everybody's using a similar common platform, and then boom, you have access to all your different groups, you just have one place to go. It's like the mall for just
It's fucking Legos that way, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you can make the connection because each person has their own set of Legos that they interlock with each other, like no problem. Inner workings or whatever.
Oh, I got to learn Legos with this guy, and I got to play Lincoln Logs with that guy, and I got an Erector set with that guy. You're just playing Legos. So everybody's, you can just build a massive, cool thing. So I guess my other concern is if we build it, and we build, because like I said, I can build the fucking thing tomorrow. I know how to build the thing now, but being confident that we can facilitate the thing, I guess, is my concern. Because if we build the thing and it looks cool and everybody jumps over, and then kind of like what happened with Gun Channels, we built it and it was what it is, but we didn't have any plan, so it just sat there, and then it sort of became what it was, and Ralph and I didn't have a goal and didn't have a specific plan in mind, so it never really, it just was a plane that a bunch of people flew, and it didn't necessarily go anywhere, but it didn't take off, it didn't land, it just kind of taxied around with a bunch of people in it. So I just don't want to do that with the Every Second Matters in front of all these people, because then they might go, oh, this was a waste of time, and this was a massive failure, it wasted our time, so now we hate the idea, and we're never going to fucking do this again. So I don't really care about being a failure. I've done that a million times, but I don't want to waste the potential of actually getting these people's ear and getting them to do something. Like, I want to make sure it's fucking solid, right, so that we don't discourage them from ever doing something like that again. Then we basically be working for Bloomberg for fucking free.
We're making some of that son of a bitch happy. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. So yeah, it has to be, hey, you know what? You're making the fucking Glock, basically, of fucking social media platform for these guys. It's going to be reliable, simple to use, and efficient at its fucking job. I mean, now that's me being a little bit cheesy, but I think that's pretty accurate, though. You want something that's going to be easy for them to use so that it encourages them to use it. You also want it to be reliable so that it, that's where the not minions, but you know what I'm saying, the helpers come in to make sure that the machine gets oiled properly and the gears keep running.
The attendants, yeah.
Yes. And then, what was I trying to think for the third part? The efficiency with what it does its job. I guess if they could then realize that they're going from old school, like the fucking telegraph, to, micro communications or microwave communications with satellites and shit like that, where, like I think I said it earlier, it's like once they can finally realize that if they even did the same amount of work that they were doing before, level of work, but they get much more out of what the level of work that they're doing. Whether that just means that they're just typing in the same amount of shit, but it reaches so much more, or it does such a bigger job potentially through this new way of doing it, that, if they could see that, that would also, that reinforces the positive feeling and, encourages them to share it with other people.
You're talking about people that use the site or the people that are in the groups?
Kind of both. Because I guess, if we're talking AZCDL or AZ, is that what it is? AZCDL? Citizens Defense League. Yes, okay. And Florida Carry and Georgia Carry, Firearms Policy Coalition or whatever it is. So like basically they're each gonna have their own little Lego that they're gonna plug in with each other, so that it basically becomes one.
Well, that's
so
what I'm thinking too. Is that then that way there's we hopefully help eliminate repetition of effort, so that if they're working on an agenda and they're working on an agenda, the person who wants to help both groups can not waste time doing a third thing on that agenda, or that third group that comes up says, oh, okay, there's obviously two people working on this campaign. Let's devote our efforts to either helping that or doing it here and letting people know that this is another attack or something, so that basically people aren't wasting their time. Thinking of like the chats we had with the whole NFA thing before Tony did his
repeal all gun laws.
Gun laws thing.
Yeah.
So he did all that, and we learned from that, I guess, and it was not a success necessarily. But he went through a lot of effort building that thing, and then, it was similar to what other people were doing, and then it was a similar intent, but again, individual. But then, and then the other stuff, all lessons we learned from it. And then I go to Gun Rights Policy Conference, I think about 6 months later, or maybe a little bit longer than that, and I find out that Todd Rathner is here in Tucson, Arizona. He's got the NFA-FA, the National Firearms Act Freedom Alliance organization. Yep. It's been established and been around for a long time. And we're just sitting over there frustrating ourselves and basically fucking pissing each other off, literally, and to do repetition of effort and do it poorly. Like, they're already doing it. We could have just spent a quarter of our time going, oh, this already exists, let's support them, and then gotten along the rest of the time instead of farted around. But anyway, learning from the mistake is the big thing, right? Not making
absolutely. Well, and I'm going to agree with that statement, yes, because learning from the mistakes is growth, Now, that doesn't mean that some of the same mistakes might not be made just in different areas or in different style, but relatively the actual same mistake, so to speak. But that also is growth, because sometimes the lesson you thought you learned from making that mistake might not have been the actual lesson. You know what I guess I'm almost talking in a circle there, but I think you probably get what I'm saying.
I think so. Well, you get the opportunity to learn more lessons than one as time goes on, and gives you more experience from every instance.
Right.
Man, like I say, I wish this fucking timing would have been a little bit different when I was sitting on all that AK money. It would have been a lot easier to say, yeah, let's fuck with this shit for a couple of weeks. But I don't have that luxury anymore.
Well, and see, that's the other thing where you're at, dude, is, like you just said, you haven't had the regular 9 to 5 for an amount of time now, so it's like, it's almost like you got to be toe tapping. If I'm going, all right, guys, are we gonna fucking do this, or are we gonna do something else? And whether that's with the Every Second Matters, the AZCDL, the fucking putting it all together, Plus, you were talking about you're trying to do the loophole tour and everything too. I mean, like, you got a lot of irons in the fire. It's just you ain't been able to fucking brand none of the cattle yet. You know what I mean? Haven't been able to.
Yeah.
And so now you've got your irons in the fire, and they're hot. Where the fuck is the cattle?
Yeah, fucking cattle scattered.
Right. And so it's just like, it's fucking with your timing. But as you know, fucking real world, that's just the fucking way that shit works a good portion of the time.
Yep.
I mean, I sometimes like to say, if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have any. But, I mean, that's not exactly true, Just sometimes it may feel like that. So I'm going to try and be positive and tell you that, shit happens in its own time. Maybe there's a reason that it is taking this. Maybe the one tumbler, the cosmic tumbler, is going to turn correct, and all of a sudden 3 things are going to fall right in line, one after another. You'll have so much fucking shit to get done that you'll be able to get it done. You'll be able to do it right, but it might take you the next 6 months to fucking get everything done and up and going smoothly the way you want it. But maybe it might be 3 times the workload that you had originally planned on.
Right. Well, see, that's where I'm trying to be strategic, I guess. So I'm thinking at some point here, maybe I'm just thinking this now, but maybe it's time to bring in outsourcing. So instead of trying to depend on a volunteer to do it, we just outsource some of the stuff that's necessary behind the scenes work to make sure that it's flawless as far as its presentation and its function.
Well, and see, that's
doing this,
definitely not a bad idea.
I'm doing this on the cheap, so I haven't really looked into that, but sometimes this stuff's surprisingly cheap when you can outsource to Bangladesh and places.
Well, and like we've talked about a little bit, it's like you're trying to go for something polished and professional, something that is kind of dare I say, like official letterhead type of shit. Especially with all these people with trying to change fucking legislation, or trying to get all their ducks in a row to work together on to help improve the state compact type of thing, or I mean stuff that would potentially have real fucking change in our reality, right? But you can't have it all of a sudden that it takes a crap for 3 days or something like that, or somebody was able to get in and every fucking email that says "fuck you" or something. I mean, I'm reaching. I'm not gonna kid you. I'm reaching.
Concerns though, that's exactly the kind of shit where again, you don't want to make that experience for not only the users, all the people that are giving a damn, but then all the people that are doing the effort, doing the work. But, I mean, what the fuck? I could look at potential problems all day long. How many people are stepping up to do it is the other thing. And, I mean, we've had 4 years of success. We haven't had anybody fucking with us yet. We're not under the magnifying glass, I guess, either, though.
Which is kind of nice. And every once in a while, we get a wild hair up somebody's ass, and they spam us a little bit, and we fucking there's enough people, like just the other day when that kind of stuff happened, like Dano, Moon, and Knight were around, and like within a few minutes, 10, 15 minutes of fucking shit going haywire, sorta, everybody that was able to do like a part did their part, and it was no longer an issue. And then I know you were there.
I was driving around, so they did. Yeah.
But like that's the thing, you had all of a sudden it was 3 guys fucking tag teaming or whatever, so and not everybody did the same part either. Like one person knew like their little area to how and attack the problem, another person knew another area, and another person knew another. So like it's good to have so many shepherds covering different areas with different levels of know-how, for sure. But that's like why you kind of almost got to have shifts, so to speak, like we were saying, shift work or whatever. Oh, I got that a little bit. And if it ends up being in any type of official capacity for being a custodian, so to speak, you won't have people fire drill or tripping over each other. It'll be like almost like checklist style, where oh no, I need to do this, this, and this, and it's just done. Well, they're all heavy duty out there in the chat. What do we got going on?
Oh, I'm muted. So anyway, you know the deal. So it's I don't know.
Yeah. Just reading the last part of that, and yeah. Yeah. And that's just the way sometimes that part goes, because it's kind of like the examples of the ones that can pick the ball up and run and zigzag, or the ones that can pick up and run through the hole because that's what the play is, so to speak. You know, football analogy and running back, all that kind of stuff.
I appreciate that, Pink, but obviously it's not. I mean, you're doing fuck ton right now. I mean, I can't say it enough. We wouldn't have the place we got without their help with that. But it really shouldn't be on any per person either, or even the group of us. I mean, if we're doing it smart and we're really going to offer them something that's worth a shit, I'm thinking maybe outsourcing is just the way to go. Get them people that know what they're doing, just pay them to do what they are good at. If we were a big company or something, we wouldn't be trying to fucking do it. We'd have people that know how to monitor what we're paying people to do, and that seems like what we've definitely got. People that are skilled enough to know if it's being done right, and when there's something custom that needs to be done, give us some good ideas on how to tell them to do it.
Yeah.
Why is Bob saying he's almost glad he'll be dead soon?
Oh, I think because all the political talk that was going on out there.
I don't know what Noah's talking about. I think it's going to be easier and easier to take out drones. Those things are... There's like 3 or 4 different ways I can think of where you could easily knock them out of the sky, just physically. The bigger worry would be when they got those big-ass glider type of drones where they have just enough motor that they can run off of solar panels that are on their wings, so they can launch them and they can be up there for like 6 or 8 months, basically just whenever they come down for maintenance or whatever. But they'll just kind of soar up there forever.
They have those. One of the magazines I had, it had was all the fucking drones that the government uses, and one of them is like the Global Hawk or whatever. It can literally go up and be autonomous for I don't remember how long. And then and it basically goes down for some as small as like the ones that you used to have as a kid that literally you chuck and it is just a glider drone, to the ones that make the Predator drone look tiny.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about these ones that are just meant to be like traffic control and stuff. I saw some show about them a long time ago, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're already out there.
Okay, I got you.
Something that was just balanced or whatever, so that the size of the solar panels on the wings and the weight or whatever would allow it to basically stay up there indefinitely. They only came down, like I say, for maintenance or whatever, but it would just hover above, let's say, a city with all kinds of cameras and shit on it, and kind of be a little Sputnik with cameras, so it could monitor for police, so they wouldn't have to drive helicopters around, and it would be like an eye in the sky constantly, and they could have like dozens of them up there. But the problem with those, I was saying, is that unlike the other ones where you can have some kind of a rifle with some sort of a beam, takes out their communications to the drone, those things are way up there. You can barely tell that they're even up there. You don't hear them for damn sure. They don't make hardly any noise to begin with, and they just kind of soar around like a bird. Way up there, though, like I think above airplanes. So they're, you're not getting those down easily.
Yeah, correct. Because what, you gonna fly up there and go get it?
Yep.
Well, yeah. Hot air.
That's
I'm full of that.
What I was saying. Those recreational hobbyist drone people that are out there, I put my faith away in them over the government.
We've had a long-running pool on when Bob will die in the chat from back in the earliest days of gun channels, I think. Maybe even
I think before even, yeah.
Because Bob's
Hangouts.
old, and he constantly overdoses on his medications, and then drinks too much. So, and then he freaking laughs in fits, so that he's basically going to kill himself physically. Like his intestines will shake themselves loose from their moorings. Anyway, yeah, but we got. I think we got all his guns, don't we? Whoever.
Well, I don't know if he's put that on paper yet, Bob.
But you're only a Canadian. I don't know if it matters.
Well, let's put it like this. I ain't going up there to get him.
Our U.S. rights pump his Canadianisms.
I mean, walk right across the border and say, these are ours. And then...
Canadian stuff, and they'll be like, oh, excuse me. Sorry, would you like some boxes, please?
You need a hand? Yes, I do. Thank you.
I would say I don't know what Bob's going to be more concerned about: his guns getting passed out to all of us, or what's going to happen to his Ranchero.
Well, he's going to repower that Ranchero, so he's going to be buried in that king. We probably got to light that shit on fire with him in the back of it.
I figure we give it to No. Let him do something to it.
I don't think he'd light it on fire. He might blow it up, but I don't think he'd light it on fire. Oh wait, he's in here. Shit. He can answer that himself.
I'm sure you don't want to hear the answer. Relatively certain.
I tell you what, my imagination's pretty fucking vivid. Oh, and now we have a denial out there. Bob never said that, so maybe he's not giving gun channels the Biker Bob Memorial Firearms Arsenal wing. Because again, I ain't trying to come across that border with that boy's guns. I'd have to go to Canada, for starters.
It's Canada. It's not even so much a border as it is a suggestion.
Right. Yes, but what if for some odd reason America decides to close its borders with Canada after I step across the fucking line and I gotta live in Canada the rest of my fucking existence? Think about that.
It's Canada. All you need to do to close the border is put up a sign that says stop, turn around, go back.
See? There you go. And what if I had my reading glasses on? I'd be able to read the sign even. I'd be screwed. I ain't taking that chance. I ain't taking a fucking chance. Not gonna happen. If anything, we need to make good guy go up there and do it.
Nobody listens to me. You can appreciate this because you live in a place that's particularly susceptible to invasive species.
Truly.
You know, 2 horny piranha, and you've solved most of the Mexican border problems.
Even maybe just some snakeheads, the snakehead fish. But yeah.
You post some pictures of critters, man, that like, I'm like, wow, we have these and we're not using them?
Well, that's the thing. You ever notice that most of those critters that I post, we don't have most of those in America.
What
and
are we
I'm
talking
okay with that.
Creative ways to close borders.
Saying dig a moat and fill it with piranhas?
Well, I think he was just saying use the Rio Grande for starters, but I'm not sure.
Well, Z was worried about how we would close the border with Canada, and I said, well, that's easy. You just put up a billboard that says stop, turn around, go back.
No, I was afraid that if I went to Canada, they would close the border. That at the instant of me walking across the border to go take care of Bob's final wishes, that all of a sudden America would be so pissed off at Canada that they're like, nope, can't come back. And I'm just saying, I don't ever want to take that chance.
Allow me to toss out the fact that me being worried about you going to serve Bob's last wishes is not really high on my worry list.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Well, you don't have to worry because I'm not going to take that chance. I don't even know if I'll go to Canada on an invite or a dare. Or for maple syrup, for that matter. We make some pretty good maple syrup on this side in the States. Plus, we don't call it ham, we call it goddamn Canadian bacon. Because ham's different, for fuck's sakes. Just saying. I'm just saying. But here's the thing. Bob ain't never gonna die. We ain't gonna worry about that shit.
Oh, you've just been called a pussy.
Well, let's see. Yep. Coming from Bob, that's a compliment.
Your enemies speak more and more oft of you than your friends.
Definitely not scared of Bob or bears. Nice, there you go, Yoder.
You have bears in Hawaii?
Yes. But four-legged, not so much.
Okay. Yoda says Care Bears.
We got scare bears out here too. Add an S to that front part. We definitely have some scare bears out here. Like that lady in pigtails right there in the picnic table top, you know, where it's, how come she's got a 5 o'clock shadow? That ain't 5 o'clock shadow, that's a motherfucking beard.
It's a Sheila.
It's something. We got all types out here for the most part, I would say.
So his gun channel solved all the world's problems.
We're working on it.
Faith No More. Which album is the best one?
I like From Out of Nowhere, and I like Epic, and I think Angel Dust. Those are like my three favorites. From Out of Nowhere had like Introduce Yourself Right Now, and a couple other cool songs. Epic, of course, is the one that had Epic and Zombie Eaters and fucking every fucking song that you ever heard. And then Angel Dust was the one that had like Hitler's Killers and a couple other good ones on there. I know that didn't really narrow it down for you. I apologize.
I'm trying to remember if We Care a Lot was a whole album.
Oh, I thought that was the one that was on Introduce Yourself right now. Was We Care a Lot?
That was their first album, it's saying on the Wikipedia.
Okay.
It is sort of a...
Well, like one was an EP, and then they came out with a full album, I believe.
What's an EP? Where they just have a few songs on it? That's what that one looks like. So then came Introduce Yourself, and then The Real Thing, then Angel Dust.
The Real Thing, yeah.
Album of the year. I never listened to the newer stuff.
I hadn't either.
To the album for a year either. I'm trying to see what this is. Do they play songs of it on here? Yes.
If you go...
I can't be out. I can't be dead.
I don't remember.
Oh, Midlife Crisis was one of the good ones off of Angel Dust. But if you go to YouTube and you type in that, Faith No More, it'll give you a list of their songs.
I think I started listening to them with Introduce Yourself.
Introduce yourself right now. Introduce yourself right now. Mikey,
That was
Roddy,
the first singer, I think.
Tommy, Jim. Yes, because then they used Mike Van Patten on the next album, and they redid that song, Introduce Yourself.
And that was the real thing.
Right.
That was, according to this, the real thing. That's the one with the fire raindrop looking thing on the front.
Right.
That's the one where they went on MTV or whatever.
Let's see here.
I don't think I have any of these songs in my MP3 player, so I'm going to need to go grab a shit ton of Faith No More stuff. Yeah, I like everything
All
on
the pages.
the real thing. Definitely.
Care a lot. I started a joke. Easy, which is easy like Sunday morning from the Commodores.
Wait, which one are you talking about? You're talking about Angel Dust already.
I'm talking. Let's see. Yeah, I think I started a joke was on Angel Dust. Midlife Crisis was on Angel Dust. Small Victories on Angel Dust. But from out of nowhere, that's what was the one with Epic on it?
Yeah. I think I seen that one in I seen them doing that one in concert. It was pretty good. That was back in the days of Mosh Pit.
They fucking rock pretty hard, man. I ain't gonna joke about that.
I think I went there because it was just like, let's go to see a concert, not to see specific anybody. We just went to go see a concert, and it was them. I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Then I started listening.
Oh, right on. That's awesome, dude.
That's how I seen the Red Hot Chili Peppers too. I was like, we would just go down there, and then like, I mean, I guess there was MTV or whatever. I didn't pay attention to that shit. So, yeah, if they were good, then I would just go buy their CD or whatever.
Well, then that's a good way to go about it. Crack Hitler. Read that song. Yeah, they had some pretty wacky fucking songs too, though. Jizzlobber.
The first album was actually pretty good. I guess that's We Care a Lot. But I don't remember.
We Care a Lot or Faith, right? What was the first one? I thought it was.
They're saying studio albums. Maybe there was some other album besides a studio album.
Let's see.
Because I had one that had like, it was almost like skateboard music.
No. Let's see. Yeah, We Care a Lot and Introduce Yourself. Gee, that looks like fun. Oh, that was We Care a Lot. Whoa, oh, oh. Actually, I gotta listen to that one right now. I love that song. It's only 4:22. Must be drunk or low on oxygen.
Or were we asking about musicals? I don't get it. I wasn't paying attention, so I don't remember when those things went up. Or when they went up.
Well, I don't even know how you started asking about Faith No More.
Oh, how did I start? I was clicking on something here. Oh, I think I was on Facebook. and then I think a Face No More thing came up, and I always, after a while, I'm like, uh-oh. It's like you feel like you're a junkie. You're like scrolling through there, the never-ending amount of like mental cotton candy or whatever.
I would say it is junk
Oh,
food.
this is interesting. I never knew this, and now I know it. Like, fucking who cares, you know? Like, oh, a blowfish has a fucking hole in its head to do this, or like, I don't know, here's somebody getting violently attacked by something, or I don't know, like, here's a bayonet that you never knew was in this country, and I'm selling it. You know, so it's just endlessly fascinating or whatever. And then, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm wasting my time here. I need to get off of here. I'll just look at 2 or 3 more, and then I'll leave Facebook. So I think I saw Faith No More come up, and I'm like, uh-oh, I'm using this as my off-ramp. So I clicked on it to get the fuck off of Facebook, and that's when I started talking about it.
Nice. Kind of find that Instagram's almost like that too. It's the fucking scroll, dude. It's the instant gratification and the scroll.
For me, it's like smoking. When I am bored and I got nothing to do, Instagram is great for, like, I don't know, like, I don't wait in line for doctors or the post office or anything, but if I did, that'd be, you know, what I would be doing in line kind of thing. So whenever I do have to wait for something, that's usually when I use the Instagram. But I feel no compulsion to go check it if I'm not bored off my ass, you know what I mean?
I do. I know exactly what you're saying.
I mean, there's nothing going on there that, even with 860, I can't imagine you guys that don't subscribe to a lot, but with 860 or 870 or something that I follow, I can still whip through everything that's been posted since the last time I looked in like 4 or 5 swipes, maybe.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, there's not people. I mean, I don't subscribe to a bunch of fucking bullshit posting for no reason crap. Usually it's people that are posting cool shit or whatever, so they just don't post that often.
I mean, the thighs on CC Tactics, I can't believe that I've re-scrolled over the same picture 4 times.
We ate breakfast next to her twice now.
And she didn't try and leg scissor you to death just for looking at her?
She's super polite. She just sits there.
She seems like a nice lady.
Yeah, I haven't seen her shoot or nothing, but she just sits there being nice and then agrees with you and like says, I don't think she said anything, but she was also with me, Marco, and Bob sitting around one thumbs. So none of us are little or not loud or anything. We all know each other fine, so you know, we're just going at it. And then I forget who her dude is, and then her were sitting at the one table, and Marco knew who they were. Or maybe, I think Marco had his gun channels, or I can't remember if it was every second match. He had some patch on, and then the dude, who's her dude, said like, hey, what's that? Or is that so-and-so? And then Marco's like, oh yeah, blah, 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 I'm on the Instagram and all that. And then we figured out who they were. Anyways, so they must have been in the same nearby hotel or something. I doubt they were in the same hotel. They were in a nearby hotel because we kept seeing because we were in a shitty hotel there probably.
That's why I was laughing. If I remember right, you guys were telling me it was semi-ghetto.
That's basically the cheapest shit you can buy in Vegas. Well, hell, it's right down the street from where they let Bob hang out.
And that sounds like a TV movie of the week right there. The place where they let Bob hang out.
I'm thinking about that, though. If you go down the street, okay, so where we normally stay, you go down the street to where Bob was at, and then you go down the street basically the same amount of distance, except keep going, so they're coming back to the hotel, and then you're in one of those massive, whatever the hell they call, like the biggest Walmart I've ever seen. Like there's like a whole housing community in the parking lot of like,
damn,
you know, just tons of parking lot. So I'll definitely be able to just hang out there, I bet. Which is like right down the street is what I'm saying. It's like get up in the morning, take care of business at the Walmart, and then go to that freaking breakfast buffet. If I remember right, it's like $7 for all you can eat breakfast buffet.
That's pretty freaking reasonable.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. I just wish I ate glutens, because fuck, it's the kind of breakfast buffet where you get, I'm just gonna make everybody
waffles, hungry. Hash browns, pancakes, fucking all that.
Memory. You go from the left side, and it's one of them boring, we'll make any omelet you want I'm not into those because they just fill you up. Because they're going to make a big omelet for you with whatever you want in it.
It's a decoy.
And people got to wait in line for that. I'm not waiting in line at all you can eat. I ain't got time for that. So then to the left of that, or coming from the left to the right of that, you've got pre-made omelets. So you suckers, you could just get an omelet that's just a little bit less hot, right? But it's basically the same thing you're going to get anyway.
Yep.
Then they have breakfast pizza, which is pizza with like bacon and sausage, I think, and maybe scrambled eggs sitting on top of it. Never ate it. Looks gross. And then they had, what the hell they have there? Then they had something, I think it might have been something that I didn't eat, like gross potatoes or something, maybe some kind of quiche or some kind of gross pile of eggs in a big, what do you call it, like big serving container. But anyway, then you cross the little aisle, then you get the bacon. That's where the bacon is, giant thing of bacon, always full, and it's pretty decent. They have, they cook it in a big mass. They're not trying to cook each piece or anything because they're making too much of it. So they make it in such a way that the inside's very crispy, the whole edge is decent, and then the outside is gross for people that want raw bacon. And I think they do it intentionally because it's pretty systematic and it worked out pretty well. There's like just enough of those weird people that like the raw bacon, take those little gross pieces, and then the middle stuff just falls apart in bacon bits. I'm sure they reuse that somewhere. And then all that, I'd say 60% of it is decent bacon. So you definitely get your pick. So depending on what you're making, sometimes if you're making yourself a burrito or something, you want the crispier, baconish bits type of bacon.
Yep.
Tons of that, and then some kind of sausage I don't pay attention to, but both the links and the patties. Then a section where, I don't know, but some sort of meat that they would carve at breakfast. So there's that, they're carving a meat. And then you get the little quiches that are made of like spinach and eggs, and then like mushrooms and eggs, like different kinds of quiches that are like might I'm in a muffin tin, like a small muffin tin. So they're sort of pre-made by the dozens or something. So there's just piles of those. Then you get over, and I forget now exactly, but I think that's your pancake and waffle area. So I don't go there, it's too many glutens. And then you get, but it was pretty substantial. It was like a whole bunch of like whipped creams and crap that you wouldn't normally put on your pancakes all around there. Different kind of fruits and shit in the syrups. Then you get to the salad bar, which was like all fruits, I think. And then you get to the Mexican part, which I'm always a fan of for breakfast stuff. So they had menudo going all the time. And then all your fixins for whatever you want, like flour, corn tortillas, all the stuff to put in like a taco or enchilada or burrito, whatever you want to make, cheese and all the different fixins for that. And then they have all their desserts out, which is always a bonus when they don't put their desserts away for breakfast. And then I didn't even talk about the island in the middle, which you'd be more familiar with. Probably you'd probably gravitate towards the island, and it would be your fruits and your bowls of cereal and your milks and like whole pieces of fruit and like watermelons chopped up and stuff, and then shit tons of donuts. I think I pretty much take pictures of it every time. Tons of donuts. Not
Like
just
a tower of donuts, a pyramid of donuts.
no, not stupid amount like so that they're wasting donuts, but like it's Sam's Town or something maybe, or one of the. It's like a fairly large place for old people. That's why I go there, because the old people are all about their breakfast buffets, right? And and they get in there and they get all old on it. So you got to get there early, and it's hard to beat old people, but you can get there earlier than them because they sleep in till like 8. So you get there at 7 and you're good to go, right? But no, there's I don't know what the kind of donut place is. It ain't Dunkin' Donuts, but in Winchell's maybe? Is that a place? Or maybe something else? Anyway, there's some kind of donut place in the casino, like as one of the like things in the casino where I guess people buy donuts there. But then they supply it to the buffet. So it's not that it's a pyramid of donuts, it's just like a full fucking tray of every different kind of donut. Like there's not just like here's some donuts or like here's some shit we made in the back and it looks like a donut so we're calling it that or any of that shit. These are like a ton of different kind of actual donuts with like real sprinkles and variety and fillings and fucking the long different shaped ones and stuff. Like if they didn't have to pay for donuts. It was awesome. Right. So yeah, very, very good buffet. And it was like $7. $7 every day. One of my favorite things about going to SHOT, going to that fucking breakfast break.
I was saying that way you get a good meal, you get a good base for your day, you know.
Yeah, I usually eat a shit ton of bacon and then this time some fruit. So I didn't even get to do it justice anymore. But just knowing that it exists makes you know that everything's right in the world.
I'd agree with that. At least you got a good bacon base.
This last time I didn't do much carbs at all, so I did like what the fuck did I eat? Probably a shit ton of fruits, I guess, and then a
Ain't
bunch of
nothing wrong with that.
and the bacon, but less of the like. I would have wrapped it in a pancake probably in the day, or a shit ton of biscuits. They also have some okay biscuits there, but I think I just use a tortilla or two, and then much fewer glutens than normal. I don't know
Well,
if
you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Especially when you said had a couple of tortillas out of spite.
well, no, you have to wrap the bacon in something, otherwise.
I mean, really, you don't, but I hear where you're going with that.
It makes it easier to cram it in your hole.
No, I will agree with that. You make less mess.
Well, it just is faster, because otherwise it'll crumble, get shoved in your hole, and then
I'm
you
saying
got.
you potentially lose the bacon. Yep.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be doing that, even with buffet bacon.
You're gonna pay $750 for an Enfield. I'm pretty sure I paid $75 for mine.
Nice. Now that's the kind of story I like hearing. You know what? It may be cheaper in Canada, except for this time. Is there a response to that yet? Oh, Donut Envy. Yeah.
If I remember right, I was at a show, and I had a job back then. I think it was back a long time ago, and I just had a regular job, so I wasn't that into guns, but I would go to gun shows, and I had $100, and I was like, what the hell? I'm not gonna go home with $100 that I brought to the gun show, so I'll fucking burn it in the little fucking ashtray out front before I go home with it, right? So I think I just walked near it, and I was like, huh, I don't own this yet, and then bam, I bought it.
Nice.
But it's been a query ever since because it's all painted green, and not like somebody just decided to paint it green one day, but like I feel deliberately painted green by some armory, some reason for some unit or for some purpose, and always been a point of discussion. Like, what the hell? Why was it painted green? I guess I should bring it up again. I haven't done it in a while.
And what was the object again?
What do you mean?
The Enfield?
An Enfield. I don't
No
know if
shit.
you need Enfield like what Bob wants, but his is probably lamer. But is there a difference between a Martini Enfield and a regular Enfield?
Well, Martini Henrys I've heard are
Some older ass gun.
yeah pricey.
World War II gun, not this kind. So that's why it's $700, I guess.
I would bet that. Yep. Yeah, if this is 1887 Mark IV. Actually, let me take a look at that son of a bitch. Now you gotta understand that's $750 Canadian G, just for starters. So that might be a $500 or $600 gun here.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing: is it? Oh, and what? I'm sorry, but what is in 5.77 450? What the fuck caliber is that? Or is it like a black powder rifle? Am I just totally missing the boat here?
I'm not sure.
Not either. Probably a paper cartridge motherfucking gun. You gotta hand roll your own. Yeah, staying away from the scroll, that's tough, G.
We're gonna try for a second shot.
Especially if there's two scrolls, like the Facebook and the Instagram scroll.
Well, I never look at the Instagram on the computer, out of spite. So that's easy to limit.
Well, I'll have you know I just closed both of those windows. Because at some point, if you're semi paying attention, you realize that you're literally just using the fucking web wheel. That's all you're doing is you're just the phrase gawking at the TV kind of comes to mind. And there's no commercials other than sponsored posts, I guess.
Somebody's doing a movie about Belle Guinness, the most terrifying female serial killer you've never heard of. They've raised $5,000. I'm looking.
Never heard of her.
I'm looking at the gun-related Indiegogos going on right now.
Is it spelled like Guinness, like the beer?
I can give you a link if you want it.
I was gonna Google her, see if there's some.
They probably link from there. Okay. Work against gun violence in honor of Sandy. Senseless gun violence has claimed too many lives. They've raised $940.
They spent it on beer and hot dogs.
Build the Range is a more than just a campaign. It's a pro-gun movement. Uh-oh. Mini slingshot is like a little bigger than a lighter, but the shot power of a pneumatic gun. I've seen these things where you take like a balloon and shove it into a pipe, and then doing BBs out of it.
What you talking about, Willis?
You take a piece of pipe, and then you put a balloon on it, and then you drop a BB down into the balloon and pull it back.
Oh, yeah. It's like a slingshot almost. It is a slingshot.
Kind of like a 360 slingshot.
It's like a sack shot. Yes, I have seen those.
I don't know in kickstarting it, but just as easy to post a video like cut your balloon, stick it on a piece of PVC fitting, enjoy.
Right, there you go.
Help me start my dream job. Is your dream job fucking sacrileging American flag? Son of a bitch.
It is sometimes.
My dream job is to own an ammo business. All I ask is you give me a little or a lot of help me start my dream job. You may ask why I want to do another ammo guy. Right? Do you want another ammo guy out there? I will make sure I have the best price on my website.
Yes, I will make sure that I have the best price. As in, I'll be making my shit hand over fist, motherfucker.
$1, thank you by email. $3, I will text you a thank you. $5, I will call you to thank you. $25, shipping free for 1 year. That seems like a lot.
Oh, wait a minute. I could burn that motherfucker to the ground with that one.
And then it goes, exactly. And then it goes from 20, so it goes 1, 3, 5, and then 25, and then it goes to 25,000. If you want to pay it off, we will thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and I will treat you to an all-you-can-eat steakhouse if you live in Florida or if you want to fly or drive down here.
Say what? That dude is smoked up.
He raised $1.
He raised $1?
Got 1 month left. I guess it doesn't hurt to...
I mean, yeah, I guess you can put it out there, right? I mean, shit. I don't know, man. I guess you can put anything out there and see if it'll fly or stick to the wall or whatever euphemism you want to use.
Oh man, I definitely want to make one of these little slingshot dealies now. That's just a piece of freaking pipe and a balloon.
Yeah.
You can tell me it ain't. And I never thought of winging meat M&Ms. That's a victimless crime right there.
Unless the dog gets it or something.
Oh, you mean because of the poisoning?
Well, chocolate, right? Isn't that a thing?
Uh-oh. I'm going to listen to this because it's a video. It's 2 minutes.
Are you a law-abiding firearms owner that is... Do you support the Second Amendment?
Yes.
Are you a law-abiding firearms owner that is sick and tired of getting thrown into the same category as the criminals that commit crimes with guns?
Yes.
Is the ongoing constant attack on your Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms getting old? What if I told you can make a difference from home right now?
What?
There are lots of pro-gun lobbying organizations out there, and they do good work for law-abiding firearms owners. But there is not an organization that is concentrating on building brick-and-mortar pro-gun businesses. That's the void that Build the Range hopes to fill. Well,
Alright,
we
I
plan on
gotta
getting
stop there
involved
for
in
a
all
minute
that.
and screen capture this. Or
Build
screen-
a range? Or should
It's called
build
Build. Yeah. So now it's on my screen, or you can look at it.
Okay.
This is an example of, in my opinion,
Facets of the
a little
firearm
lack of
industry.
finesse.
Do you support the Second Amendment? Are you...
I need to pop it open here full screen.
Police officer gets out.
Oh shit.
He says, "Sir, you have a gun in your
Freeze, motherfucker!
firearms owner that is sick and tired of getting thrown into the same category as the criminals that commit crimes with guns? Is the ongoing constant attack on your Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms getting old? What if I told you you can make a difference from home right now? There are lots of pro-gun lobbying organizations out there, and they do good work for law-abiding firearms owners. But there is not an organization that is concentrating on building brick-and-mortar pro-gun businesses. That's the void that Build the Range hopes to fill. Well, we plan on getting involved in all facets of the firearm industry. We want to place our concentration on standing up gun ranges, training centers, and storefronts to service law-abiding firearms owners. Obviously, we must have a starting point. We need to start with one location, and that's what the initial raise will be used for. It doesn't mean we cannot surpass that goal. With over 88 million firearms owners in the United States, imagine if everyone came together and got behind this project. It would be possible to beat President Obama's 2012 fundraising of $750 million. What if a new crowdfunding record was set? What if more was raised for this project than all the presidential candidates combined? What better way to send a message to the gun-grabbing politicians? How can you help make this happen? The first step is cast your symbolic vote on our crowdfunding page. Second, pick up one of our perks or make a small contribution you can afford. Third, share this link with all of your pro-Second Amendment friends and family. Is an election taking voice being heard?
No. I think they used every single widget and drawing and feature and swipe and like special feature in that software.
Well, you got to make it work, right?
Look, I had a seizure watching that. Yeah.
So what was their goal number?
They wanted to raise $500,000.
Okay.
So you can cast a $1 symbolic vote. You can cast a $15 Bullet Family sticker. Oh, you can get a. That's what I originally clicked on this for, because there's some sort of like Bullet Family drawing. So there it is.
Oh shit!
So you get that sticker for $15. Small T-shirt for $23. Medium T-shirt for $24, because there's some more material in there. It costs $1 more. And
Oh shit! Keep going.
26.
I'm in the 30. Oh, well, 27.
27 for double extra large, but you know there's more material on there. And then 28, of course, because there's even more material on that one.
That's the last perk. Is the fucking triple X?
Yeah, they want to get that $500,000,
In T-shirts and stickers.
$28 at a time.
God damn. And they're gonna do it in Illinois, right? Isn't that what the whole fucking pinpoint thing was too?
They got to start somewhere, Z. But you see, the thing is, there's 88 million gun owners. So imagine if each of them gave them 50 cents, then that would be $44 million, dude. So if we take that 50,000 or 500,000 and we divide it by, let's just say, average $25, they're going to need 20,000 contributors to get that. It's more than just a range. It is a campaign.
Okay. Okay.
Program with it.
I'm gonna go with it's possible, but not probable. I mean, they could win the Powerball and make it happen. I don't know. I mean, for 500,000. Well, I was gonna say I could do a range out here. No, I couldn't.
We want to open firearms stores and ranges for firearms enthusiasts, and our team leader, founder and creator, is a lifelong shooter. Punctuation matters. Like, we want to open firearms stores and ranges for our firearms enthusiasts and our team leader. Like, I'm glad I'm a firearms enthusiast, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to go in there just for their team leader and firearm.
Oh, no shit. We have is also a solid plan.
We also you have a solid plan there. First, they're going to raise 500 grand or 50. What am I saying? Yeah, 500 grand, and then they're going to secure some land and
a building. No, they're not gonna. They're not gonna build a building. They're gonna secure land and a building.
Just imagine if this went viral, and 500 million was raised. Z.
Wow. I can think of that.
Yeah, they would have all kinds of ranges for that kind of money.
All over the country, bro.
Not in Hawaii, but everywhere else.
It'd be fucking. Hey, fuck that! $500 million. They can put a range up out of fucking Hawaii.
One of them sawdust and ice ones. They could float one out there by you.
No, that son of a bitch better be open past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's all I gotta say. Man, stickers and T-shirts, bro. That's just crazy.
One
but
sticker.
Again, if you don't try, though, right? If you don't try, you don't know.
Sure.
Oh wait, that's the T-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta sell 20,000 of those T-shirts.
I guess that is the T-shirt. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, well, but there's 88 million. That isn't really that many. 20,000.
Yeah, but it's 20,000 T-shirts.
No, that's a lot of T-shirts.
They don't even have that many fucking T-shirts to fucking make, dude. Come on. You know how many boxes of T-shirts 20,000 T-shirts is, dude? It's ridiculous. It's a fucking warehouse full of goddamn T-shirts.
It's true. It would take a service or something to do it.
Absolutely.
$25. I don't think they'd really make that much. Is the problem.
Now here's the thing. What we might not know is the dude is a fucking silk screener or something, and he just happens to be a gun enthusiast, right?
Mm-hmm. It would have to be, well, or they part of their crew, yeah, somebody is.
That way you keep the money in-house, too.
They have 42 subscribers.
I love the Obama Tears video.
5 days ago only.
Uh-oh. Ballsy. Oh my. That's quite the cleaning case he's got there. I don't think you can find that one on Amazon.
Is that a gun? That handguard doesn't seem... Is that a gun?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that could be a Delta ring, perhaps. I guess, but that could also be some airsoft bullshit.
That doesn't seem tapered at all.
Well, that magwell don't look right either.
This could be. But it's hard to tell from an airsoft Glock ever. This might just be a kid, huh?
It could be.
1 month ago, build the range 1 month ago.
Well, he doesn't have a. He has an AK video.
What AK is that?
Oh shit. I have absolutely no idea. I'm still no good at that.
This one's easy because it's got the coated shroud, so it has to be Chinese.
So wait a minute. He either has a fucking Norinco or a Polytech.
Well, Chinese, yeah, so it has to be one of them. You can also tell because the bull carrier is always silver on the Chinese.
I'm about to call shenanigans. I better see. Well, I don't know. I want to see some more brass flying or something.
You can also tell that it's an AKM, but it's got a smooth dust cover, which would normally be indicative of an AK-47. So another indication it's Chinese. So he's got all this surface, and I don't know what he's shooting for, but he doesn't have the magazine on the ground, and I can't think he has that elbow on the table. So he's got one elbow.
It's a T-bench, right?
Yeah, but this elbow is coming over here.
Oh, it's on the corner or off the table itself.
Yeah, so I'm just judging for the amount of moving around. See how the gun's moving? If this was a solid anchor over here, and he was putting some tension on it, that gun wouldn't be moving. This is a bigger dude. He should own that gun.
He could be 5 foot tall. You don't know him.
I can tell from how big that gun is and how big he is that that gun shouldn't be moving like that if he was wanting to hold on to it. He could have brought that sling forward from where it is, hold it in his hand just as he's holding his hand, and then pull tension back and into his shoulder and back. Done a lot more good. So I don't think he's going to get his range built. I don't want to be a dick, but it doesn't seem like he's putting in the effort, man. Come on. 20,000 shirts, like you're saying?
That's a lot of fucking shit. I mean,
at least put him like $200 shirts or something, so that you at least can get there with 1,000.
With a couple of fools.
Well, no, I mean people that are interested in having it happen, but yeah, then give them a range pass or something. If you got 1,000 people that give you $10,000, then almost have the range to themselves. You guarantee that or something. That might work.
Actually, that would probably almost be the way to do it. You gotta have those the gold club, so to speak. That has to be an option.
You've been looking for a pro-gun movement to get behind? It's here. Seems like a little naive way to jump into it. Here's what we need. More.
Bubble gun?